We're getting Ottomans for MarineLorD up against the Malians from Louis. And Epson, this has been such a long journey for these players. We've had so many weekends of EGC goodness here throughout the last 2 months, and it's all culminating now in this final set. A best of 9 between MarineLorD, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, the defender of his title, up against loueMT, the rising star from China, winning his first LAN in Hamburg and now challenging MarineLorD in the finals of an S-tier tournament here. And man, I'm so looking forward to this one. And it's a great map, of course, to begin on, as we are on the classic of classic maps, Dry Arabia.
Yeah, best map out there for sure, and Louis definitely, probably has some confidence after that LAN win that you were talking about, that rising star that you're talking about. I think the interview with Vortex was pretty telling. Yeah, he did kind of go back and forth between who he wanted, but anytime you ask anyone about a series against MarineLorD, it's typically, it's MarineLorD, come on now, no doubt. But he was a little bit more sided with loueMT, still had to retract a little bit and go back to 50-50, but I still think that's rather telling.
Yeah, I agree. And Louis, he's making a case for himself time and time again. We're actually looking quickly at the head-to-head here. And yeah, it is very much one-sided when you look at the win rate. But then you look at the past results and you see in the Elite Classic 3, for example, loueMT beating out MarineLorD. The Elite Classic 3 then later on, the first one they clashed, he beat out MarineLorD in a best of 5. Then later on in the same tournament, lost to MarineLorD in the best of 9. That was already the finals there as well. But he is getting more points, more wins in these sets against MarineLorD, I want to say, than most other players ever could. The only one that's up there challenging MarineLorD like that has to be Beastie. So he is looking very, very competitive in this set.
Yeah, half of his game wins came in the last 2 encounters alone. So he's feeling much better in stronger footing starting out this series. Last best of 9 went 5-3, so hopefully we're gonna see another extended series today. Kind of gonna, we want it to go the distance. We want it to go all 9.
That is going to be ideal here for us, and we're starting off with the Ottomans for MarineLorD up against the Malians from loueMT. And we just saw Malians in the previous set. They are still looking as scary as ever. But Ottomans, they're definitely no slouch, and we've been seeing them time and time again recently as well. Sipahi, just by far the strongest horseman unit in the game, and you want to have units like that when you're up against the Malians. Armored units, of course, can easily be countered out by the Musafadi warriors from the Malians, so having a very strong horseman type unit that can even take good trades up against a Sofa, that is going to be essential for the Ottomans here when facing off against them.
Yeah, these two civs, they got released together. We've seen this matchup time and time again. It's changed so many times with the way the balance has changed in the game so often, but it is one that this always is an exciting matchup. It's one that we just talked about, Bali, at the end of Anatan's series. We basically said they're a civilization you cannot let alone. You cannot let them play their own game, and Ottomans is a great counter civ to be able to put some pressure on to get them out of their comfort zone.
Exactly. Whether it is Dark Age pressure with a military school or just a straight up barracks rush from the Ottomans, they've got the options, they've got the tools to put on pressure. Then when you get into a transition period up to Castle Age, you already have some military schools out there, free production, so your opponent gets free resources, you get free units, a little bit of free stuff for everybody is around there to be passed around. You also can get the Vizier points in, some additional sheep, some imams early on, get relics in. There's a ton of options here for these players, and it's going to be very interesting to see how exactly they'll utilize their civilizations up against each other.
Yeah. Speaking of civs, you can see the bands, very similar bands, both Chinese variants banned out, HRE on one side and Mongols on the other band. But enough about the civs, enough about the maps. We can see the timer ticking down, just hitting 0. Let's get into game number 1 of the grand finals.
And there it is. We're starting right away with Gentlemates MarineLorD in the color pink here, playing as the Ottoman, starting off with 5 villages on stone. He wants to get that early military school in. His opponent in the color teal, it is going to be Team Elephant's loueMT here as the Malians. We do have him opening up, of course, with that pit mine. Get that passive gold generation in there. He doesn't have to be too threatened early on by MarineLorD, as that military school, it's going to take a while to get the first spearman out.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those that by the time the spear gets across the other side, feudal age is already, on its way, and it really doesn't feel like the spear does a lot of damage. Back in the mega deer pushing meta, usually you just see that first spear head on over to the nearest deer pack and just start pushing that into your TC, but obviously that's changed a little bit.
All right, now it is also important to see just how many houses Louis is going to be putting around that pit mine. Looks like it's only going to be those starting 4 here at the moment. He does still have a good amount of wood in the bank. I believe this is just in order for him to be as flexible as he can be. Should there be a rush out from MarineLorD with the barracks, he has the option to drop an outpost. And should that not be the case, should there be not a lot of pressure coming in from MarineLorD early on, he will have the wood to immediately drop more houses during the transition. But this is enough houses there around the pit mine to get a reasonable age-up timing in here for him. Looking at the sheep, both players actually haven't found that many sheep on their own so far. Maybe there's a little bit of mind games going on right now. Both players potentially thinking, okay, maybe I'm trailing behind my opponent's scout. This is like one of those moments where you're gonna go into one of the corner of the maps, of the corners of the map, and you're gonna find like 3 to 4 sheep just hiding in the corner all of a sudden.
And speaking of trailing someone's scout, we can see it here now. MarineLorD just a bit ahead of Louis' scout, but they both split off, and we hear some sheep gathered on both sides. However, I think MarineLorD's gonna be able to gather the majority of it in front of Louis.
Yeah, looks like both players here with the sheep gathered. Louis now sees the scout from MarineLorD, is going to turn around. So now it is MarineLorD that's going to start trailing. And yeah, they got an equal amount of sheep here behind this, but all the remaining sheep actually are on the side of MarineLorD. I think they're actually all in the bottom corner there. They must be, right? Yeah, that's the thing, right? Pack. It's just 4 sheep on one screen there in the corner hiding, like I said. This is, one of those situations in the game.
And that spear finally arrives across, like we said, Manzaquari already well on its way, quarter of the way on up. So, gonna do as much damage with those torches as possible. And MarineLorD chooses the Twin Minaret Madrasa for his side. Gonna have those berries nice tucked up closer to his TC, some, constant food resource that he can gather for the rest of the game. Just stick 4 villagers on it and look away.
Oh. Looks like Louis might be finding those 4 sheep in the corner here. He's pathing straight towards it. And yeah, MarineLorD's definitely going to want all of the additional food income that he can get there. Twin Minaret Madrasa, of course, providing so much food. Oh, it looks like he's still fighting. This is actually kind of fun that both players are getting relatively even sheep here, even with the crazy scout pathing that they had going on there in the beginning of this one.
Yeah, spots out the last few sheep here. So, like we said, relatively even sheep count. And Louis also is going to be able to have some nice scouting of MarineLorD right as he moved on over to the stone. I think he spotted it out right as it happened.
Yeah, archer range now being rushed up by Louis, so he's going to be able to get that early archer in to defend his pit mine. Doesn't lose anything there, did have to pull a villager for a little bit of some counter repair there on one of those mud huts. But these spearmen, they're not really achieving much, but they were free. And MarineLorD now has that military school to immediately start getting that passive Sipahi production in upon hitting feudal age. And all of the additional food will also just be used for Sipahi. That's like the main unit that you're going to want as the Ottomans.
Yep, villager moves out to rebuild the damage that was done on that house, build a few more houses as well, and the archer pushes the spears away. So, just like you said, spears didn't really accomplish too much, but, they were free, and that military school will keep producing the rest of the game.
Exactly, so now Sipahi is going to be coming in from MarineLorD. Now, it takes a while. Can we actually quickly check just how long it takes for Sipahi to come out? I don't think there's a blacksmith yet, so... Yeah, it takes around 2 minutes and 15 seconds for Sipahi without a blacksmith for the influence there.
Yeah, so instead, MarineLorD, he's going to drop a stables, go ahead and queue up a Sipahi as well to get that number climbing faster. That's the big thing about Ottomans, is sometimes people get baited into building military schools too fast, and then they just lose the tempo, they lose the aggression, and they need to have that tempo and aggression versus the Mali.
Stable does get spotted out, so Louis is going to fall back with that archer now. Behind this, it looks like we're also getting in the first couple of cattle now. Second pit mine is also being built for Louis behind this.
Yeah, close proximity over to his base. Well, he's about to build a second. There it is. Close proximity to his base, going to be not too difficult to defend if need be. And obviously we know that MarineLorD with the Sipahi planning on moving across the map, planning on burning down some of those houses, burning down those pit mines and those gold locations that the Mali rely on so much.
Is it cynical of me to just look at the pit mine counter, realize that the Manza Quarry counts as a pit mine, and we have 3 out of 2 pit mines in the UI? It's a feature, not a bug.
I mean, there's so many things that happen with the UI and whatnot that you just learn to just move past some of the things. At least we can see some of those. We didn't used to be able to see like anything.
That's true. We shouldn't. Okay, yeah. That we had so many bugged upgrades and whatnot. At this point in time, we should just consider it a blessing that we're getting anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that there are 5 cows there without having to like go look and count the cows. And this is a surprise, and a surprise that Louis has spotted on out. First focuses on the few spears, but now he's going to go for the villagers. TC will be able to get finished.
But just having the information that this is a play that MarineLorD has just made, that's already pretty big. One of the archers, yeah, I mean, archers, they have to be really careful. 2 will go down here, but gets a villager, gets the information, and now knows that MarineLorD has a forward TC that can be aggressed upon. MarineLorD realized, okay, I need more military, but he's investing into a second military school. That's going to take time to pay off, though.
Time that he may not have. Now Louis has this information. We just talked about Manners versus Mali's passive income. We've seen 2DC versus Mali passive income quite often, and typically it's a fight that Mali can time up and take the win with if they play it correctly. Louis finishing up the houses around that secondary pit mine. Cow number up to 7 and will continue to climb as well. Question is does he want to try to, put some aggression, deny that TC and feudal, or will he just do that cow boom, go to castle, see what we saw the last series with Vortex versus Anatan?
Yeah, this is what I'm asking myself as well, because I know Louis, even as the Malians, he is a sofa enjoyer. He likes getting those sofa in. And sofa are super good when it comes to just dealing with anything in Feudal Age, mostly. They don't have, like, a ton of armor, range-wise. They share the same amount of armor as a normal horseman does, but they do have some melee armor. They do have great melee damage. They're actually a really good unit up against those Sipahi at the front line, and just being great at being able to just dive TCs, for example, there, getting villager kills in. Louis at the moment, I'm not sure if he wants to invest into that, or whether it's just going to be a continuous cattle expansion for him as we see more and more cattle making their way out into those ranches for him.
It looks like he is wanting to go up to castle with that cow boom and just do a nice, just perfect, good old timing attack with the castle tech upgrades and the full cow boom. You can see 12 cows in there. He's already over halfway to castle and the resources in the bank.
Yeah, this is going to be a fairly fast transition for him. Also, Outpost is going to be securing those deer out there on the side. Not that he really needs it. Eventually, he's going to need it, though. But yeah, I mean, massive, passive food income for Mali is really good. But before you get the Grand Fulani crop, it's not good enough to just let you solely live off of that.
Yeah, and so that's where wants to go ahead and snag some of those deer while he can. You can take that when your opponent goes the second DC, sacrifice a good bit of resources, but we can tell that the military unit number already for Ottomans, dead even with Louis. And that's because of those military schools, 2 of them just going to constantly be pumping on up.
Did MarineLorD just set a lot of villagers out to gold? Can we check that in the back of his base, or how many is that? He's currently, nope, just on 4 villagers, and he's not rallying towards it either. So the Castle Age follow-up might, he might need to put a lot more villagers over to that. He didn't see the age up, I think, come in. His units just ran away before that happened. But yeah, this is a great age up timing now for Louis, considering just how many cattle and how many units he already has out on the field.
Yeah, going ahead and getting wheelbarrow as the age up is happening. Cow number up to 16 will probably be pretty close to maxed out here by the time that Grand Fulani Corral finishes, as another cow pops on out, and bet you there's 3 more in queue.
There we go. MarineLorD pulling 4 additional villagers over to gold now, so this is going to be the time in the game where he starts also thinking about a Castle Age follow-up. Age up now coming in. And this is the point where MarineLorD suddenly starts shifting forward. We see the entire army block from him moving forward. Louis behind this is grabbing every single veteran upgrade that he wants, because these are still, at the end of the day, very cheap for the Malians. Half cost, half the time to research. He's going to have veterancy in very quickly.
Those upgrades come through so quick, and that timing matters so much. Sipahi trying to do as much damage as they can while MarineLorD has this military lead. He's halfway up to castle resources himself, but, you know, it is one that a little bit of time for Louis to stabilize here. Sofa starting to get queued up, and that all of those resources now get to go into all the military for Louis.
Hitmine does go down. Couple houses will be going down alongside it. Nothing that Louis can't handle, though. He does still have plenty of population space available to him at the moment. We're also seeing imported armor already coming in for him. Yeah, Louis is just going to let these houses go down. This is buying him so much time behind this. And in the end, like, this is not a ton of losses for him. The pit mine, sure, that's 150 wood. But every single house, barely 25. This doesn't matter when they go down.
Yeah, and with imported armor, those Sofa are going to be so tanky. MarineLorD doesn't have any spears out, doesn't really have a good defense for that, you know, pseudo-knight unit once it starts coming out. Although Louis, I think, might be stuck on one stable over there waiting for imported armor. Okay, no, he's in that. I think he just finished his second stable, because still 0 Sofa out onto the map. MarineLorD, though, thinks he's done enough damage. MIA starting to be built and on its way.
Louis, he's housed at the moment, doesn't have any additional houses in. Second stable is up, as you mentioned. Yeah, he's gotta rebuild those missing houses. There we go, 2 coming up now. He's gonna be able to get some more units out. MarineLorD out on the map, out on the outer resources, out on the deer there. Mammoth Imperial Armory coming in. But MarineLorD, he cannot get these upgrades in as at an accelerated rate like the Malians, so he's going to have to wait some time for veterancy to really hit here, and he's going to try his best to delay Louis behind this, doing his best to just force him to react to the Sofa on the sides. Louis behind this, though, he's starting to move forward now with the archers, with the Sofas, and walling the sides.
Yeah, one of the things we didn't talk about was the Vizier point that MarineLorD chose. We heard double relic get picked up right as he aged up, so he got the 2 imams out of the Vizier points, and that's going to allow him to secure those relics very quickly, which is so important to counteract Mali from getting one of their precious vital resources even more passively.
Yeah. This wall on the top side, though, from Louis is going to mean that he's going to be able to secure at least one of the relics. Veterancy upgrades are actually going to make their way through for the archers, for the Sipahi on MarineLorD's side. So he's going to be in a fine spot army-wise. And both players are actually really even. MarineLorD, though, almost 20 villagers ahead at the moment, thanks to that second TC. Is it going to get burned down, though, by Louis?
And Janissary's starting to get queued up. He's going to need a lot more of those, but Louis can snipe those out so well. Archers move forward, immediately push Louis back off of that second TC. Looks like main engagement getting close to happening. Louis' queue was just so healthy, has finally been able to take the military number lead. And he looks like he wants to take the fight now. Diving onto the archers into that stealth force. Stofa front line is just so strong for himself. Only 4 Janissaries from MarineLorD's side.
Yeah, and without the pierce damage level 2, it is just now coming in, but just doesn't feel like it's good enough. Archers doing their best though, MarineLorD sniping out the Donzo every single time, and now Janissaries are making their way through, but Archers on the side from Louis, he's doing a great job there, sniping them out.
Every single Janissary just got sniped out so perfectly by Louis. He knew what to focus. He knew what he needed to do. He planned this timing attack perfectly. We asked, play it in feudal or go up to castle with this timing, and castle with the timing is exactly what he chose. He's fully denying that second TC location. Had a huge win as far as that fight goes.
Yeah, the thing is behind this does not stop. There's just going to be more and more aggression now coming out from Louis behind this. MarineLorD has a really great food income, but this is going to fall further and further and further now as these raids are coming in, and the gold just expired.
Yeah, he just got forced off that secondary gold. 6 villagers jump back inside that secondary TC. Louis going back to burning it. Mangonel has popped out. Janissary number looking a little bit healthier to stop that sofa mass. But Louis moves forward, wants to take the fight yet again. Mangonel trying to step forward, gets a Weasley awful shot there. Janissaries again getting sniped down. Sofa circling around to focus down the Mangonel. Heals are not going to be enough. The MarineLorD's numbers still continuing to fall, but the front line for Louis does not look like it is there. So Sipahi's now going to chase down that archer mass.
10 more Sipahi in queue behind all of this for MarineLorD. More Janissaries coming in. He moved out with 23 villagers to the gold on the side. If Louis finds that, that could be game ending right there. But MarineLorD behind us able to secure the 4th relic actually in this game. Behind this, Louis is going on to the Sacred Sites 2 already captured. We're seeing a very similar dynamic coming in here right now that we did in the last game between Vortex and Annotant. Sipahi though, they're a menacing unit, but so far in mass, they're also going to be menacing, and we're now seeing poison arrows researched by Louis.
Yeah, and that's what I really feel like is going to be the difference. Is we've seen Louis doing such a great job of sniping out the Janissaries with his archers, but now the archers will be more effective against anything they're fighting. And you called it! The sofa, they spot out the gold movement that MarineLorD did, and just not only will this be a few villager kills, it's just the amount of actually 0 villager kills. It's just the amount of denial idle time. That's 20 villagers now not working for MarineLorD. That's basically his whole entire lead. He's trying to build an outpost on this front side gold. Louis has to know gold will be a problem. Ottomans, those Janissaries, pretty high cost gold unit. And Louis going back to the second TC again.
And because MarineLorD is now investing massively into Janissaries, he's not investing as much into archers. That means Louis can now start investing a lot more into Donzos, and he is doing just that. Donzo mass now soon back up to over 20 units. The food income at this point in time, Dapson, look at that, 2-1. MarineLorD, he's running out of deer on the map. He's running out of sheep inside of his base. This is the moment in time now where Malians, with their cattle economy, just pull ahead so far.
Yeah, and Louis doing a great job of now splitting off a few sofas and just getting to the economy, idling out more and more villagers, making MarineLorD react and fight at different spots with a, it's not easy for Sipahi to deal with Sofa. It's really the Janissaries that's that counter unit, but you can't stop a bunch of Sofa raids effectively with Janissaries.
That's right, MarineLorD has 1 Mangonel inside of his base. It's going to be a great archer counter here. Louis, he does have a lot of archers out there, but still so many sofas here as well. And actually, he's just pausing production for a second. He's going in!
I mean, you said for a second, all he has to do is pause production literally for a minute, and he goes up to Imperial Age, and that's exactly what is about to happen. And the military, he's at 74 units, 77 units out. Still, he hasn't had a full pause production. He's just making archers now, and we'll be able to go up while still outmassing the Ottomans of all civilizations.
You know what's crazy, right? MarineLorD, he's 30 villagers ahead. Yet Louis has more income. Thanks to the cattle ranches and the pit mines. Yep. You know, that's pretty good. And now Fort of the Huntress is going to be coming in on the large gold vein. Fort of the Huntress, that's such a good landmark. Stealthing up your infantry units, but not just that. This keep fires poison arrows, so it's actually a lot stronger than normal keeps as well. And first strike ability means that your Musafwadi Warrior's first attack does like an additional 32 damage when it hits.
Yeah, he does secure himself that 8k. I actually would have loved it in the middle sacred side on the other 8k. I feel like it's just kind of in the middle of nowhere instead, but either way, Imperial Age is the real key here. MarineLorD, he knows he needs to do something. Sipahi mass deciding to attack, deciding to... They're running somewhere. Run across the other side of the map. It will find, you know, a couple pit mines, but MarineLorD, he knows he can't go forward with that whole mass, or Louis might just attack his base, might just end the game. But Fort of the Huntress is exactly what he's about to be surprised with.
Yeah, Sipahi looking for some raids here. Outpost is going to keep some of these villagers safe, and MarineLorD's doing the smart thing. He's splitting his army up, only using 2 Sipahi to damage. MarineLorD spots the Age up, spots the Imperial Age up now. But Louis, he's got so many resources left behind us. He's got enough to press every single elite upgrade now. But this means that this is a fight which he could take, but he doesn't want to take. He doesn't need to take it. He can wait. He can get the upgrades in. And once he does have these upgrades, he's going to be in a much, much better spot to take these fights. And it's only going to be 1.5 minutes for these upgrades to come in. Sipahi might potentially find some villagers there on the stone vein, though. Villagers are going to react. Sipahi, though, aren't.
The villagers are like chasing the Sipahi. In reality, running into the TC, MarineLorD, he actually dives in between the 2 outposts. The Mangonels are moving forward. They could get some great shots off here in the choke point.
Oh! He's got to be very careful here. Dead bodies littering the streets there between the outposts and the wall. And he just has to bide his time for a little bit longer. He's also getting the blacksmith upgrade for +2 damage on these archers in as well. That's the unique, like the university upgrade replacement for the Malians. That's in now. He's got the upgrades. This is the point in time for him to start taking these fights.
Yeah, a huge infantry mass. He's going for it. Now the Mangonels are out of position. Slow to react. MarineLorD loses the first one. Still no shots being taken. Oh, decent shot in the middle ground. It can really be the difference of those 2 Mangonels during this fight. But every time those poison archers get a volley off, they take down so many units on MarineLorD's side. Looks like Louis still doesn't want to take the fight yet. Don't know what he's waiting for. Sacred
getting
Sight
a bombard.
timer.
Bombards up against the Mangonels could definitely help him out taking these engagements. He doesn't have any sofas to snipe them out at the moment, so that's probably what he's waiting for right now. But MarineLorD, he's still pushing in, taking down infrastructure, but maybe overstaying his welcome a little bit too long.
It definitely, if I were MarineLorD in this position, I'd be feeling really good. It's like you're forcing your opponent back, but you don't always know what's waiting on the other side. It's more Imperial Age upgrades and more Imperial Age upgrades. And all of a sudden, he's going to be out-teched, outnumbered, and might just lose that fight. Bombard's finally moving forward, has split his mass as well. Louis is going to be attacking from the backside, has 2 different groups coming on in. MarineLorD is forced on away. But Louis doesn't want to chase too.
He just got the Great Bombard in. This is going to be enough, though. MarineLorD, he needs another minute in order to go for his own Imperial Age behind this. Does have a great farm economy, but it's all in the front. If Louis is able to push across the map, that is game over.
If he is, it looks like that's exactly what he wants to do. The numbers, you can see how just purely Louis has the numbers so heavily on his side. 109 to 70 right now, but isn't pulling the trigger, is waiting for the right fight, rebuilding all that infrastructure he lost. Probably gonna go ahead and just wait to get some more production down, but the Istanbul Observatory is being built, an Imperial Age on the way for MarineLorD.
MarineLorD, though, unlike Louis, MarineLorD is struggling when it comes to gold access at the moment here. He doesn't have that much in the bank. He can get 1 elite upgrade, but the gold vein that he's on at the moment is about to expire as well. Could be getting maybe a second one. And Louis, he's just constricting the golds further. Keep is going up on the second large gold vein. He's going to have complete gold access on the map. So, sure, MarineLorD might be getting 1 or 2 elite upgrades in. But after that, it's going to be tough. And we're seeing elite coming in on the Janissaries. Yeah, he has to cancel it. He knows that he can't afford Janissaries. He's got to get it on the archers instead.
Yeah, really has to choose. This is such an important choice. And that's where Louis on the other side doesn't have to make those choices. He's got all the income that he needs and wants from those 8k golds that he has. That also, that keep location will secure that middle sacred site that he is going to retake. We'll restart the timer here, resecuring all 3 sacred sites. But that Great Bombard will start attacking the keep that he's building in the center.
Yeah, it's going to be another shot coming out from that. He's going to have to fall back now, though. But Louis with his large army. Mangonels, though. That's a lot of them out at the moment. 5 Mangonels total.
Oh, Louis might have forgotten one of his... Yeah, it looks like he left one of the control groups forward. Didn't take too many losses there for it. And split off a Donzo mass to do some raiding. Try to kill some villagers. Maybe kill some siege right as it comes out.
It's so great, such a great choice for him to use the Donzos to go for these raids, because then MarineLorD has to use a slower unit to fight off against them. He can't just send in the Sipahi, because the Sipahi are going to get countered out by them.
Yeah, and this is really forcing MarineLorD back and allowing Louis to further constrict the gold. He's fully denying all of the income for gold for MarineLorD other than relics and I think just relics.
Now behind this, we also have a little bit of a bombard engagement here. Bombard on bombard, but healing is coming in there as well behind this. Louis, there's the point in time now for him to start taking some more fights. We're also getting elite army tactics now, so these Donzos are going to have a lot more health. They're going to be a lot more of a meat shield at the front side. We'll be able to tank a lot more against the archers, but most importantly, their bonus damage against the Sipahi is also going to increase. Bombard at the front side, trying to take down the siege. We are seeing some Mangonel shots.
Into the Donzo, though. Mangonel shots turning, hitting a decent couple clumps of the archers. But this is a fight that Louis, the first initial engagement went well, but MarineLorD's follow-up makes Louis fall back even further. Keep still being denied. The hard part for MarineLorD is every gold unit he loses is so much harder to replenish, so much harder to remake in the long term.
More and more Donzos now coming in yet again. The front line from Louis has been kind of thinned out. At the same time, though, second bombard now coming in. Slowly but surely, Louis is able to thin out this Mangonel mass here from MarineLorD. That's going to be the main thing that he needs to focus on right now. Get rid of that siege factor from his opponent. He's got a third one in queue as well behind this. I'm surprised that we don't see any more sofas yet at this point in time. Maybe he doesn't know just on how much pressure he's got MarineLorD gold-wise. Great bombard. It's getting repaired, but not going to be enough. No, it isn't enough. Just in time.
Just enough. The Mangonels, though, every time they have to move back, this allows Louis a bit more timing. That keep has gotten so low, but hasn't been able to be taken down. Villagers on the wood line are basically in the fight now at this point.
MarineLorD now also investing into mass spearmen. Now with 3 bombards, Louis should really start being able to take some better trades up against these Mangonels with these bombards. Biology coming as well. We're now getting the range upgrade on the archers. That's going to be a big one for Louis. Now these archers are going to be able to fight from much more range as well. Not going to be under too much threat anymore from those Mangonels.
Oh. 3 bombards moving forward. They're finally trying to take down that siege on the other side. They set up and then they turn back and run away. Haven't been able to fully set up yet. They're diving back under the keep. And this is where Louis looks like he's about to turn. 1 Mangonel goes down. Villagers still rebuilding. Just a small trade here back and forth. But again, it just feels like over time, this is just slowly constricting MarineLorD further and further. 300 gold in the bank for him. Meanwhile, Siege works on the other side for Louis, and Louis still has 2k.
Oh, we're getting adjustable crossbars in as well. That's going to be huge for him. His Mangonels are going to be able to do so much more damage. Bombards still have to be really, really careful. They want to take down these Mangonels, but you cannot just throw them away. Frontline is trading out. There aren't that many Sipahi left there. Bombard sniping out one of the Mangonels. Second Mangonel soon to be following here. One more shot. Now only 2 Mangonels remaining. Now Louis is able to start thinking out the army. No more Sipahi left at the front side. So many EQ, but they're going to take a while to come in. And the archers with the upgrade advantage. MarineLorD does not have silk bowstrings. His archers don't have the bonus range. A lot of these archers is actually not archers, but Janissaries as well. He's got to have to fall back, keep being rushed up. But the bombard's already there.
Outpost on the front side immediately taken down, and this is where those bombards get to continually move forward. If we thought MarineLorD was taking down infrastructure, these 3 bombards are just going to cause mayhem in the front side of MarineLorD's economy. You mentioned farms were forward earlier. If Louis just gets any few more steps forward as far as his position goes, it's all but over for MarineLorD.
The Louis walls are coming in. He's securing his mangonels up against the Sipahi now with these forward walls. Sipahi trying to dive into the back, trying to find some reinforcements or economy there are actually going to be able to make it through. There's going to have to be some reinforcements being pulled there from Louis. He's getting a lot of stone at the moment as well behind this. It's going to be potentially a lot of damage here, but Louis behind this, is he just going to be moving forward? The MarineLorD is just going for the cattle ranches.
Oh, wants to fully take down all of that passive income. They take down the cattle ranches so fast. There's a decent amount of Donzo who have arrived already, so maybe will not cause as much damage into those cattle ranches as expected. 6 full sets of cows dead. We're going to make that another 8 now. 8 cows down.
Yeah, a lot of cows getting slain there, but at the same time, this also allows Louis to use the villagers that have not been really gathering a ton of meaningful resource for him to just put them on food instead. He can just gather from these cattle now. This could actually be a momentary boost in food income for Louis there.
Yeah, and not only that, we just saw the siege from Louis continuing to fire, took down the second TC, and more importantly, all the farms around it now can't be worked efficiently. More and more farms will slowly get taken down. Look at that farm economy that's about to be idled out, that's about to get taken out on MarineLorD's side.
Oh, and the adjustable crossbar's doing so much damage out there. MarineLorD, he doesn't have a lot of supply here now at the front line. He does have 25 in queue, though, while still having over 3,000 food in the bank. Now from this little siege outpost here, positioning. Louis is trying to fight back. Mangonels firing on to the archers here from Louis. But it's not going to be enough. Bombard's doing a great job there. And the Mangonels from Louis just taking so many trades.
And not only that, look at the siege from MarineLorD now. He's got 2 great bombards, that's it. Sipahi's still running around the base of Louis, but I feel like Louis has been causing a lot more damage into MarineLorD's base. It has not been quite even on either side. 2 great bombards moving forward, though.
It looks like now MarineLorD wants to push back a little bit with his own siege. Mangonel is going to get sniped almost here. Villager's gonna probably get pulled to repair that. And these walls are just such an annoyance here at the moment for MarineLorD. Still raids going on with the Sipahi. He's just been getting so much value out of those. Look at all the dead bodies here lying around.
I'm hoping that Louis has fully finished the walls now at this point, because he cannot let that happen again. I feel like that's the biggest thing that has caused him the back foot here is those 10, 15 Sipahi just did so much damage, caused so much delay.
Yeah, Louis behind this, though, is getting a little bit of an influx on the food economy thanks to being able to now actively gather up from these cattle. And now we're seeing the sofa transition behind this. Louis knows he now needs a gold unit to finish MarineLorD in this one. He also needs gold, though. Does have control over the large gold veins. I say control, it's like semi-control. He's got a semblance of control over them.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, though, MarineLorD was able to resecure that one bottom gold vein in the south. I'm not sure how much gold is left on it. He's got 2,000 in the bank, though. I just don't think that there's too much left. This is another big fight, though, that's going on. Mangonels have not been able to set up. Bombards
moving too far forward.
Trying to take down the great bombards on the other side. Haven't been able to do so. There's constantly villagers healing those up, and all of the siege gets taken out from Louis except for his triple mangonels in the backside. 254 gold left for MarineLorD, though. This is the time where after that, there really is no more gold, except maybe on the east if he can secure that one.
What does he really need gold for at the moment in his army composition? The siege, he's getting it mostly for free. Mangonel's trying its best to do damage here, trying its best to move forward, but the Great Bombard's also doing great damage here to them. Sofa now finally coming in. No Janissaries left, no Spearmen left at the front line as well. This is the moment in time for the Sofas to truly shine now as they are moving on top of these Great Bombards. They're being forced back. Sipahi now undefended. Donzo's taking great engagements here. Number 1 is going down. Number 2 is under attack. Will soon be taken down as well. well. MarineLorD trying to get some spearmen, some janissaries on the field as well. But behind this, Louis has got a great mass of not just archers, but also the Musifani gunners in now. And once again, he is pushing into the farming economy from MarineLorD. How long can he keep up with the Sipahi production behind all of this pressure from Louis?
This is so crazy. MarineLorD still able to hold, still somehow having food income, still barely having a little bit of gold trickle in, but continually losing ground. Needs to spend that gold onto those janissaries like you were talking about. The Sofa do not have a major counter out, a few spears out on the front side, but mangonels moving forward, archers moving forward, Sofa moving forward. MarineLorD is in trouble. Will he be able to hold? Will he be able to turn this around?
Repair coming in on both sides. Great mangonel shots onto the archer backline there. Musafati gunners a little bit exposed. Are gonna fall back just a tiny bit. Behind this, more reinforcements coming in. Louis not able to get them up there in time though. Still a lot of supply remaining, but the trickling of troops, it's starting to thin out a little bit. And now we are getting once again just a semblance of a reset here as these players are remassing their military forces.
Yep. Still this back and forth, and Louis has to turn around and wait. MarineLorD is finally able to get some more of those Imperial upgrades. Siege works on the way for him as well.
Food income looking great for both players here. Siege works is going to be very, very valuable for those great bombards. And this Louis is on 4 great mangonels on his side. A lot more Sofas now coming in yet again. Archers being reinforced into as well. Wood can become an issue the longer the game goes, but at the moment, MarineLorD, he's got no gold access. He is just thoroughly constricted to Sipahi, Archer, Spearmen.
Yeah,
every now and then a trickle of the janissaries.
And Louis saw what damage the Sipahi did on his side. He's going to try to do some raiding himself, but has Sipahi chasing down those Sofa in a big mass at that. Idles out some farms, kind of splitting off some units. Another keep gets dropped from MarineLorD, and more gold secured, at least temporarily.
This is so important for him now at the moment. He needs this gold for the janissaries.
Oh, great bombard!
Great bombard! That's value right there.
That's so expensive. That's such a big loss there.
Able to snipe that out. And also now gets vision on those gold villagers.
Yeah, he lost 1 Sofa for that. Sofa mass finally gets chased down by the Sipahi in the base. Louis even microing the lower health Sofa back, at least for the time being, trying to get that trade a little bit better. I never thought he'd be looking at this.
Crazy how good the Sipahi are doing up against the Sofa.
Yeah, I mean, traded out much better than expected, but still probably a somewhat efficient trade for Louis just as far as pure numbers go. And Louis still just holding that middle ground location, chilling in the mid-map. Both players 200 pop out of 200 pop.
Now a remass into bombards on both sides, or rather Louis finally getting some bombards in again. Definitely is going to need them up against these keeps as well. MarineLorD right now just sitting next to that one. And Sipahi, they're just such a strong meat shield. Even though Louis has got 27 Dunzos in up against 27 Sipahi, it just feels like it just might not be enough. Oh, we get another nice Sipahi raid though on the wood economy.
The question is does he go for this right as, you know, maybe the bombard moves forward, tries to hit the keep, tries to hit the great bombard on the other side. Outpost trying to be built for MarineLorD. It's just a few seconds too late.
Just realized it though, village is being pulled back.
All of those villagers having to run away. Armies at the other side of the map. It looked like there was a gap in between those walls, but instead Louis burning down the gate.
Wait, MarineLorD's deleting villagers. MarineLorD's just deleting villagers right now because he knows, okay, I need more military out in the field. We just saw him delete like 10 villagers.
I guess he wants more mass. He knows he needs to take one big fight that wins it, and that's what he's going for. He's up at 101 military population. Mangonel's moving forward, getting a couple shots off onto the Sipahi as they move forward, but Louis immediately kites on back. At the same time, Sofa into the farming eco, into the back side of the Ottoman economy. But look at MarineLorD moving forward. He wants this fight. He's taking this fight, and it looks to be going well for himself right now. Mangonel's finally turning around, not really fighting in the group. MarineLorD's done a great job spreading out his units, but the front side Sipahi mass is down to 7. There's still a keep. There's still Mangonel's. MarineLorD has to turn and run, and how much damage has been done in his eco? That's going to be a lot.
That was so close to a turnaround there from MarineLorD, being able to get onto those Mangonels potentially. Now, Louis once again being able to push a little bit further forward up against him. More Donzos coming in, more Bombards coming in as well, definitely needed. MarineLorD investing all of his gold, or at least a lot of his gold at the moment, into Janissaries as well. Actually, I think those might just be coming out from his military schools.
Yeah, I mean,
all the gold, from again.
The gold's only going to Janissaries and great Bombards, and that's what he needs out the most right now. I feel like those have been the biggest difference during these fights. If he has the great Bombards, has the Janissaries, he can hold. If not, he starts to lose more and more ground.
Now the front line, though, from Louis, it's looking very healthy yet again, up to 50 Donzos almost. So for still causing some trouble in the base of MarineLorD. Again, front lines exchanging here.
Keep for MarineLorD trying to be held. MarineLorD's doing a great job of building some more production forward. I think that's one of the biggest things that he has done that Louis hasn't. It's just his reinforcements. These spears are getting to the front line so much faster because he has the barracks on the front line.
Stouffer still running around here, but will soon all be dealt with. Siege war still going on between the two. Keep cannot be repaired indefinitely, and with the next volley should be going down. There we go, fight is coming in.
And that's where Louis decides to continue to move forward even further. Mangonel's moving farther forward as well. Villager's going to be pulled, going to try to heal up some of this siege.
So for diving in, so Donzo's being pulled back as well, though.
Louis needs to fall back. He does not
Siege
have
needs to
enough
fight.
of a military mass. The siege is just turning and running, and that's the main military numbers that he has. It's all in the siege right now. Decent turn on the Mangonels there. The triple great bombards, so they're going to start taking down this keep, and Louis will start running out of that 8k gold vein if that spot gets denied.
And military count just not looking good enough for Louis at the moment behind this. He's done great economy damage to MarineLorD behind all of this as well, of course, but is it enough? That's the most important question here, because MarineLorD, he still, of course, has the passive production here from all of his military schools on the units there. Siege every now and then, it's just exchanging blows, going back and forth, But these Mangonels were missing out on like these really great big shots that Louis needs at the moment.
There. Keep has barely been able to stay alive. Every time Louis pushes forward, it gives those villagers a little bit more time to rebuild. Mangonel's taking a couple more shots. One of those great bombards is really low, but still not able to be taken down. Villagers pulled to heal that up, and that siege getting healed is just so fast. But MarineLorD does have to regroup for a second. Look at his food in the bank, though. He is both of these players just spending all of their resources that they can.
Yet again, farms are being rebuilt on different positions. Some villages getting sniped out there by the Great Bombards. MarineLorD actually having less villages at the moment than Louis on the Malians. Both of these players, of course, do have some passive income here and there.
Gold vein temporarily being denied. Another outpost goes down. Looks like a bombard just got sniped out, or Mangonel couldn't tell exactly there.
Oh, Louis got 6 bombards of his own, though. He's going to try and snipe out the bombards from MarineLorD, but MarineLorD, he's got 5 great bombards of his own. That's a hefty amount of them.
He wants to deny this middle location that Louis has been fighting from for so long. It feels like there's a lot of fights MarineLorD's won, but then immediately has to turn around and fall back away because of this keep, because of this central location. So that is what he is trying to deny.
Units here at the front side are being somewhat stealthed up as well. Louis, he's preparing for another fight. MarineLorD has more military mass out on the field, though. More value there as well. Fight could be coming in rather soon now. Great shot there from these great bombards.
There's so much
lose
siege
one in
from
return.
Louis. I just feel like it hasn't been getting the value that MarineLorD has. Fight being taken, though. Louis finally engaging. Mangonel sniping down the range. Mass Bombards doing everything they can to take down the Great Bombards on the other side. But the AoE splash from MarineLorD just looks like it's about to be too much. Sniping down so much siege on the side of Louis.
Yeah, all the siege is now getting sniped. Louis, he's lost the siege battle at the front side. One Mangonel still remaining, but still so many great bombards more in queue from MarineLorD behind this. And Louis, he's gonna need to remass into sofas, I think, actually, this point in time, but the food economy just doesn't look as good as it needs to for that. This keep, slowly but surely, is getting taken down, but at the very least, there's no gold left there.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where they've been fighting in this middle ground for so long. I thought MarineLorD would have been choked out of gold resources for so long, but has been able to hold all of those passively generating military schools, the MIA, and the 4 relics is just enough to continue to pump these numbers. The keep finally falls. Louis has to run back with those villagers. Has 5.5k over by the Fort of the Huntress gold vein left over, though, that he can move out to. Has done such a good job waiting, but he's got bigger problems. It's not going to be gold, it's wood that is running out on this map.
Yeah, behind this siege, once again getting remassed into. The only one here that has access to free siege is going to be MarineLorD. Villagers getting taken down now, though, on the side. We're seeing sofas finally being remassed into, as there aren't that many Janissaries left, and that's going to be one great bombard potentially going down now. Will get sniped out.
Yeah, it looks like MarineLorD might have been looking away for a brief second. Mangonel's turned into fire, trying to do as much damage as they possibly can.
Oh,
Louis,
great fight.
really good fight for Louis on this one.
Able to take down the Matters as well. No more aura on this army from MarineLorD now. Bombards firing at the front side.
Forward, good Mangonel shots on the front side. No Sipahi left where they were there. There's still 20 out on the map somewhere that we can see. Probably just getting reinforced from all of those stables that he has.
And this first game of the set already looking so taxing for these players. Very engaging one here now so far. Fight is coming in. Sipahi coming in from both sides here. So many Mangonels on the field. Even the great bombards can't take all of them down. And Louis, he's continuously pushing forward now. Big Mangonel shot, trying to get onto those units in the backline. They step away in time, though.
Yeah, villagers moving out on the gold, just doing everything they can, getting every resource they can before they die. And military numbers still basically dead, even other than the siege. Louis, he's been pumping out that siege and not really maybe taking more effective trades, but can do so with how much gold he has from these pit mines, from those 8Ks that he secured for himself.
He is now also finally starting to reinvest a little bit into the food economy as well. We do see a farm cluster coming up in the back of his base. Might need a couple more of those. He is making some more. Because food-wise, MarineLorD, he's been continuously ahead of him throughout this, even with all of the cattle economy, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's not like Ottomans has any like crazy food bonuses out for farms or anything like, you know, the English and other civilizations. However, has been able to keep those resources per minute super healthy, even through the raids, even through all of these crazy fighting that's been happening.
These great bombards have just been doing so well. The army is stealthed up here. The army is stealthed up. Great bombards, a couple of them are really low health right now. Could be sniped out. One is getting sniped here. Very important trades.
Mangonel set up. Decent shots over the tree line, but just onto the Sipahi, so it didn't look like it did too much damage. And Sipahi mass is just so massive. 40 Sipahi on out. Meanwhile, only 27 Donzo on the other side. However, Sofa numbers starting to be built up again. Up to 10 Sofa.
Yeah, Sipahi mass though, 44 Sipahi. This truly is like one of the strongest units in the game here right now. Just such a heavily reinforceable meat shield here. So much health on them as well, and they don't cost gold. That's the most important thing here. They don't cost gold. Got a lot of range. They can dive onto these siege units as well. with all of the bonus range that they have. Yeah, that's a lot of them. Repair comes in on that cattle ranch.
Yep. Keep in the center. Louis spots it out and it's like, why have I not taken this down yet? I have 4 bombards. This will go down in the blink of an eye here. So that's exactly what he goes and is about to do. Moves on over with all his siege, with his army mass. Wants to take down the keep, but MarineLorD has another idea. Moves forward with that Sipahi mass, wants to take this engagement, or at least deny Louis from taking down his keep location.
This fight, I think this might just get forced in now by MarineLorD. Fight is happening here. Donzo's at the front line. Sofa's helping out as well. We do have Janissaries in the mix though. Louis falling back behind his walls. There's a keep here now as well, reinforcing everything else. No boiling oil on that though, but will be a little bit of a better choke point for him to fire from. Great bombards, doing a lot of damage as well though to the keep, but most importantly also to the army from Louis, as this AoE splash does so much damage every time it hits.
Yeah, it's just that massive ball of that Ottoman army that's so hard to take down. Both of these players, they're running out of wood. Looks like MarineLorD's even starting to trade from that eastern corner all the way across to the market.
Ooh, villagers getting found out.
So many holes in the walls.
Honestly, at this point in time, it's not bad for Louis to lose some villagers, because he definitely had a couple too many. He's got over 6,000 gold in the bank. This is the point in time where he needs to just get food, get wood, and get military out on the field as quickly as possible and as many as possible. Right now, he's got 33 siege units, 100 army units. Now is the point in time for him to start taking some fights, but he has to be careful. The Great Bombards, the AoE, it's so dangerous to just stay out there.
Yeah, he's max pop with 66 villagers. That just means so much room for military, so many units that can be out, so many siege units that can be out, and that's where Louis can definitely take this fight and maybe have this actually be a turning point.
It looks like a fight might get taken here now. Units are streaming forward. Sipahi at the front line. Mangonels are starting to push forward. Sipahi, there's still so many in queue. Janissaries now also available in a good mass here at the front line. But the Mangonels, can they get the connections on the back line? That's the most important thing. And the bombards, can they finally start sniping out these great bombards here from MarineLorD? The fight's actually being taken, and it looks like it's gonna go over in Louis' favor now, as the Mangonels able to get some connections to the back line. But Sipahi take down some more bombards there.
Yep, Janissaries still alive. Front line of Louis is starting to get wiped out though so quickly, and there's so many Sipahi pumping out from MarineLorD that his siege will be at risk. Needs to fall back away here now, and another engagement that just has both players turning and probably tucking tail here in a few minutes. MarineLorD though able to get on the last few mangonels. All of that siege for Louis got thrown down the drain, and we said he only had 65 villagers. He isn't able to reboom quite as quick.
This is getting ridiculous at this point in time in MarineLorD. At the end of this game, this is a message to production. At the end of this game, can we get the number of total Donzo and Sipahi produced in this game? This is gonna be the mission. That's going to be the mission for our production team. I got to get the total number of Donzos and Sipahi at the end of this.
I mean, there have been so many units produced, so many units taken down this game. And this is where I will say every production building at this point is so important when wood starts to run lower, especially the forward production that we've been seeing that MarineLorD did such a good job with. He was able to remass so quickly in the front side. And Louis, I feel like, has never really had that forward production for himself.
Keep in the back here from Louis is getting sniped out. Louis might need to get another keep up here. Oh. He's had a lot of villagers on this side as well. I feel like those villagers are going to go down.
Oh, MarineLorD's about, this is the big difference. That's half of Louis' economy, if not more, as far as the villager economy. So he better start using that 5,000 gold in a way to fully max out his military right now and have a push that makes a difference. Because if not, MarineLorD will just have enough Sipahi to end this game.
Yeah, we are seeing at the very least like a remass now into the Musafadi warriors. Fort of the Huntress could help out a little bit here. Villagers not choosing to garrison inside of that though. Still reinforcements getting hit on. Villagers,
oh, no.
they just don't want to jump inside the fortress.
No, they want to build a lumber camp.
That's more important.
Yeah, next to that
it's gonna be so much population gun. They're trying to hide in there. Another fight is coming in right now.
Louis has to win this one or it's over. I mean, plain and simple. I don't know how MarineLorD does it, but that's why people call him the GOAT here. He held for so long when it felt like it was all but over, and now it feels like he has secured this game for himself. Louis under 100 total population. Meanwhile, MarineLorD 19 Sipahi still in queue, will be able to remax to 200 in no time at all, and he is taking this game number 1. We said this would be a hype series. First game, 55 minutes, and still not over.
There it is. All units falling. MarineLorD, he has done it. No economy left. GG gets called. Game number 1, which was quite the active game, I gotta say, the very least. Oh my god. How long did we go? 55 minutes in the end, almost the first in game number 1 in the best of 9. We could be going for another 8 hours, Stabston.
I mean, another 8 hours indeed could happen. Will it happen? I'm not so sure. You can see the resources gathered, and you asked production to do a little solid for you, and we already got a message from back office over here. 454 Donzo, 425 Sipahi.
It's crazy. Sipahi, they're such a high value unit, and considering everything, right? Considering just how many counter units have been made, it's insane. It's insanity that you can just spam Sipahi up against the counters as a front line, and they just still, with so much health that they have, do a great job.
I mean, I just am still shocked how MarineLorD held for so long. Like, Ottoman's not known for like this massive like extra passive eco bonus or anything like that. All these farms are getting destroyed on this front side. He just holds, and time again somehow figures out a way to get the leg back up and take Louis down and start the series on a high note. Go 1-0.
Yeah, I think in these greater fights, they're just... Louis wasn't able to utilize his siege well enough. The mangonels, the shots were nice here and there, but I think maybe sometimes you just got to take a shot on the front line as well, rather than just sending them all the way in. And sometimes the siege has just been sitting for too long in the back. They're not able to take these shots that were needed. Every now and then, like here at this point as well, there was such a great timing for Louis to just go for the aggressive. He then went back though, went all the way up to Imperial Age. I feel like maybe if he just pressured a little bit more in Castle Age, because Castle Age is where Ottomans are actually the weakest in, that could have maybe been his way into the game. Maybe just gave MarineLorD a little bit too much time in this one. But now it's time to look forward to the next game in the set, because we're going over to Relic River with the Order of the Dragon up against the Japanese.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, this is one of those that I wonder if Louis, you got to have a short memory in these tournaments, and obviously now both of these players very experienced in doing so. You just got to put this game number 1 behind you, start game planning. Relic River, Japanese versus Order, like you mentioned, and obviously, you know, you had a long first game. This is going to be a long series. Who is going to have the endurance? Who's going to have the stamina for this best of 9?
Stamina definitely makes a huge difference here between them. Of course, MarineLorD with that experience that he has in the pro scene. Louis, though, he's been able to gather up his own experience as well time and time again during these tournaments, so I don't expect him to really slouch down after a couple of games here. And Relic River, I mean, that's an interesting one with Japan as well, because Japan, they could go for a little dock drop there at the bottom. There are some shoreline fish that you can go on to. Order of the Dragon is one that interests me, though, because they don't really synergize in any great manner with this map, I want to say. It will be interesting to see what's really being planned here right now by MarineLorD with that Order of the Dragon pick.
Yeah, I mean, has he been practicing? Has he been planning something on Relic River with Order that, you know, is off meta? I feel like I doubt it. MarineLorD's usually that pretty, you know, typical meta player. Wants the opponents to, you know, make the mistake and plays his own game and forces the opponents to make the mistakes as well.
Exactly. I mean, maybe we're going to see like a 2TC Order of the Dragon play here. We've seen it time and time again, especially from the Canadian brothers, just being utilized very well. Like, Order of the Dragon is like one of the few civilizations that can reasonably go for a second TC play, utilize the Burgrave Palace, and just get a lot of units out behind it, because their economy, like their villager scaling, is really, really good. 28% bonus gathering on these villagers baseline. Sure, they produce 3 seconds slower, but two TCs and you're getting them twice as often. That's still a very good scaling there that you get going for yourself.
Yeah, it feels so weird saying 2 TCs in this meta that we've been living in. I feel like most of the players who go 2 TCs are usually the ones that fall with the pro scouts meta that we've been in for quite some time now. But you know, like you said, it is Order. That was their kind of wheelhouse for a while, was that 2 TC game plan. But we got 10 seconds. We'll be jumping in to this game number 2 after that banger of a first game.
And Louis, he's got to get this reset in now. New game, new Louis, because he is now 1 point behind. It's a best of 9. There's still so many games to go. And we are going to be jumping into our game number 2 now. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Team Elephants Louis with the Japanese here moving out to those shoreline fish at the bottom side of the map here. His opponent, Gentlemate's MarineLorD in the color pink, is going to be playing as the Order of the Dragon. No move out from him. He is going to be playing this one with a fast feudal age. Potential 2TC, we'll see in a little bit.
Potential 2TC indeed. You can, see these initial scouting patterns on Relic River. Obviously, the name Relic River is there for a reason. River in the middle of the map with all the relics on it. Obviously, nice centralized balanced relic spawning with the way that the map generation will work. And so, who will be able to take advantage of that mid-map and really, secure those over for himself? Louis, though, going ahead, docking, getting some of that shoreline fish.
Yeah, additional economy definitely going to be nice for him. Even investing into Tawara early on, so a little bit of additional boost there on his villager efficiency. He said he's going to have to gather a little bit more gold, though, for his own age up behind this. And yeah, I mean, the fishing ships are going to be nice there to boost up his own economy. Question is if it's going to be enough, though. Sheep gathering going on behind as well. We can take a quick look at the sheep count now between them, as most of the sheep should have been gathered up now at this point in the game. We do have Louis with 9 live sheep, either at STC or following his scout. Could still potentially find a couple more. MarineLorD, he's found a good amount as well. Yeah, very even between them at the moment.
And like you said, both sides have basically been full scouted by either player in their half of the map. Now it's time to move across, see what their opponent has in store, see what feudal age landmarks each player is choosing. And as we can already see, Minework Palace is the choice for MarineLorD, and Doc finally gets spotted as well.
So MarineLorD will have knowledge of that dock now. Will, of course, influence his own decision there for what he can go for next. Louis only just now moving out to the gold. Behind this, I mean, Louis, he's already out on the berries. Looks like he wants to save his sheep for as long as possible. So maybe this is going to be a dock play into fast castle age play from him, but MarineLorD will surely, with the Minework Palace, at least get a couple of units out in the feudal age.
Yeah, I feel like Order is one of those civilizations that, like, it's crazy how much damage 1 to 2 units can do, just because it forces, you can't just respond with 1 to 2 units. Even if it's the counter unit, you'll end up losing the fight a lot of times. And you can see the 5 economic lead for Louis already. Obviously, that's with the fishing ships. That's with the stronger villagers of Order the Dragon, with the slightly slower production that they have.
Yeah. Now, interestingly enough, the Gilded Knight, actually, even though you do have the deflective armor on Mounted Samurai, Gilded Knight still trades a lot better up against them. They just have so much damage, so much more attack speed as well, that these individual engagements mean that 1-on-1 or even 2-on-1, the Gilded Knights trade excellently. So you always have to be really, really careful there with how you take these fights. And That's definitely something that you are going to have to just take into account, that you just can't go for these straight one-on-one engagements or even two-on-one engagements. They can be quite tricky as the reinforcements come in, and especially since it is much simpler for Order of the Dragon to just pull a Gilded Knight back and heal those ones back to full as well, with a Regnitz potentially coming in here for MarineLorD should he go Castle Age soon.
Louis here's Feudal Age finish for MarineLorD. Pulls those few villagers back that built the dock, scouted out the villagers moving out to the deer for MarineLorD, and now it's just circling around, wants to see if there's any production building, wants to know what he needs to react with, if anything.
Yeah, scouting on going between them for now. It looks like we are going to get a horseman in for MarineLorD at this point in time. Just be able to do a little bit of harassment here. Archer range also coming in, so should there be a barracks counter, he's already going to have his own counter ready for that one. And yeah, fishing ships from Louis could be in danger here, but he's eyes forward. Wants to go to Castle Age after. We're already seeing the outpost coming up on the gold vein, so that's kind of the giveaway of what his plan is here in this one.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, one horseman, even though it's gilded, will start burning down the dock. Not able to deny the fishing yet. You can kind of try to throw your torches at the fishing. They'll just jump inside and out and constantly micro. So just wants to take down where the drop-off is as soon as possible. But Louis, he's fine with this right now. It's the distraction. It's the delay for what you just mentioned. Castle is his goal. He cares about his at-home economy, and just this is delaying the food that he is gathering from home.
Yeah. I mean, at this point in time, the fishing has already paid off for Louis as well. He's already managed to fish through one of these shoreline fish spots. That's already 500 food in for investment totaling 300 wood. This already paid off. He's in a good spot right now. Just doesn't want to overreact. We're also seeing arrow slits coming in on that outpost. Archer moving forward, but by that time, the arrow slit's going to be finished up. So we'll be fine to defend there with just the outpost.
Yeah, and this is going to be that constant micro war, in and out, over and over again. Archer has arrived, gets a shot off, but takes quite a bit from that arrow slits emplacement inside that outpost. Dock almost fully burnt down. Louis probably going to get one more drop off, call it a day, and will probably be dropping his age up soon after that. He needs to get a drop off here. Oh, that was so close.
Fishing ships now also running to the bottom just to waste a little bit more time from his opponent. He's been able to fully gather up these berries before his opponent could do any pressure on him over there. Louis getting as much of that food economy in as possible. 300 wood for Louis in the bank, so he's going to have enough for production building as well. And now's the point in time for him to just go for the age up. We're seeing the stable probably already getting prepared for him there.
That one archer
Louis
causing so much annoyance and idle time, though, as well.
Osman trying to go for a villager pick here, jumping inside the outpost. We do have +1 Pierce armor in already, courtesy of that Minework Palace for MarineLorD. So these horsemen can dive a couple of times before they lose their life. Now the age-up's coming in.
Yep, MarineLorD doubling down into feudal for now. Queued up some spears, queued up another horseman, another archer as well. So moving across with, you know, might not seem like a lot of units, but all of these units are gilded units, much stronger than just the initial ones from Japanese, especially something like a Yumi Archer.
Every time these horsemen run forward, Louis is going to have to react. Jumping inside the outpost now. MarineLorD, he's diving quite deep right now. Louis continuing to run away from these units, but he is losing some villagers. He's going to do a nice TC hop there.
Great
work is
TC
going
hop,
down,
but so many villagers are falling here. Does another little TC hop here. Only a few horsemen left, but this is the whole army of MarineLorD now that is gone. The question is was this worth it? Is this enough of a delay for the Castle Age?
This feels rough to argue as worth it, though, because, like, MarineLorD, he's just lost a lot of units, right? There was idle time cost, and there was also a couple of villagers killed. I want to say, like, a total of 4 villagers did go down. We had 4 fishing ships going down earlier as well. So villager count is even, but the Order of the Dragon villagers are a lot more efficient. But now with all of these horsemen down, I don't know, MarineLorD just kind of loses a lot of presence on the map. These movements are great from Louis.
Yeah, this is so good right now. Louis able to just take down more and more units. MarineLorD's making more units, but now Castle Age is finished. He's going to actually be able to start utilizing some of that Castle Age advantage. Yeah, there's a few spears. They're building a ram, but Louis has time. Just a little bit of time. Will it be enough here?
He's getting an archer range up.
This is
and more villagers being sent over to wood.
This is in vision right now, so I feel like Louis is at the point where he's like, if I hold this after what just happened, I am in a great position to win this game, just because he knows MarineLorD has put so much investment into this, so much military, is building a ram now, throwing all of those spears and horsemen inside of it, so it's just doing, no, just the spears inside of it. Villagers jump inside the outpost. Spears are going to jump out on top of the mounted samurai. Oh, not quite.
They're going to start getting hit by the arrow fire.
Yeah, arrow fire's getting to take down, and one of the spears already falls. Those are such expensive units, too. More damage going to be going down onto the spears, and the horsemen are basically dead as well. Now Yumi number's going to start getting pumped up, and it feels like MarineLorD is losing the timing that he had.
Yeah, and he's been doubling down so much on this play. Like, he's about to run out of food inside of his base as well. Natural resources are going to start to go down, and then he's going to have to do a farm transition before going for Castle Age.
Yeah, and this is one where if Louis can be able to use one mounted samurai and move across the map, he can just do so much damage on the gold, onto the food, and maybe cause MarineLorD to, you know, pull some of these units back. Instead, still continuing to defend. Yumi number starting to pump up to 3. Another spear running through the outpost fire, so another spear will be falling after the Yumi get one more shot on it. Oh, one more shot.
Archers engaging as well. House looks to be going down, will need to be replaced. Now with the Yumi, suddenly has a counter to these spearmen. And the Ram's trying to get some damage in, but now second Yoroshiro coming in as well. First relic is making its way back towards the base of Louis behind us. He just started to take the one relic at the top side. Maybe the horseman could find that Shinto priest. But if he's able to get back, like, the relics are coming in sooner or later here for him. MarineLorD now on his own way up to Castle Age is working on that. But the resources, he's on the berries now. He's run out of all other resources inside of his base.
Yeah, and this feels so bad because now he's having to sacrifice production to get up to castle, which still takes time to do. And Louis, we just saw moving across the map with 4 mounted samurai.
Horseman, immediate reaction from Louis. So good. Seeing that one and immediately pulling that villager inside of the cursed storehouse. Still has a knight there to defend. Now going forward with his own mounted samurai, trying to find some damage. There are some spearmen in defense, though, for MarineLorD. Trying to bait the spearmen to one direction here. MarineLorD not falling for that, though. And Burgrave Palace is coming up. It's going to get replaced a little bit safer.
Yeah, and this now means the military, though, is on MarineLord's side of the map, allowing those Shinto priests to continue to secure up those relics in mid-map, continuing to give himself that passive gold income, and now doesn't have to worry about, you know, that aggression that was coming.
Behind this, I mean, Louis is already making Yumi archers behind this, so already has a great response to the masses of spear at the moment from MarineLorD. And just mass Yumi and mounted samurai, that's a very solid army composition. We just got the daimyo upgrade as well for the main TC from Louis, so now has the option of adding in a Yumi bannerman behind as well. First relic finally made its way into the monastery here from Louis. And yet still more spearmen.
More and more spearmen is the play from MarineLorD, at least for the time being. Going ahead and getting that veteran upgrade in play. And I guess, you know, now at this point, looking back, it doesn't feel like Louis has been able to get a few relics, but it doesn't feel like he had as much timing potential as we expected with how much MarineLorD double, triple, quadruple down that feudal age play. Well, now he's aged up, and yeah, he's 2 villagers behind, 1 villager behind, but he's order. That's pretty typical at this point.
Yeah. And he's finding the villager kills on the gold vein. MarineLorD is going to react in time. 1 villager down. That's going to be 2 villagers in just a little bit. Make that 3 villagers potentially. Oh, nope, never mind. 4th villager is going to be able to make its way to that TC. But a nice little exchange there for Louis, getting in some damage. We're now seeing some crossbows in the queue for MarineLorD behind this. Still, the army composition, I want to say, from Louis at the moment, still looking more solid. And MarineLorD, he's moving out further and further into the middle of the map for resources. That is exactly what Louis wants, because that is where he will want to raid.
Yep. And you can see, right as MarineLorD moved forward with that group that he had, that's where Louis punished him for it. Well, now, Louis starting to move forward with his mass. Look at the upgrades coming through for himself, getting a spring emplacement at home as well. And more importantly, is all of these Yumi are going to be hitting so much better once that veteran upgrade comes through.
And not just the veterancy upgrade, but we're still waiting for that Yumi Bannerman to make its way onto the field here, buffing up all these Yumi archers further, or at least an Uma Bannerman, just some kind of Bannerman here. We do have the potential for it after all, and it's a lot of damage that Louis is missing out on at the moment. Grant, though, maybe up against just Spearmen, where you already do bonus damage against them, not the most needed thing.
Yep, scouts out this location in the middle. Wants to save a Shinto priest. Mounted samurai diving on the horseman, leaving his Yumi left to themselves. Spears only for MarineLorD fighting against the Yumi, but those are Order of the Dragon spears. If they get into melee range, they're able to hold themselves fine, and you can see the trades going down. Mounted samurai trying to potentially turn, but they can't turn into that spearman mass, so Louis actually did not have enough archers there for what he wanted, what he needed.
Yeah, he's gonna have to remass a little bit more. He does still have a great amount of mounted samurai, and here on the retreat, the Yumi archers once again are gonna get a nice couple of pickoffs here and there. But looks like MarineLorD, with his monastery here in the middle of the map, is gonna be able to secure these last 2 relics potentially. So he's gonna get a nice trade here for him. That last horseman is gonna force the Yumi back, and there we go. Relic is gonna get captured up.
Scout got taken down. MarineLorD lost his scout over there. But Louis, he says, all right, if all of your spearmen are up front and forward, where are your spearmen at home? So takes his whole entire mounted samurai mass, and he's headed for the base.
Yeah, the only place over there, though, I mean, there are some villagers next to the TC, but they can very easily be garrisoned in there. Does snipe one of these crossbows. Very, very high value army to snipe out there. We do have a Yumi Bannerman in now as well. More trades going in on the top side. Needs to be careful with those mounted samurais. You don't want to just throw them up against these gilded spearmen. Some more trade-ins coming in here. Trickling of the spearmen is getting punished. Maybe gets another villager kill. Doesn't go for the dive there onto that one. Has gotten in a little bit more damage here, a little bit more idle time. Some units killed.
Force a MarineLorD on the back foot, but looks like food at home finally ran out for Louis, so we'll have to move out onto the deer, we'll have to move out onto the berries himself, but not too big of a deal as MarineLorD doesn't have any more of those horsemen out, isn't really having that raiding composition that we've seen him from earlier.
Yeah. And behind this, Louis, he does now have a good mass of Yumi archers, should soon be able to one-shot all of these gilded spearmen one by one, and once that's the case, with almost 20 mounted samurai, he's going to be able to dive past any outpost emplacements or whatnot. More dives coming in, though. More raids coming in. MarineLorD, is he going to react in time? Is going to react in time.
Yeah, he's just continuing to idle out these few farms around the TC, continuing to just get idle time and make MarineLorD react with some of his units at least, and pull those units on back. Those spears, those crossbows have not been able to cross the river.
I gotta say that I'm a little bit scared at the same time for Louis, because the mass from MarineLorD, it's starting to get quite high. We've got a lot of spearmen, a lot of crossbows as well, and these crossbows with 8 should pretty much be about able to one-shot these mounted samurai, so gotta be really careful with how you take these engagements with your units now.
Yeah, it feels like this Yumi number really should be a lot higher. We have seen the Bannerman at least come on out, so one thing we were talking that Louis needed to do that he has finished up with, takes down a monk trying to secure a sacred site and is trying to secure the second sacred site for himself in the middle. Yumi Mass moving forward this time. Gonna go towards probably that production, that wood line. If this is a fight that Louis thinks he can win, then this is one where if you win a fight right at this point, it is going to be hard for MarineLorD to recover. Sniping down spears, sniping down some of these archers. Really good initial trades here for Louis with those Yumi.
Crossbows are doing a lot of damage as well, but they do attack a little bit slower, so every time the crossbows kill a unit or two, at the same time the Uni are also going to get some kills in. And they're just so much cheaper here for Louis to remass into, getting the second Daimyo upgrade now as well behind all of this. MarineLorD, he's continuously reinvesting, but he's now ran out of the deer. He now has to do a farm transition, and this is where just Japan really shines, because Louis is still on the berries. He's getting so much income from the berries. He's got this natural farm transition in from the Kura storehouse, and these farms are working overtime now with the Daimyo Manor boosting them up.
Yeah, and you know, maybe that's part of what Louis was doing too, continually idling those farms under MarineLorD's TC means he's having to gather those outside resources even further. Yumi counter the spears and the crossbows very, very well, like you were talking about, just that cheaper unit. Meanwhile, MarineLorD's whole army composition is all about stopping those mounted samurai. Louis looks like he's wanting to take this fight here soon. Spearman mass has been thinning out. Only 17, 16 gilded spears left. Number continually falling. And mounted samurai, they're closing the gap. A few split off into the villagers. All those gold villagers are front and center.
Yumi archers, they're also falling number. The crossbow's actually doing a great job here up against them. We're seeing more bannermen now following up behind this. Louis, he still has a ton of income. But you don't want to give MarineLorD too much time. We've seen it happen before where MarineLorD, even on the back foot, able to find his way back into the game if Louis gives him just a bit too much time.
Yeah, it was deciding to start burning some production. Didn't think he could take that down in time. MarineLorD moving out to a different gold vein. I don't think gold's his problem right now. He's got 2,700 in the bank. I feel like he needs to be getting either wood for farm transition, go into the shoreline fish, I don't know, something or another. Archery range is now on fire. Emergency repair utilized there.
It's going to magically repair itself very quickly. Louis just continuously pumping more Yumi archers and more mounted samurai as well. We're getting to scary mounted samurai numbers now. I think at this point, Louis could actually start arguing with himself for a potential Imperial Age, just in order to get like the upgrades on the mounted samurai, because that's when they start becoming extra scary, and also is going to be able to thinking about just getting in, for example, the Castle of the Crow landmark, which once you activate its ability and get a marker like a Karen going, that is so many resources, like 2 trips basically, and Imperial Age has already paid for itself.
Yeah, and that's one where you mentioned Imperial Age, and as you were starting to talk about it, I just was looking at Louis' resources the whole entire time you were talking, and I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Imperial Age about to be dropped here for Louis in not too long. MarineLorD still has not crossed that river in quite some time since that earlier feudal push that he did. He has been all on the back foot here, and then it's not going to be the Castle of the Crow, it's actually the gunsmith choice from Louis.
Also makes a lot of sense, because that's going to immediately give you access to bombards, and bombards are going to help you not just when you're dealing with the army, but also for the follow-up, pushing into the base of your opponent, taking down production buildings. Decap has managed to come through though. The A-job will soon finish here, and then MarineLorD, he's going to have to go in full panic mode. Gotta make something happen, because his farm transition is still not looking that far out at the moment.
Yeah,
these are some funny farms.
Yeah, it's happened. There's 31 farms for MarineLorD. It's just now finishing. It's just now kind of getting up to speed. And it's right as Louis is Imperial. And upgrades coming through. First one already queued on up. That is Elite Mounted Samurai.
Yeah, some classic T90 farms there at the back from MarineLorD's base. Unlucky at the moment. But, you know, he's got wheelbarrow. It could be worse. Could be worse. They're walking a little bit. It's important to get your steps in.
spearmen just idling out of one single villager, I think, inside this outpost. Not going to be able to burn it down, though. A few other villagers over there to repair, jump on inside as well. And then we also are seeing elite Yumi come into play.
Ooh, Domaru, okay. Not an upgrade that we see too often. It's relatively cheap. Means that your mounted samurai are going to take a lot less damage. While charging, I believe it was.
Yeah, and that's going to come into very important when you have 35 mounted samurai. I always, you know, a lot of these upgrades you'll see, you know, it might not be important if you're
no,
just
actually,
raiding with
okay,
a few.
it's movement speed. This was movement speed. I think the arm upgrade was on Gilded Knights while charging. Yeah, I believe it's on Gilded Knights where they receive less damage while charging. So instead, getting bonus movement speed on the Knights while the deflective armor is up is very nice for the mobility here.
Oh yeah, they're going to be able to reposition, go around. The few that get split off for raiding are going to be able to get there a little bit quicker, a little bit easier. Maneuverability is so
There's
important when it comes to high elo. And you did mention it. Bombard moving across. Elsbach is the choice for
MarineLorD's feeling it. He's feeling the pressure. He knows he's got to defend himself. It's just not defending enough, I want to say. A couple of farms, but that's about it. Infrastructure instead.
Bombard moving forward. Yumi happy to just take advantage of anything in their path. Last range damage upgrade just comes through, so important for these Yumi.
Now incendiary arrows in queue as well. Once that comes in, these Yumi archers are going to be able to do even more damage. Relic gets put into another building now behind us from MarineLorD. Probably will want to put that in the Elsbach. If he's able to get it back, though, because now Louis is pushing in.
That is a big if. Immediately gets focused down. Relic gets dropped in the middle of that battlefield. Next outpost should fall. Looks like there's a few farms, a gold vein on the other side that might be able to get spotted out by Louis in a second. So he is putting the pedal to the metal. He's ready to keep this aggression up and not allow MarineLorD to play this game here. We just saw one mounted samurai circle around, saw empty farms. He should know and just is going to continue to cause empty farms on that backside if it's not in range of Elsbach.
Getting another monastery rushed up there in the backside now from MarineLorD.
It's not. I feel like
This
it's
is
not
getting
that far
rougher and
behind.
rougher.
I feel like it's not that far on the backside. It's like 10 feet back. It's like that's the next building that Louis is going to focus over here.
Snipes the Shinto priest that was about to pick up one of these relics. There aren't that many Yumi archers here at the front line. Bombards, though, at least, are going to be able to start picking off some of these melee units as well. Are going to be able to do some great damage here to the infantry.
Yeah, Yumi number is not as healthy as you'd want it to be. MarineLorD, though, he's moving out with a vengeance towards that middle gold vein. He does not have a ton of gold income right now, 147 into the bank.
Relic's getting picked up. Prelate immediately sniped out now. And Yumi archers now with incendiary arrows starting to trade out a lot better. I feel like Louis, he's got him here in this one. This looks like it's going to be an equalizer now in game number 2 as he is now taking the fight. There is not enough spearmen remaining here. Mounted samurai starting to collapse onto those spears. A lot of them are going down. The crossbows are still doing a great job. Louis actually thinking about, yeah, maybe this wasn't the best engagement.
Yeah, there's a reason why he hadn't been taking that engagement for so long. That super healthy mounted samurai mask gets cut in half, but at the same time, MarineLorD, it feels like he has nothing left. There's 8 crossbows now trying to kite back. There's 4 total spears onto the map. There is nothing left. The steam is out for MarineLorD, and he has an Elsbach to defend himself, maybe?
Ooh, aggressive wall low there in the back. And yeah, the issue is at the moment, Louis, he can reinforce from MarineLorD as the Order of a Dragon. It just takes a lot longer.
Yeah, MarineLorD was able to sneak out all the way to the northern gold, so is at least getting some gold income for himself. Giving himself maybe a little bit of hope, a little bit of a chance, but then you look at the actual income per minute and Louis is just sky high in comparison, causing a ton of idle time, moving forward with his army mass, and has that multiple bombards now to take down the infrastructure, even with emergency repairs.
Yeah. And able to take down more and more of the infrastructure here now as well, bit by bit. chipping down at MarineLorD at his potential for remassing military biology now also coming in. Those mounted samurai are going to look stronger and stronger here by the minute.
He spots out the gold in the north finally. I don't know what he sent up there. I just saw a ping come down. Not that it matters, though, because this is the last fight, and MarineLorD, he realizes game number 2 is not his to win. Louis equalizes it, ties up the series in game number 2.
And there we go. 1 now on the scoreboard here. Louis coming back in style, and that means, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a competitive series here. MarineLorD taking his, I'm not sure if this was his first loss in the tournament, but definitely one of the very few ones that he had so far.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just such a good game plan by Louis. He went on the water early with, you know, the obvious goal that he was going to give up water and just go to castle. And once the castle came through, MarineLorD tried to punish it. Tripled down on trying to punish it, and just did not effectively stop Louis's castle. He did take down a lot of villagers, but threw away a ton of military at it, and just Louis gained some tempo back, and MarineLorD really, I don't think he ever really crossed the river again after that.
Yeah, only Beyond and Puppy Paw managed to get a win up against MarineLorD so far in this tournament, so Louis, in the second game, being able to even it out. Next up, though, okay, it's going to be an interesting one. We're going to be looking at Enlightened Horizon. It's going to be House of Lancaster for, I believe that's MarineLorD's pick, up against the French from Louis. And Louis and French, that's also a match made in heaven. Sure, MarineLorD's got the home advantage there with this one, but Louis, he sure knows how to get the maximum value out of these knights. And man, I gotta say, it is so nice to like have a final that is not just a complete, I want to say, like a wipeout from one of the sides here. So I'm very, very much looking forward to that. And ladies and gentlemen, just once again, big shout out here to EGC, bringing you guys these amazing, amazing tournaments. And we do see it in the chat every now and then. If you also want to help us out and want to help support EGC, throw a couple of subs in there. It does go a long way here, helping EGC bring all of you guys these amazing tournaments. And also means that you're going to be seeing less of those ads, because these games so far have been action-packed to the roof, and you don't want to miss any of the action here.
Yeah, you mentioned it was a breath of fresh air, kind of having, you know, not just a clean sweep, a crazy back and forth. And both of these games have been constant fighting, constant back and forth. Louis wasn't quite able to close and capitalize on his position in game number 1. Crazy good hold by MarineLorD. Game number 2, Louis held a little bit of a feudal pressure, tied up the series, and now we got the excitement on Enlightened Horizon.
And Enlightened Horizon, it's one of the, I want to say, like, very interesting Dark Age dynamics here. And what's more interesting here is seeing French, because French is one of those civilizations where you look at the map, you look at how other people played this map on the ladder, and you're like, this civ doesn't belong on this map. Why would you pick it here? It makes no sense. Typically, we see stuff like Ottomans, House of Lancaster, Japan, Mongols, Knights Templar, anything but French, because you do want to have some semblance of Dark Age aggression here. You do want to get those wolf dens. There's a lot of resources in those cavern points as well. It's going to be interesting to see what exactly Louis has planned here, because we know this guy, he likes to prepare for these games. He's probably going to have a plan in his mind. He's going to have a game plan here that he wants to execute on.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice having a game plan, but there's so many different matchups. There's so many different maps. It's hard to always have something in your back pocket, but as they continue to play, as they continue to practice, they are always trying new tactics, new techs, and I feel like French on Enlightened Horizons not one you've seen often, if at all.
I've personally not seen it at all, so this is going to be interesting to me. I can't really imagine what he's planning. We could see a Chamber of Commerce play potentially coming in. There are some good market spots in theory, but you do have those wolf dens, and if the wolves aren't getting cleaned up, they're going to take care of your traders in the worst of ways. I mean, they're going to take him out to dinner. They're going to like make it be a really, really nice evening. They're saying, oh, you should get the lobster. Then they're going to the bathroom, they're not coming back out, and you're like, oh, what's going on there? That's kind of the issue there with French. They don't really have a place there to be.
A great way to put it there with the dinner reference over there. But only time will tell what strat Louis actually has in mind. It's one that, I mean, if he's practiced it, we don't know who he practiced it against. But I am excited to see it. If it is living up to the first two games, it is going to maybe, you know, exceed some expectations even.
Exactly. I'm wondering how this one's gonna go. Of course, the early game is definitely gonna be very decisive here for how this match is gonna be played out. I could imagine that when we see like Chamber of Commerce into fast archery range, follow up, and overall, this is an interesting one. Definitely, like Louis is the kind of guy here at the moment in the meta that just throws wrenches at you. You're like, oh yeah, this match is gonna be played like this. It's gonna be played like this. I'm looking at this right now. I'm like, what? What's going on? What's the game plan here? Because I can't really fathom what he's got planned here.
Yeah, and with the draft, we still see a lot of very, very solid civs in the back. I mean, it's crazy to think that MarineLorD has Rus and HRE unpicked in the first 3 games, even though he had them in his wheelhouse over there.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit of a tactician's game here, not picking his strongest civs immediately. Granted, though, Ottomans, people are memeing on Ottomans sometimes. They're like, oh no, it's such a bad civilization. They've got access to the strongest units in the game, the strongest army composition in the game. If they just get there, it's almost impossible to lose with them, and we've seen that in game number 1.
Yeah, somehow, someway, MarineLorD held for so long in an awful position because of that death ball of an army. Those great bombards in numbers, it didn't matter that Louis had triple the amount of siege. Those great bombards were able to take everything out. So that's where, obviously, MarineLorD valued that Ottoman's pick a lot higher, whereas in previous series, we've basically seen HRE, I feel like, or Rus banned in a majority of them, and if not banned, you know, they're highly valued and picked early on, but not here. Not yet. First, though, we got this Enlightened Horizon game on the horizon over here.
Exactly, and don't think we don't see you guys in there in chat throwing your subs around. King Smurf, JD, thank you guys so much for the repeated support here. It truly means a lot to us at EGC. Thank you guys so much for being here and just in general helping the viewers, not having to watch too many ads here, and just in general helping out the support, the community, because supporting EGC means you are going to be getting more of these amazing tournaments. But now it's time! We are jumping into our game number 3. We've got an even series here between loueMT and MarineLorD. We've got MarineLorD here in the color pink, playing as the House of Lancaster. His opponent, of course, is going to be Louis as the French, and we are actually seeing an illegal move right out of the gate. It's going to be the French building up a barracks inside of their base.
I mean, with this map, you knew it was going to happen. It has to happen. The Dark Age barracks is dropped. Louis, he opts to drop his next to his TC a little bit safer. You know, if he loses that further position on out, that point of interest, he doesn't lose the barracks as well. He still has a production building at home to use.
Yeah, so it means the caravan point is going to be captured a little bit quicker here. Louis does see the sheep gathering there from MarineLorD coming in. Looks like he's going to try and intercept the scout pathing here, potentially. There are still some more sheep on his own side. What is he really looking for? I'm guessing right now he's just looking for the caravan point, wants to know exactly, okay, what's the plan here? Is he moving forward onto my side? But that looks to be the case here. And Louis, at this point in time, he hasn't even been able to capture up his caravan point. Meanwhile, MarineLorD is already moving to his.
Yeah, and that's one where, that proxy barracks, obviously, it took a little bit longer time for you to build it, but your units pop out right next to that point of interest that you're needing. MarineLorD scouts a sheep, takes it on down, will not allow Louis an extra sheep to be gathered.
And it's still not picked up yet. That is crazy how long that took. The points of interest here, MarineLorD, he sees it and is like, okay, I'm just going to stand here and not allow you to get that point of interest. And this is where these kind of situations can really snowball, as your opponent is getting that passive tick of gold income in, and you're not. He's already got more spearmen than you, and this could potentially be a very quick checkmate position here that Louis can find himself in.
Oh my gosh, I mean, you already just hit the nail on the head. MarineLorD has more spears than Louis. This is a fight that Louis is going to lose in the long run here.
Yeah, 6 spearmen came out in the blink of an eye. That's just the power of the House of Lancaster food gathering here early on with the sheep gathering. Being able, like, he has to move forward as well. It's not that his production is anywhere nearby. So Louis, he's in a really bad spot right now because every single one of these caravan points, it's worth like 2 villagers. So right now, MarineLorD, he's already 4 villagers ahead. That's almost 40% of the economy.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only going to keep tilting, keep ticking. You know, not only is it House of Lancasters with that food income you're talking about, but Louis also has to spend a little bit more food for villager production, just with that slightly quicker villager production time. And I mean, he just hasn't been able to produce the same number of spears, and it's not even like it's close. Like, MarineLorD has 3 more out than Louis does right now.
Yeah, this is brutal, to say the least, right now. And the longer this goes, the longer he sticks around in Dark Age, the worse it gets, because the longer these caravan points keep ticking. And MarineLorD might find himself at a point where he can just, without even going to the Wolf's Den, find himself be able to age up, but he is actually moving out to the Wolf's Den. So maybe there is a slight timing here for Louis to have enough spearmen out on the field to move out and take back this caravan point. But it's such a, I want to say, like, bad position for him at the moment. Looking at the income right now, it's 270 to over 500 food per minute. And that's not just all because of the House of Lancaster bonus, but also because of these caravan points.
Yeah, MarineLorD's just playing the game of I can count. He's counting how many spears that Louis had. He was able to split off a few to the Wolves' Den because of that. And now, fight is going down. Point of interest is still his. Another spear does arrive. A few have gotten taken down. Louis microing the lower health spears back, but MarineLorD split one off, was able to take both of those down, and this game is getting turned on upside down super, super quickly. 2 of those spears from MarineLorD are 1 shot each, but he turns back around, takes the fight because he still has the numbers advantage for the time being.
He's aging up behind this as well. Good micro here from Louis, doing a great job running around with the weak spearman. Has been able to get MarineLorD off of his own point of interest there, but the issue is just the follow-up. There's still more spearmen out on the map from MarineLorD, and he's aging up behind this. He got the Wolf's Den in, he's got the gold. And once these spearmen are getting hardened, upgraded, Louis, he's just not finding the follow-up. He can't get up to feudal age.
Yeah, and MarineLorD still has the numbers advantage, just needs that extra spear all the way across. Point of interest has not been fully denied yet. It's still MarineLorD. He still is getting the income.
Another couple good hits there from Louis behind it, though. Nice move from MarineLorD, pulling the weak spearman further back. Decap has now come in, but MarineLorD not letting up, not letting him get that one back. And the age-up's about to be coming in, that Louis is still so far away from aging up, he's now had to start gather up gold manually.
My question is do you think the age-up happens and Louis just throws in the towel? Like, it's
realistic, isn't it?
It's just crazy how far ahead MarineLorD was able to get himself with that early tempo, that early game. Yeah, now Louis, he's moving out onto the deer with a significant amount of villagers. He was able to get the point of interest. He's trying to go over to the Wolves' Den, but this is where MarineLorD gets to double down. He has 2 more spears, and spear upgrade is about to be able to get clicked right now. Spear upgrade comes through. Point of interest is going to get lost again for Louis, and not only that, MarineLorD can keep pushing through, probably sees a few of the dead deer on the map, and probably has an idea what he wants to do there.
Yeah, he's just going to get the capturing in again. Hardened upgrade is through now. Now, these spearmen don't look any different, but they are going to hit different. When it gets to that point, Louis, he had to move out onto the deer as well. His scout hasn't been able to bring back the remaining sheep. Village is going to have to be pulled in order to rush the outpost up, yeah.
Mass being built very, very quickly. Halfway up already. Pulls all the rest of the vills. He knows how bad he needs this outpost. MarineLorD's just taking the fight. Remember, he does have the tech advantage, but not with 5 villagers in an outpost. Those are arrows shooting at spears. That is a losing fight. Now, Louis just able to secure that location, but already starting to drop manners on MarineLorD's side. And Louis doesn't even have his landmark finish, and he's going with the Chamber of Commerce.
That's really his only option at this point in the game, isn't it? And behind that, sure, the cockplague is nice, but the spearmen from MarineLorD, they're also moving out now to the Wolves Den from Louis. So that's going to be an additional 150 gold coming his way. Wolves are getting lured away from the scout.
Just a few wolves getting lured away over there. Don't mind him. Wolves Den about to get finished on up. Burn happens, and that's where MarineLorD just wants to take on off.
That's a lot of wolves here as well. That means once those traders come out from the cock, I mean, they're gonna get denied by the wolves until they're getting cleaned up.
And that's that amount of wolves. You can't just send like 1 or 2 units over there. You got to send a few, or else you're losing stuff. You're taking damage.
Okay, we're done with the wordplay.
Oh. And
Egypt now in.
Finally reaches feudal age, and this is one where it just feels like, yeah, he's now gonna drop double archery range. Meanwhile, MarineLorD on his side already has 2 manners, probably about to drop a 3rd, and it's just House of Lancaster is gonna get to do whatever they want with this game.
That's right, it's kind of their game to play right now, and what's Louis' game to play? I mean, sure, the trade's gonna be there, the trade's gonna be nice, but he still needs to deal with the wolves first. We're getting archers from him in now as well. It's gonna be his own way of scaling the economy. Honestly, MarineLorD, I could expect him to just go for like 6 manners and go fast castle behind that, just mass Earl's Guards, and it will be little that Louis can do against that. Is the wall already finished on Louis' side? He does already have that palisade wall finished up. Yeah.
Yeah, he built that early on. Very fortunate for himself. MarineLorD looking in a great position, though, yet again. There's the massive spears going to clean up those wolves.
And these are special wolves. They do more damage. So this is
oh,
awkward.
Look at that one spear. One spear falls. Another spear has to get microed back. This is long-term lasting damage. The few more wolves get pulled. Another spear goes down. I mean, this is, I think, 4 spears that just fell.
Yeah, but he needed to because the trader was just about to hit, right? He wanted those resources in. We're actually seeing some early walls getting pulled as well. Like some early walls being drawn here by Louis.
I mean, there were
MarineLorD's halfway to
just
castle.
went down. And I mean, this just looks so bad for Louis. Halfway to castle, 6 manners already in, and Louis now, he's like, yeah, I got army, let me start pushing across the other side of the map, and it's going to be so outclassed.
This is the classic cook or get cooked, and Louis looking a lot like the lobster right now in this one. Massive archers, he's got a good archer count, but against the Lancaster castle, you can't just dive with archers, it's going to tear you apart.
Exactly, and this is one where, I mean, as Louis comes across the map, he hasn't really scouted a ton, I feel like, in the past couple minutes, at least MarineLorD's side, or been able to. So it's like, what's MarineLorD going on over there? What's happening in MarineLorD's base? And then he's going to see the 6 manners, and he's just going to, have that, letting the air out of the chest feeling where you're just exasperated.
Yeah. And MarineLorD behind this has actually been able to get a good mass of yeomen up behind this as well. Still has a good amount of resource in, could very easily age up to castle age shortly. But these yeomen are going to be able to deal with Louis' archers very easily. He is starting to get him some knights though. Still, MarineLorD hasn't shown the archer yet.
Yeah, he's playing that like, I'm just playing my game. You're gonna make the mistake after the lead that he got himself early on, and that's one where he has every opportunity to do exactly that. Initial gold vein just now running out, so Louis will be forced to move out a little bit. Trade's not like it's this crazy online trade. He does have probably 7-8 traders continually moving back and forth, so is building at least a little bit of an eco behind this to match the passive income from MarineLorD's side.
He's doing a good job with the traders. We're seeing more and more knights now coming in behind as well, but the white tower is coming in for MarineLorD. Villagers moving out to that one, also going to be securing the next gold vein here in front of his base. And most importantly, he's going to be getting all the technologies in very, very shortly. Actually, is he still actively gathering gold inside of his base? Yeah, he still has his own gold vein, so he's still actively gathering enough gold for those veterancy upgrades, and also gonna be able to get some additional oil scout. Already has the barracks out in the front.
Yeah, and behind this though, Louis, we know that trade is going to be his saving grace. He needs to protect the trade, and has to protect the trade to have a chance. So what's he do? He wants to wall this whole entire map. White Tower's 3/4 the way up. He's just now starting this wall in the center, and I think he only sent 1 or 2 villagers to do so. He needs to send more. He needs to prioritize getting this wall finished.
He is working on that, and Guildhall actually coming up from Louis behind us at a reasonably competitive timing, I would argue.
Yeah, for all things considered how this early game went, Louis is in a much better position than I would have guessed. I felt like it would already been over at this point. But MarineLorD just, playing his own game. We know where House of Lancaster wants to be, wants to sit. That's with the Manors. That is with Castle Age and later game.
And is this something that Louis has been working towards all along? Is this just at the bottom of the cooking pot here, the last remainders being scrapped together, as MarineLorD's just giving him potentially a little bit too much time, potentially a little bit too much map control? Is he going fast Imperial, Dabston? Is MarineLorD doing that? Would he do that?
He would never. I think he's doing fast Imperial. The question is, how quick can Louis actually match this with the trade that he's been investing into? We can see the economic lead. Obviously, the numbers don't tell the whole story, but is up to 22 in the lead. Traders bringing in 55 a pop, and it looks like a lot of them, if not all, are swapped on over to food.
Yeah, so is getting a good amount of food from these. Yeah, I don't believe that it's all, maybe, but a good chunk of them are on food. Actually, yeah, is it all?
Every single one I've...
There's a gold one. And there we go.
There's one gold one.
But this is good. Louis is getting a lot of food in at the moment. He can actively gather gold, but food is the one thing, right, where you might potentially have to transition into. And the walls are actually starting to get completed here. He is surrendering the relics to MarineLorD, but you don't really need relics when you're actively trading.
Yeah, and actually MarineLorD, while we thought Fast Imperial was the play, he finally decided to spend a lot of that gold investing into technology. Still has a decent bit of food built on up. Food banks up at, half to Imperial. But that gold is definitely starting to be spent a little bit here.
Yeah, man. Doing a good job at finishing off some of these archers here. And it's always difficult, like, trading up against Yeoman with your normal archers because they move so much quicker. Is able to pick off one of the scholars here. Where are the knights gonna go back, though? Did he put a gate in the palisade wall? Yeah, okay, he's got a gate there. Okay.
He's got a gate, able to run back across. And Louis, okay, now we're at the point where MarineLorD is going in. He stopped all his queues. He stopped his technologies. I don't see any new technologies being invested into with the bank he has. It is definitely time for House of Lancaster Imperial Age.
It is. Open field system coming in as well, so he's going to be getting some manors along the way behind all of that. Louis, his income isn't looking as great, even with all of the traders, even with the massive villager lead that he has, compared to the Chamber of not the Chamber of Commerce, compared to the manors here from MarineLorD. And this is kind of scary, especially when you take into account that Louis already gotten like pretty much most of the economy upgrades behind this as well, and still cannot keep up with the House of Lancaster.
And it's just going to get worse once Imperial Age happens as well. And only 100 food until MarineLorD is going to choose which landmark to drop.
All manners coming in, relics getting secure, and there we go. Wingard Palace, no surprise here. Question is what units he's gonna be making. Maybe more spearmen. We did see mass spearmen not work out before as well. It's always something we gotta consider.
Louis'
Could also just be mass cavalry.
Or knights being queued on up.
Louis, I mean, we got a glimpse of the guild hall earlier. It's not that full at the moment. There aren't that many resources, and we're at 520 food at the moment. That's not going to be enough for Imperial Age anytime soon. Louis is still actively adding in more and more traders. 25 at the moment, but looking at the income, it just doesn't look that solid for him yet.
No, not where you would want it to be. However,
Let's have a keep, though.
he does have walls. He does have, you know, time to sustain, to hold this. The Imperial Age just finished here recently. He's got a decent knight mass as well, so 14 knights for himself.
Scottish coming in as well.
Spears and Earl's Guard.
Perfect counter up against the Knights. Knights are going to break through this wall, but the reinforcements are the main army from MarineLorD. He's going to make his way over there rather quickly. So Knights probably won't be able to find any damage here on this side. We'll have to back off shortly, but this just buys Louis some time in order to potentially go for his own Imperial.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is just going to be a burn down the wall and then turn right back around and circle to the other side.
Ooh. Okay, Vodafone, I'm back.
You are back indeed. Louis, dropping the Red Palace front and center, securing the 8K, securing the mid-map. What an aggressive but awesome location for himself. He did take the guild hall, probably was about 800, 900 food if I had to guess. And Red Palace about to start. More upgrades coming in from MarineLorD. He's got 81 military pop compared to 66.
I mean, the Red Palace is gonna make like these fights super efficient for Louis around that. MarineLorD has no siege at the moment, so and he's gonna have to go into trebuchets. Grant, you actually, without the King's College, do you even get anything special on your trebuchets? I'm not sure. And the Red Palace is getting rushed up rather quickly. I think MarineLorD only just now saw that with his scout, but there it is. Red Palace just about able to complete. I don't think there's enough yeomen in time. Synchronized shot not here yet. And enough units from Louis to defend against this.
Yep, Red Palace will finish. And MarineLorD wants to get out of the range of that before the machine gun starts and his army just gets deleted. Louis doubling down on the walls on the northern side. MarineLorD, though, he just says, all right, you built the Red Palace, your Imperial Age, congrats. I'm just going to walk around it. It's exactly what he does. Burns down the wall on the northern side. And the question is does he head for the trade?
He has to. And trade is exposed here. We don't have a keep or anything like that on that side. Incendiary is coming in as well. Villagers on the boar. Not getting hit in time. Able to escape there as well. Another relic. That's relic number 5 now being taken by MarineLorD. Had a quick archer volley there. Synchronized shot came on out. Elite upgrades on the way for Louis on both the archers and the knights. He does get a nice discount on his units. Does have to keep helping him produce there. He's on 74 spearmen at the moment. That's just the power of the Wingard right there. But the trade so far, it's still secured. It's still safe. And Louis buying himself some more time.
Yeah, 74 spears, but they're all together basically in the same spot grouped. He has a group split up trying to chase down, cut off the knights that Louis is circling around with. Louis trying to get some economic damage. About to get cornered. Needs to get on out of there, but those are elite knights. Yeah, there might be the counter unit there, but you need a really good spear spread and surround for you to take down a good amount of knights in one quick foul swoop there.
Yeah. And this Louis also getting some stone walls up in order to further protect up his trade. MarineLorD, he's just sitting in the mid-map at the moment, waiting for his trebuchets to come out. Might actually need to delete some units as this last second trebuchet at least. Yeah, okay, he deleted a unit. Would have been stuck in queue otherwise.
Louis doubling down the walls, tripling down the walls into stone walls. Those knights, spears trying to chase them down. We know how that goes, though. Spears don't chase knights too well. But you can corner them, and that's exactly what MarineLorD's doing here.
The knights are splitting up. Oh, he went. Okay. He wanted to go for the villagers instead that were building the wall. Biology now on its way as well. Oh, the spearmen, they're in.
Oh, and this is so bad. Louis, he's now having his economy taken down while also having the military deficit. And I mean, MarineLorD, the amount of spears he has is just absolutely nuts. Archers are there to go try to deal with the spears, but I feel like the spears are just going to go first round on the archers. MarineLorD just says, great, I'll A-move into this.
It's so many villagers on the gold also getting attacked behind this. Incendiaries now in queue for Louis. Attack is coming in on the Red Palace, though. There are archers there. Defense synchronized shot taking down so many of the archers. Is this going to be enough, though? There's a trebuchet as well. 2 trebuchets, 4 trebuchets for MarineLorD. He wants this landmark down now. And he's going to get it as well.
Yep, landmark does fall. Red Palace falls. Villagers inside fall. The economic lead Louis has is getting evaporated, getting erased as we speak. The spears, there's just too many to deal with. The archer numbers falling. And meanwhile, MarineLorD just gets to do anything and everything he wants. Units are just going to be split all across the side that Louis has spread out to behind the walls.
Those bowstrings coming as well. The yeomen already having an attack range benefit here. That's just going to get even higher and higher. Now, he's taking the archer lead. MarineLorD continues pushing in. Still over 50 spearmen on the field for him.
So many spears. A few knights are trickling into those yeomen. Synchronized shot used yet again. Louis trying to clear up this mass, but I mean, it's just... That's one of the 4 or 5 masses that MarineLorD has.
And the trade is still being actively harassed here. Louis, he just doesn't have that great food income at this point in time that he needs to continuously pump out horsemen or knights. The archers as well. Just not enough on the field from him. Every time he tries to kite back, the yeomen taking some shots on them.
It is now 100+ military population for MarineLorD compared to 27 for loueMT. Knights diving into spears. There's too many spears to have knights out on the field now for Louis, and that's where you have to go to. But he realizes that I think he just dropped 7 archery ranges. But those archery ranges, I was about to say, a little too late, and it is game number 3. Going over to MarineLorD.
And a great game has to be said, though, despite the initial start here, as we did see a very, very rough opening here for Louis. Granted, this was to be expected when we were looking at the civilization that he was going up with compared to, like, the map, right? But it's kind of crazy still when you look at the total resources gathered and the economy count, just how far ahead House of Lancaster was, considering that Louis was actively trading in this game.
I mean, I really feel like this was one of those battles of the opening. So the MarineLorD won the opening, and it just gave him such a strong foot going into feudal, which then allowed him to go into castle, which then allowed him to do this fast imperial play. And here we see the wolves taking down a bunch of spearmen that Louis was forced to sacrifice for the greater cause of his trade. But this is one where, I mean, MarineLorD just played his own game after the early start and just played it so efficiently and effectively.
Yeah, he realized that he did enough damage to Louis in that early portion. Maybe if Louis had gotten the stone walls up, but even then it feels like MarineLorD just had enough siege, had enough mass to just continue pushing on forward. And once that Red Palace fell, there just was no real backline anymore to Louis' army. Some upgrades maybe also just not have been prioritized enough here. He definitely needed the incendiary arrows upgrade a little bit sooner rather than later. Biology not really helping him too much in this one. Yeah, it's a rough situation here to be in for sure. Once you think that you kind of secured your position a little bit enough with that Red Palace, but it just went down so quickly here, and then in the end, MarineLorD just continues to reinforce with these spearmen. Next up, we've got a great civilization for Louis on Driver. We're going to be seeing Knights Templar coming in from him. MarineLorD, he pulled a high-value civilization on his own side, though, with the Holy Roman Empire on Dry River in order to try and combat the Knights Templar on a hybrid map.
What an exciting series we have so far. We talked about HRE being kind of surprised that it wasn't picked as early as it has been, and MarineLorD was just holding that in his back pocket. He said, just you wait. I got it coming. It's going to get picked here. And that is where he's finally deciding to pull it out here on Dry River.
There it is. And yeah, it's a strong civilization up against an arguably OP civilization. And sometimes that is all the difference that you need in order to make it a skill-based matchup here in this one. Dry River, lots of water presence possible. And Knights Templar, they're just so synergetic with this game plan, right? Like with going out on water, making archers, having a big mass of units. Knights Hospitaller could also be a great answer to when your opponent wants to mass up a couple of men-at-arms. You're able to heal up your units, just having a nice little front line of melee infantry units which actually don't have the light armor tag there, so that they don't take any bonus damage from the archers as well. And yeah, that's definitely going to be an option here for Louis to go for as well.
Yeah, a lot of options here. It's one that, you know, whenever it comes to these like mini hybrid maps, it feels like you really can improvise and kind of create your own build order that can be effective, that people haven't been able to scout out or haven't been able to plan, because there's so many different ways to play him. And obviously, you know, you can broadly narrow that down to, like, you know, go for water and Dark Age or not, but it really becomes a lot more intricate than that.
Exactly. It's kind of difficult, like when you look at it, right? Like you got the Knights Templar. Both these civilizations are excellent when it comes to generating gold in the mid game as well. You got the Pilgrims from the Knights Templar, but that needs map control. You got the relics on the side of the HRE, but that needs map control, at least temporary. You got to secure those relics in, and if you're able to get them in, pretty much every single relic makes up for one Pilgrim on your opponent's side. And yeah, if it stacks up like that, like Louis might find himself in a spot if all 5 relics go over to MarineLorD, where he might need 3 fortresses and Sacred Site control in order to make up for the passive gold gathering difference there. But it's just nice that Louis also is going to have access to the gold gathering in Feudal Age relatively early on, and just something that is going to, you know, force MarineLorD's hand, force his attention there, and he needs to always check to which Sacred Site those pilgrims are actually going to be going to.
Yeah. A lot of important information to continually track, continue to look at and see here. And looking at the rest of the maps, is there anything that sticks out to you with, you know, with what's left over with the maps? Is there anything that you're really excited to maybe see and you know, maybe have someone leaving a strategy in their back pocket for here?
I love Gorge. I think Gorge is just such a nice, straightforward map. MarineLorD, of course, still has Ruse. I do believe that we're also going to be getting a redraft here down the line, so that could also change the civilization picks at some point here. Actually, no redraft. So they're going to have to play the civilizations that they've got left at the moment. Okay, getting confirmation that you are able to play the civilizations again that you've lost with previously. So Louis actually still having Malians available to him then, or French down the line.
Yeah, it's a really kind of cool, intricate way to, you know, have the options down the road. It also gives not necessarily an advantage to the loser, but it gives the loser maybe a few more options when you're down in the series. As you know, you can pull out a few more civs that you're lost with, and it's you know. It is only after Game 7, though. So, you know, we're getting all these updates down the road, but that does make sense. You got to go through, you know,
screw reading the handbook, right?
Yeah, you know.
That's for the players, not the casters.
Exactly. We'll get updates, you know, about the important stuff here. But only 20 more seconds until we are into game number 4. It's been a super exciting series so far, and I'm sure the next couple of games will continue to live up to the expectation. Obviously, we're wanting it to go the whole distance into the best of 9, but let's see if that will end up happening. Louis will have to do some damage here, will have to hold his own here in this game 4.
And we are jumping straight in. Game number 4 in the color yellow yet again. We've got Team Elephant's loueMT as the Knights Templar here on Dry River. His opponent yet again in the color pink is going to be Gentle Mate's MarineLorD, playing as the Holy Rome Empire, and he's going for that early dock opening. So we got a water play here from Louis, straight up. From MarineLorD, I mean.
Yeah, immediate water play coming in from MarineLorD with those 5 villagers on the wood line. That tells the whole story. Meanwhile, Louis is just the generic opening. Just go on up, get to that feudal age, and then most likely deny the investment that MarineLorD has put into the water.
Yeah. At the same time, like, Knights Templar also crazy fast at suddenly explosively booming out on the water, even if they don't start off on it. Once they're able to, you know, get some archers out, get some map semblance, suddenly the wood income is just so huge for them that they'll just drop like 2-3 docks at the same time and produce from all of them simultaneously and get their water economy going rather quickly.
Exactly. It is all about... I mean, with AoE 4, it's been the story for quite a while. It's diminished quite a bit, though, from what it used to be at the start. But if there's water on a map, usually you got to go for it. You got to take it, or it is a losing game plan that you had.
Now, MarineLorD also moving out to gold. As the HRE, you do start off on 0 gold, as you do get the prelate in for free. Means so he's going to have to gather up a good bit more in order to get his own age up going. Louis, very shortly, going to be able to age up here as well. Already sending some villagers out on wood. It's going to wait for one more villager to be created, and after that should be getting that age up in. I do expect it to be Knights Hospitaller. It could also be, just from experience, you know, the French civilization. But no, there we go. Knights Hospitaller is going to be coming in. Is going to mean that he's getting 10% more movement speed, 30% more health on his economy units, and also increases healing from all sources by 30%. Nice.
Yeah.
That works on water as well. You also heal on water.
Oh, that is something that you don't always think about when you're reading, you know, the civilization bonuses and whatnot.
It's so niche. It's probably not going to matter.
Most likely not going to matter, but Louis, he's going ahead. He's moving out on his way up to feudal. He said, yeah, you know, not immediately going to go for the denial of MarineLorD's water, but instead wants to invest into some himself. It's not just one. It is going to be, I think that's a second villager all the way on the eastern side that we see in the multi-box here, dropping a dock in a second as well.
MarineLorD hasn't clicked up on his own side yet. I do believe he's on like 2 or 3 fishing ships at this point in time. Louis is going to be able to catch up rather quickly behind this.
3 fishing ships indeed. Minework Palace on the way. 3 villagers are building that. Louis circling around
Minework Palace, interesting.
Yeah, I wonder what MarineLorD has planned with the mine work. Obviously, you're doing it for a reason, because you're giving up a huge, huge bonus with not going for the chapel. Louis scouts it out, though, circles around. He sees the mine work right as it's starting to be built. And it is not 1 dock play. It is not 2 dock play. We already see a 3rd dock being dropped by loueMT as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fishing ship coming in here rather quickly. And that's one of the nice things as well with the Knights Templar, that during their age up, they're not making any villagers from the main TC. So he was able to pull all of his villagers over to wood in that intermission there, meaning that he's just gotten so much wood in that time to drop triple dock and produce out of all of them next up. And we're going to see him very rapidly exceed the amount of economy that even MarineLorD has out on the field, and he started on water.
Yeah, and it's funny, Louis, he's not even building a lumber camp out there. It is all about fishing ships first. He's not giving up any timing for that lumber camp to, you know, shorten the drop-off timing. Oh, wait. I am an idiot. Never mind.
MarineLorD Palace now going to be finishing up, and with that, we are going to be getting access to some unique technologies as well. Owl Pikes, most importantly here, giving some bonus damage to both the Spearmen and the Horseman from MarineLorD. Instead opts for the Archer range though, and you do still get a nice discount there on the technology, so we'll be able to get them in very, very quickly.
And military buildings being dropped. MarineLorD's ready to go. Now he's the one who has to deny some water as well as defend his own. Both players, it's that split map, 3 docks versus 3 docks.
Yeah, relatively even split here. Louis did pull ahead in the economy count overall now. We are already seeing horsemen coming in, so probably did scout out that archer range opening here from MarineLorD. Second prelate also coming in from MarineLorD is going to have to just scale a couple of prelates every now and then, as he does not have that Archon Chapel for the AoE inspiration boost here, meaning that we actually do see a good chunk of villagers here at the moment from MarineLorD, which just are not inspired at the moment. They're working, but they're...
Is it 8 villagers that one prelate inspires per? So, you know, with that many on the wood line, you're at least going to want 2 out there chilling on your wood line. 9 per now. Okay. So now MarineLorD will be able to have that full economy inspired basically for the time being. However, it's going to have to deal with the horsemen that are already moving on out on the map. Louis, he has horsemen. Meanwhile, MarineLorD has archers. That is the side that I'd rather be on Louis'.
Yeah, Louis definitely with the nicer army composition here. It's going to be looking forward now, but MarineLorD, he still has the better upgrades in the end, right? He already has pierce damage, so the archer's at least going to be able to do a reasonable amount of damage, even up against the horsemen. But Louis behind this did go for the pilgrimage, so he's going to be able to start getting in some gold as well.
Yep, slowly but surely we'll start trickling in that gold. Feudal Age is going to be stuck around for at least a good little bit as both of these players. It's one that, you know, that both Feudal Ages are going to have a little bit of extra oomph with it, with the water economy that both have been able to secure and not even have to really worry about, you know, their opponents denying it, because both are just full focused on investing into their own.
Behind this, I mean, more horsemen, more archers. We're seeing the classic, almost French-like army composition with Cav Archer against Spearman Archer. Typically does favor the Cav Archer player, but horsemen not quite as efficient as knights, but you will be able to get more of them out. With how many fishing ships Louis invested into, means that he actually doesn't have the ability to put all of them or garrison all of them inside of the dock. Can we quickly check, do the fishing ships also get the bonus health as with the Knight's Hospitaller bonus? They do not.
Just a bonus healing. No galley being invested into at this point in time for Louis. He is just playing the micro battle, sending his horsemen on up. There are 2 spears here, though. We'll be able to close the gap on those horsemen rather easily. The few archers he has on the backside, sniping down the spears. But Louis, he just lost like all of those horsemen. That pathing issue proves to be such a problem. Just 1 to 2 spears were more than enough.
Not just that, but also just the issue of not having the Pierce Armor upgrade at this point in time. Instead, he invested into Tier 2 on the Pilgrimage. That is a massive investment from him. The Pilgrims are making their way out. Looks like MarineLorD isn't really noticing them at the moment. Instead, wants to go for the dock instead. And the Archer ship is going to be able to defend that, though.
Yep, galley does pop out at the perfect time. First shot doesn't really go too well, but, you know, it does its job, which is force MarineLorD on and away. 2 pilgrims should be able to arrive without any problem, without any aggression.
Yeah, this buys Louis enough time to potentially go for his own age up, as he's not really, you know, investing that much right now into the military. Not as much as he should, at the very least, if he wants to stick this one out in Feudal Age. But behind this, MarineLorD, he is just going to be hopping over to the next pond. Wants to get some damage in over there as well.
And there's
this
that
looks
last
like
bit
plus
of
age
gold
up.
that was needed. And Louis should be able to just have one little bit of... Oh,
Oh, he just invested in
just
demo
queued-
ship?
What? No, he queued up a steeled arrow.
Yeah, that as well. And a demo ship is going to cancel those now. Needs a little bit more gold for the age up. And he is just now sending villagers over to gold, so we'll be getting that in shortly. But he's giving a lot of time over to MarineLorD to just mess up more archers and harass him on the water side. Oh, and he just sent the villagers over to the other sacred side as well. They're getting found out now.
Oh no!
You want to be clever and rotate them.
Rotating did not work too well. Both got sniped out as they were walking right by the dock that was being focused on. That dock is about...
Please don't make janitors. Okay, Genoa.
All right. Pilgrim's generating some extra gold. We have 36 seconds. Wow, that galley almost just got one tapped. Healing, though, coming in and proving to just be enough to force the units from MarineLorD away. More and more time that Louis is stalling for himself. However, MarineLorD looks like he's starting to bank some resources for Castle Age himself. Not quite there yet, though. Not quite able to drop the landmark. Still about halfway is what we'd call it.
Yeah. Once again, archer ships are... not archer ships, but the fishing ships here are going to get sniped out. MarineLorD actually having enough to one-shot these here. And now Louis, he's got the age up in, but what's the follow-up? It's going to be night, so Templar brothers are going to be coming in. But he's lost a lot of his own economy now behind this.
Yeah, I mean, MarineLorD's been able to deny the pawns very, very effectively. Hasn't had to worry about his own pawns. Louis split off the mass, though, is taking out all of the straggling units, all of the line that is trying to reinforce the mass that MarineLorD moved forward with. And then, and also denying the front side deer. So MarineLorD will have to move back to the berries on the backside of his base and rely on the fishing that he has as well.
Yeah, behind this, I mean, overall though, MarineLorD, he does have a very, very good economy advantage and is now moving back. And he's just got such a large military mass that once that age up is coming in on his side, which eventually it will, he's just going to have such a difficult army to deal with for Louis. Veterancy is coming in on the archers, but it's not going to be enough when you're outmassed more than 2-1.
Yep. And unlike Louis, MarineLorD has enough space in his docks. He just invested into 3 fishing ships per instead of 5 or so. Just kind of getting that, longer term, more efficient, but, not quite as quick of a come up there. And is rewarded for it, not losing any of the fishing ships.
Yeah. Age up should now be coming in. Last gold drop off happened there, and it's going to be the Regnitz Cathedral coming in for MarineLorD. Louis behind us already got his first scholar out and about, getting some of these relics in. Second monk also on the way. Up to 3 Templar brothers at this point in time, and we are having blacksmith upgrades following suit behind this for Louis. Food income, though, it's plummeted because of the loss of all of these fishing ships.
Yeah, he needs to get out onto the deer, onto the berries, onto some sort of other food resource for himself. He's trying to bring back a relic as we speak. Regnitz just finished, and this is the very, very important task. MarineLorD already does have 3 prelates. Since he went for mine work, he had to make a few, so should be able to move out quite quickly. And the question is will he be able to move out and actually secure those up for himself, as Louis already has 2 being brought back home?
More upgrades coming in behind this. The Minework Palace, though, meaning that +2 pierce damage is going to be coming in super quickly for MarineLorD. All veterancy upgrades now in queue for his current army. Crossbows following suit. And MarineLorD, his income, it is looking very, very solid right now. We're looking at roughly 1,800 resource per minute. Similar for Louis, but he's lacking a lot of food, which he also needs for his army composition.
And the only thing, I think we just saw MarineLorD, he had like 15, 20 villagers on those berries, and I think there was only 1 berry bush left. Oh, there are 0 berry bushes left. 26 villagers were on the berries, so has to move out and away to the gold vein, but we'll be happy to resecure that, especially with Castle Age coming through. So much more of a need for that gold.
Looks like Louis is able to secure 3 relics here, potentially. That is going to be really solid here for him. Able to also chase away. Oh, wait. Is this going to be a 4 relics?
This is a potential 4th. This is huge going up against H. Oh, I'm surprised he did not commit for that. I'm surprised he did not commit for that one.
He's going forward there with his entire army now, MarineLorD. He's got 15 more units, though. Army value is relatively even, though. Oh, he's going to let him walk alone. And Louis actually going to be there first to the relic. And now the Prowler automatically moves back because he's like, oh, wait, there's no relic to take. Why should I move there? But Louis also leaving his monk alone. Wallow could be coming in if he knows this in time. Archers falling back over there. Is he gonna? He's gonna find the archers from MarineLorD. This could be the best engagement that he can get on them.
Yeah, spears were out of position, able to get a charge onto the front side of the archers, able to circle around the backside. Spear's going to struggle to close a little bit and walk right in front of the archer mass from Louis. So easy micro for Louis during this fight. And just a
great
really able
fight
to
for
A
him.
move. Huge fight for Louis here.
And this was so important. He needed to even out the military count here. And this is working well.
Does exactly that. Relic as well is being secured for Louis, not for MarineLorD. So 4-1 is the relic count. Louis already has 2 sacred sites for himself also. This is looking like a really good positioning here for loueMT.
Yeah, he's looking strong now. He's in his element. We're seeing more Templar brothers now coming in. And 4-1 relics with Arachnid's Cathedral play. 2 sacred sites locked in. Templar pilgrims generating gold alongside it. Louis, he's now in his elements.
Yeah, and if we thought the food problem was going to be on Louis' side, look at what MarineLorD's food income is right now. 360 food per minute. He just moved out to the front side deer, so he's finally going to get a little bit of income in for himself, but he's hurting. He does not have much food in. He needs those villagers to drop off bad, and that was right after what we saw, which was those 26 villagers eating up the berries. It was his income looked great while they were on the berries all together, but they just went through it a little too fast.
And MarineLorD, he's out of food at this point in time as well. No Archon Chapel to put the farms around. Does in theory have the ability to get the upgrade in on his Arachnid's Cathedral to get like a pseudo Archon Chapel there, but look at all of these villagers completely uninspired, meaning that his economy right now is not the HRE economy that we know.
Yeah, it's just not what we're used to. The prelates are out and about on the map. They were trying to get relics. They're trying to grab sacred sites as we're speaking. And so the 3 prelates that MarineLorD does have just aren't actually helping the economy right now. Louis doubling down into this central location, wants to drop a keep, wants to deny this galley, wants to deny this dock, and just take that middle sacred site and allow himself to have that gold income for long term. MarineLorD's only sitting at 19 spears right now, and Louis has the archer number in his favor.
Oh, demo coming out just a little bit too late. Actually got cancelled by MarineLorD.
Fortress has been finished here now.
That's going to be an additional 180 gold per minute now for Louis, courtesy of Chino, and just get the second one up immediately as well. Why not? That's going to be an additional 180 gold per minute.
And I mean, it's also the guaranteed securing of the sacred site. So in reality, it's a little bit more gold per minute if you count the sacred site income that he's getting as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of spearmen out on that sacred site, though. Are we going to get a decap in there? Yeah, decap actually does come through. There is a monk with the army, though. Is going to be able to immediately recapture that one on up. Decap on the other sacred site, but you always just only need one of them under your control for your pilgrims to get their value.
Yep. And MarineLorD, once he runs out of those deer, which are already starting to run low, he is yet again going to encounter the other food problem. Probably going to move that whole mass of villagers over to the next berries or over to the next deer pack, but it's just further and further out. It's scarier and scarier for those villagers to be sitting there. Is that a trebuchet that has come on in? Going to try to start sieging down the fortress after it takes down the forward outpost.
Once again, demo ship gets queued up, is going to get cancelled most likely at the last minute. Nope, this time it does go up, but will very quickly go down thanks to the fire from that fortress there. We are now seeing the upgrade for the Ragnar's Cathedral and 4 monasteries for MarineLorD, so we'll be able to boost up his economy after all with that one completed. And I mean, he's saving up resources. Could be that we might soon be seeing a Palace of Swabia play from him to go into that Imperial Age up.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be what his game plan is for what he has in the bank right now. But it is allowing Louis to take the map control. The timers have started on the Sacred Site Victory. 9.5 minutes left. Multiple fortress built, but MarineLorD already has the siege out to start taking down those fortresses. 2 trebuchets. Doesn't look like he's adding any more yet, but what he is adding is the Palace of Swabia.
There it is, Palace of Swabia now getting rushed up. 30 villagers working on that alongside outposts coming up. MarineLorD knows that once that age up hits, his opponent might just try and all in on him. We do see some Templar brothers here. Just running around, burning down a dock. MarineLorD with the dog is at least getting vision on that.
Yet at this point, but yeah, it does deny the vision, I guess. It does deny that kind of point in the middle of the map that you see your opponent's color or your opponent's units. Just takes away a little bit of APM, maybe.
Fortress looks like it's about to go down. MarineLorD able to burn that one down, but Louis also looking for his own age up, and we do have the Templar brothers diving into the economy. Only finding a couple of villager kills though, but at this point in time with the Palace of Swabia, villager kills matter very little. But there it is, Kingdom of Poland now coming in, and Louis with already so many Templar brothers, he's gonna be able to just fully embrace the cavalry all in.
And somehow, someway, that fortress is still up. Oh my gosh, it's still barely up, barely staying alive. I think this is finally going to be the trebuchet shot that takes it down here. Yep.
There it goes.
Fortress has fallen.
It's been repaired for a while. That fortress is not the same that it started out as. Every single rock has been replaced at the end there. MarineLorD, he's got no, yeah, as Vodka points out, there's very little economy at the moment to go around. The food income not looking so good, and now elite archers coming in on both sides, but one player, he's got the front line, the armored front line, that's going to be able to do all the work behind it all.
Yeah, and yet again, MarineLorD's dropping forward farms. It wasn't, you know, he's got a lot of space behind his base. That's not where he's dropping the farms. It's nice forward, right next to the Swabia, right into the heart, into the thick of things, but you know, to each his own over here. Yeah, and another on the forward side, but he needs this food bad. He does have villagers on the berries. The farm transition's just now finishing up, so he should skyrocket up to about 1,500 food per minute here in a little bit, I'd assume.
Yeah. Oh, we are seeing the mass of elite Templar brothers slowly moving forward. They're not elite yet. Elite upgrade is on its way, though. Will very soon complete up behind this. Lead archers able to get a couple of shots off, but we're so far away from incendiaries at this point in time. MarineLorD just doesn't have the gold now. He's trying to expand out to it, but this is so dangerous. He's got a large gold vein on the other side, or rather in the back on the right corner of the map, but there's a yellow dot there. Louis probably just waiting, yeah, with a couple of Templar brothers here for move out from MarineLorD.
Yeah, he's waiting, he's watching, he's being patient, but MarineLorD does secure himself at least another 4K in the center for the time being, starting to siege down the next fortress that Louis had built after the first one. The question is when does Louis want to take this fight? It feels like he's got a great military composition. It feels like he has the numbers. Obviously, this is all being said with our God vision and observer mode, but he has to be feeling this as well.
This is important, Vodka. You gotta select one of the Templar brothers as they charge in, because we gotta see how much damage they do. It scales up pretty massively. Keep that one selected. We're seeing the chart. Okay, that was just a second. That was just the warm-up. We gotta keep on. We gotta keep on looking at them, because that charge gets increased by 2 for every other unit that is charging, and also with the Kingdom of Poland, it gets increased by an additional 50%. You can see these knights sometimes charging for like 100, 150 damage.
Yeah, you could see hovering over that the Kingdom of Poland bonus you were just mentioning. And so Louis, he's gonna be ready to take this fight soon. Can't tell if he's waiting for an upgrade, can't tell if he's waiting to get the information, the vision, but it is his time to strike.
Still taking his time, biding his time. He's not fully pop capped yet, not at 200 out of 200. Maybe that's what he's waiting for. MarineLorD at this point in time does have the economy a little bit more solid, I want to say. He's stabilized when it comes to the economy. We're getting elite upgrades in now on the Spearman as well. But army value, these two are very, very far apart from each other. And it's going to show in this next fight, because the army from Louis, I feel like it's probably just going to steamroll. Tithe-Bond's now coming as well with 4 relics secured by him.
Yeah, and some of that army value for MarineLords in the trebuchets, which are great at doing their job at taking down buildings, but they're not too useful when you're getting dove on by that many units from your other side. Louis is still just waiting, still just being patient, trying to play this slow and methodically. Sometimes you gotta just strike.
Yeah, Louis, he can't get any bombards in though with the Knights Templar. They don't get access to bombards. Instead, you're getting these very cool trebuchets with the flaming double projectile being thrown out there. Ooh, we're now also getting fanaticism. That's going to further increase the damage of all unique Knights Templar units, the Templar brothers included, depending on how low their health is. Additional 30% bonus damage when below 25% HP. Crane Quints as well. These crossbows will do a lot more damage.
Yeah, and he really just started to kind of build that crossbow number up, and it came out of nowhere, already up at above 10, up to 13. About to be max population
Plus 38!
soon. Oh my god!
It does more bonus damage than the base damage. Plus 46!
Absolutely crazy, but you need to connect some of those charges for it to be useful there. Trebuchet does get taken down. A lot of MarineLorD's infantry mass is being taken down. There's just so many archers here for Louis as well that are just, they get to clean house over a MarineLorD's military composition that he has.
Outpost under fire here from the trebuchets. We didn't even have biology in, but that's going to be coming in soon now as well. Without biology, where's the bonus HP coming from on these units? Where's that coming from?
Don't they have?
Oh, never mind. Yeah. They're getting bonus
Poland?
HP. Yeah, exactly. Poland also gives them the
10% bonus from Poland, making those knights even.
It's so much.
Templar
It's more than
brothers
Boyar's
even
Fortitude on them. I didn't expect it to be so much, but it's actually massive. MarineLorD, he better be praying that these charges land on the spearmen and not on the archers. But where are the spearmen?
Where are the spearmen? What spearmen are you talking about?
Oh, no charge came in though. Charge on cooldown. But there are the spearmen now. But the army, it's just not enough. Louis, he continues pushing forward. We're getting a culverin. But against what? Against the fortress? He does not have the means to push on top of that. More units in production. But it's just not enough against this military force that is now rampaging past his army. Spearman mass at the front side evaporated in just a matter of seconds here in this one. And now the remaining cavalry just running on in. MarineLorD, his economy is now exposed. And there's just no way back now in this one. Louis, he's continuing to push forward. The archers just cannot take down the military force, the front line from loueMT here, as he is going to be able to close out the Skyman and once again evens out this series in a 2-2 fashion now.
A tie series 2-2. It's what we've all been waiting for. It's what we've all been wanting. We knew this was going to be a close one. We knew it'd be back and forth. And Louis is able to tie it up. And look at the resources gathered. Look at that military graph lead. It was one that, MarineLorD went up to Impaswabia, but just had no food, had no farm transition, did not have the usual chapel that the HRE has behind it during that.
Indeed, and man, it's just like, it feels so rough. It feels so rough when you're the HRE with the Regnitz Cathedral and your opponent gets 4 out of the 5 relics here in this one as well, and yeah, you just lose out on so much momentum there, on such a big bonus there as the HRE when it comes to your gold generation. At MarineLorD, he looked really strong in the early game, but in the end, the military losing one big fight there suddenly put him far behind. Now, it is 2-2 in this set, but as this is a best of 9, we are going to be taking just a short break. Our players, they got to catch their breath. They got to regain their ground now as they are very much invested in this set. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will be right back with game number 5 between MarineLorD and loueMT. We are back, everybody. I hope you had a nice time, these 5 minutes, to rest up and get ready for our game number 5. I know our players definitely needed that break after those action-packed 4 games that we had going on so far. And man, next one is going to be no slouch either, as we're on sunken lands with the Byzantines up against the Mongols.
Yeah, a fun little Civ matchup here that we got. A fun map, obviously, that we got to with Sunken Lands. And so we'll see what either of these players have in store as far as build order, as far as game plans going in to this crucial game number 5. Obviously, you want to get the leg up. It's not quite getting the leg up going into match point, as obviously this is a best of 9 here coming in, and we might be going the distance.
Yeah, it's certainly been seeming so far. We had an equalizer after equalizer time and time again, and this one, Sunken Lands, this is an interesting matchup. We're seeing the Byzantines coming in right now, and Byzantines at the moment, they do feel very strong, but their main window of weakness has to be that early Dark Age into Feudal Age transition. If they get harassed in Dark Age, it can be relatively tough for them to recover. But from that weakness, we've seen a new strategy rise, and, well, not a new strategy, but like an old one reimagined. We're getting Hippodrome time and time again recently with the Byzantines. And MarineLorD, he's somebody that did practice a lot with Annotant, who did that quite frequently. So could potentially be that we are going to be seeing something like that happen again.
I'm a big fan of the Hippodrome. It's a fun strategy to see. It always makes the games usually a little bit more active. Not saying we want a quick game here, but we want an active game. We want a back and forth, and that's what this series, that's what these games have been so far. It's been a lot of fighting, a lot of action. Sometimes they're staring at each other, just kind of doing the in and out for a while, but this is one where Byzantines and Mongols is surely not going to disappoint.
Yeah, exactly, between these two players, right? Just knowing that this is the peak, I want to say, the peak of skill in Age of Empires 4 that is being represented here by MarineLorD and loueMT. If these two can't give everything with these civilizations, then who can? Who can?
I mean, that is definitely the case. And we talked about, we kind of got cleared up on the civilization picks for the rest. So after next game is where they can pick any of the civs that they haven't lost with. But enough of next game. We're into game number 5. loueMT playing as the Mongols in the color yellow. MarineLorD on the other side in the north, playing the Byzantines in the color pink.
And here we go. What's going to be the opening from these players here in this one? We do see MarineLorD. Double house opening. Oh, that is smart. Double house opening in order to get just enough stone in for that cistern without having to move out to stone early on.
Yeah, able to get that little bit of boost of your economy. Double house works. I'm surprised though it's not like a lumber camp or whatever else. But either way, it is MarineLorD's obviously practiced this build. Meanwhile, Louis gathers that necessary wood to drop that early barracks. And here we go, Dark Age Mongols as we know them, as we love it.
Sheep now being gathered up on these sides by the scouts. This map has a reasonably large amount of sheep overall. Gonna have to definitely take that into account here. Louis, what was the production building again that he went for? He opened up with, I'm not sure if he canceled, but there it is. Barracks is gonna be coming in for him.
Yeah, but look at the typical MarineLorD spawn though. He's got back gold in between the two wood lines. Not going to be too easy for the spears to walk on through. Barely can dodge out of TC range if he wants to tower the gold, but obviously you can always choose the berries, deny any sort of we talked about Hippo for a while, but you can always have to worry about the other landmark as well and never know what strategy your opponent's going to go for. So denying berries does deny some olive oil.
Denying the olive oil would definitely already go a long way here. If your opponent doesn't have access to mercenaries, that's the best potential that you've got, or rather, it enables a play in the feudal age. because that's when you're able to like keep up with the military. If your opponent does have access to the olive oil, they'll eventually be able to overwhelm you military-wise with the mercenaries. There is a berry patch all the way in the back corner for MarineLorD that he could always fall back to, but it's not going to be as ideal for him. It is a large berry patch though, so actually it that's like 2 mercenary packs right there that he could take. If he gets pushed all the way back there. This outpost is relatively far back, so MarineLorD would have to move these villagers quite far in order to deny that if he just wanted to deny it with villagers. So this one should definitely be going up for Louis. And this is going to be a nice base, a nice start to progress onto with feudal age aggression.
Yeah. Really good starting point. You know, it's always nice when that first tower for the Mongols goes up without any, you know, you didn't have to cancel it and rebuild it, and you really just get it at the timing you want it. You throw the spears inside, and then you call it a day and typically head home with that villager. 17 sheep? Okay. Gonna be
just looking at the spawn. This is a classic MarineLorD spawn, right? Like gold in the back, deer in the back. You get the large berry patch in the back. Very easily wallable woodline there at the side. Woodlines that are defending both of your spawns, like both sides around your TC there. This is
there's a reason why it's called the MarineLorD spawn. I mean,
exactly. He coined that term. Just get less lucky, and we wouldn't call it that.
Yep. Outpost has finished, starts to fire up on the Grand Winery. You know, berries obviously won't be able to be gathered, but MarineLorD, he is feudal age, wheelbarrow coming in, and deerstones just now being started for loueMT.
Yeah, MarineLorD for a time, though, is not going to be able to gather up any oil. So won't be seeing mercenaries here for a while, but first production building is going to be coming in. It is going to be that archer range, and MarineLorD so far also hasn't gathered up any additional stone. So we won't be seeing like this insane cistern economy coming in for him here at the moment. This feels like a relatively old Byzantine build order, I'll have to say.
Yeah, and it really does. I mean, the winery, wine and dine has been the play. It was the original Byzantines play for a while. It's not too difficult for MarineLorD to retake this location in just a little bit. Obviously, Louis Deerstones will finish up soon, and let's see what he chooses to follow this up when he hits feudal age.
Well, that's the MBL wall coming in nice and early there for MarineLorD on the left-hand side, before his opponent even hits the feudal age. It's going to make sure that his gold income there in the back is going to be nice and secure. More villagers moving out there. Question is that going to be for the deer? Is he moving past it? He is moving past it, actually onto the stone. So with a lot of villagers, means that we are actually going to see a very rapid expansion onto the cisterns after all.
7 villagers moving out to the stone. He really wants to end. More moving over to the wood line. That's macro's kind of looking like second TC, even though obviously I would assume cisterns are the more important thing here.
Sheep also being gathered up. Actually, this scout is fairly low health now. Louis, he's been working on that one for a while. He's been cooking him up, and he's actually sending the spearmen towards him as well.
This could be bad.
This could be really bad. He's going to be really, at least 4 sheep there as well.
Oh, Jukes.
The ankle breaker. Movement speed arrow not coming in. Is the scout going to live? 3. 9. 6.
6. 3. Oh, it regained
He's
1
1
health.
HP.
Oh my god.
He survives on 1 HP with the regeneration just barely coming in time. Not even close.
This is where MarineLorD goes calculated, easy. And there is the triple cisterns moving out to the back berries as well. So we'll be able to move up to water level 3. Louis being more and more annoying with that con. I mean, it's crazy that, I mean, this almost feels like the con of the old days, even though we know it's not, as multiple villagers and the scout would already be dead at this point. But Louis is getting to kind of reinforce this attack with that vision that outpost is giving him, but MarineLorD has a fully walled off back of his base.
This is such an annoying woodline to res into. He's going to have to wait until the next layer of trees has been chopped through before he can get any more archer shots in there. Maybe actually get like a villager out here. get another outpost up, because then he could definitely range it with an emplacement. That could be very, very annoying. Remember, like the back when you were able to chop through wood lines, right? And just players were placing outposts inside of wood lines.
Oh yeah, it was always hilarious to see that kind of sprout out of nowhere. However, it is water level 4 about to be activated now for MarineLorD. So 1 to 4 really, really quick on that water level. He is getting oil in from the back berries as well. So we'll be able to train some mercenaries here in the near future. Louis just scouting for position to attack. Uses the scouting falcon again, sees over that wood line. Deerstone's even moving forward as well.
Archers right now is looking for some way into the base. Isn't able to find it. We are now also seeing the blacksmith coming up for MarineLorD, and with the cisterns that he has, he's going to be able to get upgrades really fast. But Louis, he's got a crazy amount of units at the moment out there. 20 archers at this point in time.
And now he's getting the Khan Hunter being made as well, given that little extra range.
Maybe then he can finally fire above the, like, through the wood line.
Yeah, I think that the wood line's chopped a little bit more through, and that extra bit of range should be enough, but probably only going to get like 1 villager quick reaction by MarineLorD would be my assumption. We'll see. That's the play it looks like he's going to go for here in a second. Deerstones is just, this is
very aggressive Deerstone
over here. Oh, there it is.
There we
Scouting
go.
Falcon.
1 villager.
Oh,
not in range yet.
Oh.
The Mitanni, is he going to be able to find some picks there? They do fall back in time. And Louis is just continuously massing up more and more units. MarineLorD now finally has enough olive oil for a first batch of mercenary units. But it's been coming in rather late. He is getting some longbows in next. Yeah. Behind this, I'm not sure if this is going to be good enough, just because of just how large the army from Louis is already behind this. And I really would love to see him going for an outpost here in this woodline. He could just deny this entire woodline with a single outpost.
You can see he's trying to get over that woodline, trying to get that range to be able to... Oh, it looks like he did snipe down half of a villager's health, so maybe a few of the archers were able to just barely range over. But denying wood right now is tough for MarineLorD, because MarineLorD's trying to go into archers to defend this as well. Or at least a few. Maybe going into a castle play here in a little bit with the walls he has. Try to break out in castle.
He can only get a limited amount of longbows in from his position at the moment, because he can at maximum get enough olive oil for 2 packs of longbows. That's going to be 10 archers. Louis already eclipsed MarineLorD's current count of archers plus the eventual plus 10 longbowmen. The Issues Limitania are also a great meat shield up against the archers, so Louis is definitely going to need a bonus there as well. But MarineLorD, he's looking for a Castle Age transition now behind this, which he can relatively easily get, and the economy is just so strong with that Cistern level 4. Louis macroing in the same direction, though, should also be able to find his own way to Castle Age. But if MarineLorD gets his Castle Age in, I feel like just the potential is a lot bigger with the Byzantines than it is from the Mongols.
Yeah, Mongols, like, it feels like Mongol has all the map control because MarineLorD walled himself off and is just chilling behind the walls. But right when Castle Age hits, just really when everything changes, it's, you know, Mongols obviously don't have walls themselves, so raiding units become very, very valuable. You can see on Louis' side, he's out on the deer, he's out on these different resources, so all it takes is one cataphract, one night.
How much gold does he have remaining? How much gold is remaining on that gold mine from MarineLorD? It's only 100-ish gold. He can... Oh my god, can he even afford a single veterancy upgrade? He can't. How much gold does the veterancy on the mercenaries cost? Is that discounted?
I think it's cheap. Oh, it's 250?
No, it is 125, so it is discounted. Get wrecked, Cal, as he was whispering into our ear 250.
Yeah. So we'll be able to get the veterancy, but that's just 10 longbows that'll get the veterancy. Meanwhile, Louis, his whole 35 set of archers will get veterancy.
There it is, age-up coming in on both sides, but he's getting in the coral tie, so that's like an additional level of veterancy coming up there. And MarineLorD, he realizes, okay, I don't have a lot of gold. He's making a market in the back. Might want to get like at least... He's going to need like an additional upgrade, so probably wants to have the market to be able to not just get veterancy on the longbowman, but also on his own archers. And yeah, he actually prioritizes archers veterancy over the mercenary veterancy.
And there's the mercenary veterancy. He just sold something else as well. Probably going to try to get ranged damage or ranged armor. Huh? No, cataphract. It's a cataphract choice.
This is such an even timing between the two, but MarineLorD, he does not have enough gold for pierce damage level 2.
Look at Louis. He's swapping over to men-at-arms crossbows. I think he realizes that MarineLorD's going to be stuck. He's going to be struggling on the gold, and going into these heavy armored units and crossbows is something that MarineLorD won't really be able to find a good answer to.
There it is. MarineLorD, he's had enough of hiding inside of his own base. Veterancy is about to finish here at this point in time now. Hack Arrow is coming in, and now veterancy on these units. I don't think that this is a fight that Louis can realistically take. The Curl Tie also buffing up all of the archers.
There's the 2 cataphracts.
He doesn't have pierce armor upgrade though.
Oh my gosh, no
Look
pierce
at how quickly
armor.
that
They just
melts.
get shredded. That's so many resources just thrown down the drain. Cataphract's trying to focus on the men-at-arms so the archers don't, but this is a fight that Louis is just demolishing MarineLorD's side.
This is not something that you see every day, where the Byzantines are on the back foot and just getting outproduced here. The Curl Tie, I'm making notes right now, Dapson. I'm making notes. This is... Okay. Myriad, the next time we meet on ladder, this is what's waiting for you.
Oh, okay, here we go then. This is what we are about to be looking for next on the ladder from Crackety. But MarineLorD, he's trying to push out. He's trying to break out. The superior movement speed allowed the Deerstones, allowed the Curl Tide to unpack, army to reposition quickly. More men-at-arms, more crossbows being produced by Louis. Meanwhile, MarineLorD, he is using the little bit of olive oil he has for some land snakes, and he's going into horsemen, which, yes, that's the counter to the huge mass of Louis' archers, but we just saw without a lot of upgrades, the horsemen are really just going to get shredded, especially if there's some spears out.
Yeah,
there's only
and MarineLorD, without any more gold in the bank, without any more gold access, he's desperate for it right now. And MarineLorD, he spots out the villagers on the gold vein, does have the Falcon there now moving towards that spot. He knows that this could be it. If he's able to shut that down, that could be GG right there, and putting him closer to match point.
It's 51 to 36. Obviously, there is some higher value units on MarineLorD's side, but Louis, he has 11 men-at-arms, and there's not an effective counter on MarineLorD's side right now. So all those villagers that just moved out have to run away. Louis just sitting there with the front line. The cataphracts, though, they do have +2 ranged armor now. Horsemen trying to run into the mass of archers. Men-at-arms, though, still alive into the backside of MarineLorD. His front line is starting to lose, and Louis is winning the fight slowly but surely, and not only the fight, he wins the game.
And damn, just like that, Louis once again able to take the lead up against MarineLorD in this one, and now we're getting closer and closer to a match point on one of these sides. Game number 5, this one did not take as long as the previous ones, and yeah, the Curl Tie here just proving to be strong enough. MarineLorD gold-staffed, and Louis showing us how to deal with the Byzantines in the current meta.
Yeah, just went up there, towered that initial berries, and that just gave him enough. And oh my gosh, I forgot about the scout play. Perfectly calculated, 1 health, able to live with that scout and barely get away.
And the Curl Tie player in the middle, just enough units here, veterancy upgrades coming in time. The timing was so clutch here from Louis. Both of these players hitting age up within 5 seconds of each other. The game plan at this point in time was clear. And you see just the cataphracts without the pierce armor level 2 getting absolutely melted by the archers. And this was a very, very well played game here on both sides. And next up, though, we're going to be seeing Carmel coming in. Dude, what is this matchup? Carmel, Roos against Delhi. Roos on the side of MarineLorD and Delhi for loueMT.
Yeah, I mean, that's the civs that they have left. Remember, this is game 6. After this game, and they are able to repeat the civs that they lost on in their pool. So opens up some civ options a little bit more, makes you have to think a little bit more during that draft process. We see the final fight when MarineLorD throws in the towel. It was all but over. He knew without gold there was no hope for him in that game.
And just the olive oil restriction here as well. A clean 1,000 olive oil gathered, and MarineLorD just never had a chance to get access to his main berry patch there at the front of his own base. Next up, though, Carmel. I mean, Carmel, it's one of those maps where there's just a ton of deer out there. I think we're looking at like a total of like 40 plus deer on this map overall. And Roos, they're the pro scout connoisseurs here at the end of the day. Delhi, they're getting it in for free, but they have to, you know, they got to stare at the clock a little bit. They're being put in the timeout corner the second they click that upgrade, because they got to wait a little bit longer. Not that long in the end, considering for just how cheaply they get it, which is free. Yeah, meaning that they have to spend less resource on that. Though they can invest more in the military and can invest more into denying the pro scouts from their opponents.
So it will be Carmel for map number 6. It leaves us Frisian Marshes, Scandinavia, and Gorge for our final potential 3 maps. Obviously, you know, could end up swinging into Louis' favor if he takes this next win and just keeps the streak alive here. He does have Delhi, like you were just mentioning. It will be pro scouts play on Carmel, which is just, it's been the meta for a little bit now. Like it or not, it is it's one that at least it causes some activeness out on the map in that kind of earlier feudal age play.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting just how much of a feudal age play we are going to end up seeing here in this one, just considering how hard it is to deny the eventual castle age from the Roos in pretty much any matchup. And honestly, like Roos, I wouldn't be surprised even if MarineLorD decides to delay pro scouts until castle age and instead heads for an immediate fast castle age and just, you know, get some cav archers out, deal with anything that Louis wants to throw up against him in the feudal age, and then go for a delayed pro scout. Could be the case, but you never know. It's kind of difficult. Like, you also don't want to give Delhi too much momentum on their side. Once they start capturing up the sacred sites, things can start becoming iffy very, very quickly. Both these players definitely gonna need to have a game plan for this one. I feel like Louis, he's once again kind of like throwing a wrench into the usual matchups that we are expecting to see in the current meta here. Delhi against Roos, definitely not something that I would have expected to see in this one. Honestly, I mean, other than that, he's only got Ayubits available to him, but even Ayubits I would have considered more viable on Carmel than Delhi necessarily. Then again, Scandinavia still being in the map pool, I guess Ayubits more of a civilization that you want to use there, but we are getting close to that point in the game where players can start using civilizations again that they've lost with previously.
Yeah, exactly. So it does still leave some good options for those final maps. You really got to pay attention to what civs you got left, what civs your opponent has left. But now kind of thinking more on this Roos versus Delhi matchup, we were talking about how long it would take for the Roos player to go out to the gold. So do we have any, I think it was 18, 19 minutes was last time we saw it. What do we think bets are on this game?
You mean like when the farm transition comes in for Roos?
No, when Roos first has to go out to the gold vein and actually start gathering from gold.
Oh, okay, because on this map I also like to play like when Roos has to like make a farm transition, because it's kind of ridiculous with the amount of deer on this map. I'm guessing on this one we're probably going to be looking at like a 23-minute timing for Roos to go on to gold, and actually 32 minutes for them to start making a farm transition.
That's crazy when you're talking about that. Crazy to think about that. That just shows you how much food is on that map. And the thing about Rus is every single one of those deers is a little bit of that gold trickle, a little bit more of that bounty that they get coming on in. They obviously got the high trade house as well. Just so many extra passive gold generations for themselves. So it'll be a while for them to go out to the gold, but maybe Delhi can force them onto it. Maybe Delhi will force them out with, the triple sacred sites and, securing those on up and giving themselves a win condition.
That's right. Rus. I mean, I personally think that both of these civilizations are broken in their own rights when it comes to their own kind of different unique aspects. I think elephants and just free research can be really, really broken. I think elephants, just the bonus armor is going to be insane, even up against cav archers here potentially. But it is time. We are moving into our game number 6 here. In the color yellow, we got Team Elephants, loueMT as the Delhi here on Carmel. Not a map where we really see Delhi all too often. His opponent in the color pink, it is Gentlemate's MarineLorD playing as the Rus. And we are seeing the classic double hunting cabin opener. And not only is it the classic, but of course it is a classic MarineLorD spawn, as that one hunting cabin is also right next to the initial 3 deer that you spawn with inside of your base. So MarineLorD, he knows, okay, I'll just go there. I'll have a very, very nice food source immediately. And yeah, immediately just getting a ton of food from that. He's not built a house yet, though. He's not building a house. He needs to build a house soon. He's making scouts as well. He's housed.
Oh, there it is. He's fine. It's calculus. Oh, scout can't come out. Never mind.
There we go. He's rushing it up now.
Rushing it on up. Scout going to be a little bit delayed. Won't be too big of a deal. Obviously, that's something that doesn't impact you too much in the long term. Villager would have been a little bit of a different story if it had been a villager that had been idled for that whole entire time. Even still, though, just sheep starting to be gathered on up, and a good amount so far coming in for MarineLorD as well as Louis.
Yeah, as these games get longer, as the set starts to draw itself out, of course fatigue can kind of start playing a role here in this one, but these are professional players. We're expecting nothing but the best from them. So yeah, no villager idle at the very least. These mistakes are not too big, I want to say, here at this point in time. Definitely some leeway there. Now MarineLorD, that second scout, is going to be able to pull ahead of Louis' scout. Louis, though, he does have a fine number of sheep at this point in time. He is looking very much content on that in that regard, and especially since early on, he's not really reliant on sheep anyways. He's got the berries that are working for him. And on this map, we talked about the deer a bunch, because there's a ton of deer on this map. But there's also a lot of berry bushes. For a civilization like the Delhi, that is perfect.
Yeah, it's food in general, just tons of food. There's also multiple boars instead of your usual 2. There's the extra 2 thrown on the map, which also bonus for Rus if they decide to go for it. Golden Gate on the way for villagers.
Victory.
And Tower of Victory coming in for loueMT. No Dome of the Faith action. It's going to be the Tower of Victory. Once that little bit extra attack speed.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Not really the main landmark that we see at the moment. So, yeah, really not seeing that one every day at all. It's just in theory, right? Like, you got to think about it. The Dome of the Faith, you're saving up on your scholars a lot. In theory, Dome of the Faith is like 110 gold per minute that you get, or rather that you save. That's more than your average meditation gets by a long shot. Meditation Garden gets from the Juice Legacy. Tower of Victory, though, you get increased attack speed on all of your infantry units. I think it mostly matters in fuel age engagements. Later down the line, it's kind of tough when you're up against mobile units like the cavalry archers. Crossbows with it is really nice as well. Hand cannoneers, of course, really nice, but hand cannoneers kind of feel a good bit weaker than they used to at the moment. I know, against a civilization like the Rus, which just do a whole lot of kiting with their cav archers as well, I don't think you can probably get the full use of the Tower of Victory, and it's just where it's not playing as much into Delhi's strength as the other landmark is.
Yeah, I think you kind of just mentioned it. It really feels like it's beneficial during these longer feudal engagements, these big feudal fights where you got, 20 spears, 20 archers and whatnot. But it's a fast castle meta for the Rus. And Rus, you can't really deny their fast castle typically, especially with 20 sheep under a town center. They don't have to move out of the town center to go up to Castle Age. You can already see 300 gold into the bank for MarineLorD. So, I mean, it's one that I guess you still get benefits from it in later ages. It's just not as strong, but, Louis got a game plan here. Let's see him stick to his guns. Let's see him play it on out.
First production is coming in. It is going to be a stable, so no immediate benefit there from the Tower of Victory here for him. He's going to be getting some Ghazi Raiders out, and Ghazi Raiders, they're going to be able to deal with these scouts at least a lot more efficiently than normal horsemen would. 12 to just 9 damage between the Ghazi Raider and the horseman. MarineLorD immediately reacting, though, with his own barracks behind this, and Rus, they don't need a stable immediately. They are able to make those scouts from the hunting cabin, so no need for that. Instead is going to be pumping out the scouts that way, getting the upgrades in as well. And Louis, he's not going to be able to immediately deny any major resources here from MarineLorD, as MarineLorD does also have just a ton of sheep remaining inside of his base.
Yeah, he's still on that initial few deer or last deer that spawns near your TC, so we'll finish that up, move to the sheep under the TC, and now he's not even going to have to stay on the sheep for too long. As Pro Scouts just finishes, he's about to pick up his first couple deer carcasses. As we see now,
there we go. First one coming
starting
in.
the caravan. A spear already out for MarineLorD. 2 spears out, and archers already on the way as well. We saw horseman spear versus spear archer earlier on, and this time Louis, he has got the 1-1-1 typical Delhi production going for himself.
Yeah, so we're seeing a little bit of everything coming in. MarineLorD also now adding in his own archers. If we actually do see a prolonged feudal age fight, Dabson, as you mentioned, like the Tower of Victory could actually make a good enough difference here in this one. So it's very interesting. This is a matchup that you don't really see every day. And now we're getting a very interesting permutation here up against the Rus.
Yeah, and you can't forget, obviously, MarineLorD doesn't ever want to let Louis just sit on Sacred Site income gold. So a lot of times you do kind of feel forced to contest the Sacred Site somewhat, and I guess MarineLorD might be able to do that a little bit first, get his deer income come in, and then contest the Sacred Site as Sanctity. Just finishing up for loueMT now.
And I do believe that we already have a Scholar on the bottom Sacred Site, so we'll start capturing that one up now. MarineLorD currently only really thinking about his Pro Scout play, so his army is not moving out to deny any sacred sites at the moment. He's just protecting his scouts inside of his base.
Yeah, I think that's what the Knight in queue is for. Knight, much more of that raiding unit, much more of that unit to split off from your main army. He also is moving towards the North Sacred Site with his whole mass, so might want to just full focus on one denial, kind of saying, hey, denying one is better than none over there.
Yeah, behind this, Pro Scouts is starting to get closer and closer to completion for Louis. And look at that, nice little wall coming in. Not the closest wall to the Sacred Site, but it is going to get the job done. And it's very nice to see Louis going for these Sacred Site walls, meaning that there isn't going to be any really quick decap with just a single unit coming in here from MarineLorD. He's going to have to send some more in order to burn through that.
And there's that knight coming that I was talking about. I think the Scholar's about to hit that Northern Sacred Site, and might not be too long for this world.
Yeah, this Scholar right now, he's happy, he's enjoying his day, he's just looking at some books and, Lance!
Lance followed up by a Saber, just getting slapped by the knight, early knight from MarineLorD, but does its job. One Sacred Site captured, one Sacred Site has been denied. Louis and MarineLorD both playing this extended feudal, so it's not that fast castle for MarineLorD. It is this extended feudal, and that favors Delhi's Tower Victory play here.
Yeah, Pro Scout's also getting closer and closer to completion. We got a second Scout already out for Louis. And once that comes in, I mean, Pro Scout for free for him. He's going to have food for days here on this map. Not just with the berries, but also with the deer inside of his map. Inside of his DC.
There's still one archer finishing that wall. Slowly but surely. He's getting the job done. Don't you worry.
Another move out now onto the sacred side on top there. MarineLorD is still investing into knights, but I think slowly but surely he is remacroing towards that castle age. Did just sell a couple of resources for more gold, courtesy of his gold gate. So age up will be coming in very shortly from him. Which landmark is it gonna be? You don't even have to guess. It's gonna be the High Trade House, of course, coming in for MarineLorD here. Question is, how much gold is that gonna generate? It has a lot of trees missing, but I think it's still gonna be like a 110.
It doesn't seem like too crazy of a high trade house. Louis is capturing the northern sacred site. He's getting quick walls built around it too, so not going to be an well. I thought he was going to get quick walls built around it, but yet again, he's just, you know, one archer's fine. He's getting the job done. Don't you worry. And he'll have both of these sacred sites now. He has the 10-minute timer ticking. Has a lot of gold income coming in, so will be able to re-macro to castle himself, as I'm sure that's exactly what he's assuming MarineLorD's doing as well.
Yeah. Still making some scholars behind this, as he is going to need them for just enhanced researching technology upon hitting the castle age. It's a little bit more expensive though, because he didn't go for the Dome of Faith, so will need to bide some time there. Ghazi Raiders denying a little bit of the pro scouting. You're not really denying, but just delaying it a tad bit for the time being. It's gonna have to move back though. Doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades for MarineLorD, but Louis did have that early blacksmith, so Pierce armor already in for him. I mean, these Ghazi Raiders didn't take too much damage here early on. Veterancy upgrades now coming in for MarineLorD as well though.
Yeah, and both sides now have been slowly bringing back the deer, except obviously MarineLorD started quite a bit earlier, so about to be finished up with his deer on the side of his map, but can go try to start stealing some of Louis's.
And Louis is now starting to move across the map with his army. At least is sending some of the Ghazi Raiders forward. MarineLorD did have a semblance of units forward, but he's just going to split off the knights for some raids. Scouting still going on. There we go. House of Learning now coming at 34 villagers.
Oh my god. He
and
says,
a raid
I need
coming
this
in.
Quick. Raid coming. Successful onto the gold vills. Not necessarily in damage, you know, killing them, but idle time. Pushing those off for a little bit. And I guess gold had to be taken earlier than expected for MarineLorD.
85% of his economy is being used for this age up. He wanted that one yesteryear.
Yeah, I mean, I guess obviously with Delhi, it's not only the age up that you need, but it's also you can't get the time. All these techs you get to start, but it's slow in timing. So veterancy especially, you need to highly prioritize. Same thing with relics. He had moved out with scholars for relics already.
Oh god, 4 relics immediately.
So that's why he sacrificed. It's for the long term. He knew this is for the greater good. He's got the sacred sites. He's got the relics getting brought back in. He gets to start all of these technologies. He really needs veterancy on the archers, veterancy on the spears.
Defensive Wololo coming in here, but in the end, that one relic at least is going to be going over to MarineLorD. I think... And honestly, though, like, Louis got to be quite fine with this 3-2 relic split up against the Ruse. He's got to be quite happy.
Yeah, and has a big military mass going into this castle age. They both built a lot and didn't really have a lot of head-on engagements. They kind of just made a lot of military, both postured and in their sides of the map that they needed to. MarineLorD, though, he says now it's time to start denying the northern sacred site.
Yeah, Knights and Scouts starting to burn that palisade wall down. Louis, he's very content right now just sitting inside of his base, getting all of these free upgrades in because he doesn't need to pay a dime for them. And that's so much value for him just being gained right there. Time is his #1 ally right now. If he has time, he's going to be in a better and better and better spot. This one wall segment there is not fully finished, but Doesn't need to be. Because if there's enough units to burn that segment down, and there's enough units to burn down a normal segment anyways.
Yep. I guess it's a good way to put it. Front gold now having to be taken. It's crazy looking at Louis' gold positions compared to MarineLorD's. But you know, MarineLord doesn't really even need to gather the. MarineLord doesn't even need to gather the gold really, so it's not that big of a deal anyways for him. Sacred site denied, but still has 3 relics and 1 sacred site's worth of gold income in for Louis.
MarineLorD now also switched into mass horsemen, or is switching into mass horsemen and crossbows. Louis behind this reacting with a war elephant on his side. War elephant, of course, nice against the horsemen. The archers not so nice up against the crossbows that are being mixed in there as well. Crossbows also from Louis, and these are also going to be benefiting from the Tower of Victory.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one where these bigger fights is really where the Tower of Victory is even more noticeable. You know, oh, it's 60 units on either side. Well, it's like, well, you know, if 50 of those are attacking 15% faster, it means quite a bit of a difference. You're forced to be dropped. Outpost going to be burnt on down.
Honestly, at this point in time, Louis got more than enough food, and he is actually committing for the fight. Elephant gets revealed, and MarineLorD realized, okay, without my crossbows here at the front side, this is not a realistic fight for me to win. Fight seems to be getting taken, at least in part here anyways, and yeah, in the end, Louis is going to be able to come out victorious here. The archers just shooting so much quicker.
Really, really good step up, good win there from the fight from loueMT. Elephant
interesting point here
way.
from the chat as well. These horsemen that MarineLorD's making, he hasn't gotten the veterancy upgrade yet. It is coming in now. It looks like, okay, he read the chat. There is a delay. There is a 5-minute live delay. So no worries. This is not a reaction to that, but he is getting the horseman upgrade in. Warrior's Fortitude could also really help increase the value of this cavalry front line as well. Plus 25 HP on every single one of these units. That is going to be very strong.
I mean, still 20 horsemen that weren't upgraded for last fight. So crucial. loueMT still playing that defensive game. He's heavy onto this stone here. Looks like he might be thinking about dropping a keep in the near future. Scholars pulled forward, maybe going to be do some battle healing during this fight. Elephant still posturing towards the middle. And it's game time for this fight. There's so many crossbows. Elephant trying to be healed up from the Scholars. Whole mass trying to be healed up from the Scholar. MarineLorD is turning, continuing to kite back away.
Doing a really good job here with the kiting right now. Scholars at the front line, they're not going to take any bonus damage.
Feels
now
like
the front line. There's no front line left. And there's Mass Horseman. MarineLorD, he's collapsing on him right now. The Veterancy Horseman keep is getting rushed up. What a desperation keep, though. The Elephant is getting giga out-healed right now. He's not going down, even against the mass crossbows. I do say that Caster Curse slowly but surely is getting taken down. Just like that, the Elephant falls, but the keep seems to be going up. Louis, though, he's losing all of his Scholars for it.
I mean, not only all the Scholars, he lost his whole entire military for that as well. A few villagers after it. MarineLorD, if I know him, he's just going to walk right past this keep and just go into the heart of the economy, kill the rest of the villagers, dive under the TC, idle out the rest, because he knows he just killed all of Louis' army.
And now Warrior's Fortitude is coming in for MarineLorD as well. All of these cavalry units are going to get even more value added onto them now. MarineLorD, he's just sitting underneath the TC from Louis. Louis, in theory, I think he's got the upgrade where he can hide inside of the house as well, so it's going to be difficult for MarineLorD to really kill economy after this, though.
I mean, he's at the point, though, he could just sit under the TC and idle this for the rest because he just killed everything on Louis' side. Louis' whole entire economy was basically idle during that now after it. A trebuchet being built to go ahead and start sieging down this keep. Villagers did pop out onto the wood line, but Louis just isn't really able to utilize his villagers that he does have, and MarineLorD is triple the military.
Yeah, there's a ton of scholars at the moment in queue for loueMT. Over 1,300 gold worth of scholars at the moment. The question is, what unit can Louis really make right now up against us? He needs a mixture of spearmen and archers at the moment. These are very, very food heavy, and he's been idled out for a long time, and he's gonna call it right there. He doesn't find a way back into this game up against the Rus after losing so many military units on his side, and that means, once again, the series has been evened up.
Yeah, I looked at the end. He was sitting on 66 food per minute there at the end and just did not have a lot of opportunity for ending in sight there. But what a game number 6. We can see the resources gathered at the end. We talked about Rus a lot earlier. They just seem like such a powerhouse still. Maybe it's that Delhi looks a little weak. Maybe it was the Tower of Victory play. Maybe it's MarineLorD's play. But either way, it is a tied up series again.
It is. And man, Rus, they're truly just showing their worth here, right? Like in not just this set, but the last set as well, being a very, very dominant civilization. I'll have to say though, this was an interesting usage here from Louis with the Delhi on Carmel. And I can see the vision. I can see the vision that was just shown me here. And honestly, maybe we can see some more Delhi action on Carmel in the future.
Maybe so. I mean, Delhi's always a fun civ to watch. Maybe not a fun civ to play against, as they force you to play a different type of game. You have to contest the sacred sites. That's exactly what MarineLorD did. Is maybe not contested both of them, but at least denied the ticker from starting too early. First scholar got taken down. Then he goes castle and takes control of the rest of the map.
Yeah, now starting with game number 7, players are able to repick civilizations that they've lost with previously in the set. And so we do see MarineLorD opting for the Byzantines here. Meanwhile, Louis going for the Malians.
And it's gorgeous. The map that you said is one of your favorites to watch, favorite to cast over here. So excited to see game number 7 action coming soon. First, the rest of these highlights. This was one of like that kind of big finalized engagements here where the front line of Louis just kind of evaporated. There's only 5 spears actually now looking back. He didn't have too much of a front line, and that allowed the veteran horsemen to circle and just take down the whole entire army.
Yeah, just a mass of horsemen, and MarineLorD, he's so good at switching into the correct unit at the correct time, just getting the read in there. Louis, I'm not sure if maybe the keep, if the resource for keep, maybe 10 more spearmen could have saved him here in this one. There were still a lot of archers from MarineLorD as well residing, or maybe just another elephant could have made the difference. These kind of like small differences there, investing into keep, investing into just more military, they can really make the difference here in these like kind of mid-match exchanges of the military.
Oh, but what an exciting game 6 we've had. What an exciting series we've had. Definitely been enjoying myself today casting this grand finals, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers have. So I mean, if you're out there, you feel like throwing some support, obviously, you know, subs do go a long way. EGC definitely appreciates it, and they have been continually hosting tournaments for quite some time.
That's right, so if you've got a gifted sub to give away, maybe a prime sub lying around waiting to be used, this is the spot to use it, because not only will you support EGC TV, but you'll also be able to watch this long drawn out set in the best of 9 between MarineLorD and loueMT without any ad interruptions. And you know how it is, you're watching that on the big TV, you're enjoying the games, you're really like getting into the action there, and suddenly there's like I don't know, some ad playing trying to sell you some hand soap instead. That's not really what you want. That's taking you out of the game, that's taking you out of the action. So prime sub, or just any sub in general, that could help you out right here on EGC TV.
Exactly. And I kind of laugh. I was thinking about the interview you had with Vortex, and the way he explained, you know, his prediction is exactly how this series has been. It's been like, dude, Louis looks really good now. You know, it probably is Louis, but at the same time, MarineLorD's MarineLorD. It's like, it's been a dead-on 50-50. Like, there's these games where MarineLorD looks ahead or Louis looks ahead, and then all of a sudden it's dead even. You never know who is going to end up coming out ahead. And I mean, that's where the series, we're tied up. We're still going to be. Well, I mean, we're shooting for going the distance here. We've been talking about it after every game, and it's just been head-to-head locked in.
That's right. I mean, this set in particular, it's really going the distance. That is exactly what you want from a grand final, right? And I'm just so happy. I'm just so happy that we have players like loueMT that are able to challenge MarineLorD, that has just been consistently performing at the top level, pretty much visible in every single grand final of these S-tier tournaments that we've had on EGC TV. And Louis, he's been the rising star, climbing up in the spotlight every single tournament. He's been improving, and now he is challenging MarineLorD. And it's not just a one-sided clash. No, these games are incredibly even.
Yeah, I know. We've been talking about Louis like this for so long. Soon enough, it's not going to be the rising star anymore. It's just going to be like, oh, here's Louis, battling in the finals yet again. Here we go. It's no longer the rising star if he does it that consistently.
Yeah, hopefully we're not going to have the AV2 problem where it's like, here's Louis again winning the S-tier tournament for the 10th time in a row.
Oh, that, it's one that I get that, so a lot of people like some variation and some change, but some people love seeing the dominant figure in the scene. So,
everybody loves an underdog.
Yeah, there we go. And I mean, that's one where I'm sure Louis has a lot of fans cheering him on, thinking, he's technically an underdog in this one, but again, soon enough, maybe won't be considered that way against MarineLorD.
Right, maybe soon MarineLorD will be considered the underdog because Louis, he's been making an impressive impact here, an impressive impression here on us. Next up though, Byzantines up against the Malians. What do these two civilizations have in common? They both get access to javelin throwers. Are we gonna see them though from the Byzantines? We'll have to wait and see. This is a fairly interesting matchup, I want to say. Like, Byzantines, they definitely have the ability to stick it out up against a civilization like the Malians, which have so many passive resources going for themselves, so much passive income going for themselves, but they can stick it out typically on one TC, where other civs have to opt for a second TC just to play it even.
Yeah, both of these civs are the civs that can lose a lot of vills and still seem to be okay with their economy, but game number 7 begins. MarineLorD as the Byzantines, loueMT as the Mali, and we are on Gorge.
Here we go. EGC Gorge, the sheep. They're on the far outer sides. And what do we have here for an opening from MarineLorD? It looks like it is the similar opening that we had from him last one. So this opening from MarineLorD, it is not based on the pick of his opponent's side. I thought maybe this is just something that he was picking or using specifically up against the Mongols. No, this is something that he's using up against more civilizations than just them.
And obviously both of these players are repicking the civs, which means these are civs they lost on. So one of them will be able to redeem their civ pick, will be able to even out that civ win-loss ratio for themselves in this finals. But who will it end up being? You can see the cow counter 0-20, but once Feudal Age comes around, we will see Louis investing into plenty of beef, I am sure.
Cattle, definitely, like, just the beef, definitely the best part of the food pyramid, right?
Oh, I mean, of course. If you have a choice, that is definitely one of the top ones.
What is the diet where you only eat meat? I think that's called the paleo diet, if I recall correctly.
I don't know diets. Sure. We'll go with it.
We'll see what Louis opts for. Maybe you get some veggies in there as well. You get some berries here and there. Just garnish,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna go with, carnivorous or carnivore, but yeah, someone said paleo. We'll go with that one. Either way, MarineLorD, he wants to be on that diet this game. He wants to be taking down the cows on the other side.
Cattle, definitely. Just we've seen them work so well in game number 1 up against the Ottomans. Just so much economy that you get going for yourself. Fortunately, in game number 1, his opponent had supply, and they were just built a little bit too differently there. Now, Grand Winery is going to be coming in for MarineLorD. This time around, he will not be getting harassed in his private domicile. So we'll be able to gather up those those berries there.
Yeah, not walling yourself in this game either, as Gorge is not the easiest map to wall yourself in on, as it is quite open in your starting area other than, you know, the wood line behind you.
Grand Winery, only 2 villagers working. Wait, there's a lot of villagers going over to stone. Is this... Nah, this couldn't be 2TC. This is just going to be for cisterns now. But why is he only aging up with 2 villagers? That's an interesting one.
That is quite the question. And, you know, to each his own. MarineLorD is obviously, you know, has got a method to his madness over here. We saw the other Byzantines game. He went heavy onto the stone. It looked like it could have been a 2TC macro. It was just 3 quick cisterns. Could be the same here, just getting into that, the water level rising much earlier than need be.
Anza Quarry is going to be finishing up rather fast. That's going to be a lot more passive gold income there as well for Louis. Going to be able to use that all the more to get these cattle in.
I mean, again, this macro looks exactly like Quick 2TC. He's got 3 on food,
6
7
on gold.
wood. Yeah, 7 wood,
Yeah,
6
that
on
has
stone.
to be it.
It's gotta be.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Interesting one. We're not seeing this one too often. I'm not sure if the timing is gonna be that nice here in this one. I'm not sure if there's practice at all. Like, if MarineLorD just went for a game plan here, or if he's kind of just, like, winging this one, thinking that he might need to go for the 2TC play up against the Malians. But Louis, he did spot this one out. Just a very suspicious amount of villagers there on the stone. So I guess he can kind of tell what could be going on there. But we already see a production building coming up from Louis in the back of his base. That is a stable. And just knowing Louis, we are going to be seeing warrior scouts coming in. And I do believe we might also be getting the occasional 1 or 2 sofa to follow up there as well.
Yeah, it is exactly. Warrior Scouts upgrade just finishes, as MarineLorD has 429 stone, so more than enough for that second TC. And there
it is next to the stone as well. He wants more.
He wants the cisterns. The thing is this delays so much. Obviously, his eco will be mega online once he gets cisterns. He's on 2TC, but is it going to be online enough to match this cow boom that we're obviously going to see coming out from Louis?
Getting more warrior scouts behind this. What is the plan here on both sides? Like, this is an interesting one. Okay, we're getting a second pit mine at the moment in for Louis. He's going to be able to scale his economy that way as well. We are getting cattle production activated as well, so looks like it's just warrior scout harassment with cattle economy, cattle boom behind it all.
Yeah, and Louis, last time we saw him play up against the 2TC when MarineLorD was on Ottomans, he just went into Castle. He played in Castle for a little bit and then went Imp. I wonder if he, you know, changes up his mistake or potential mistake he made and might stick around in Castle, do that timing for a little bit longer. Villagers for Louis moving out, though, just going ahead and taking some deer.
Yeah, so deer are going to be his resource here. It's going to be quite nice for him for the food gathering. Especially since there's no apparent aggression coming out from MarineLorD, as he is dropping his first production building. Barracks is coming in there. Second cistern also on its way. Scouts have to be careful, but as long as you don't die, they're just going to be regenerating, and they're going to be coming back with full HP later down the line.
Yeah, we'll be able to heal up over time. Those villagers, not quite the same, though, so that damage can be a little bit longer term. Cistern water level is starting to raise, though. 2 cisterns drop real quick, so we're going to be up to water level 3. And MarineLorD's still sitting on stone, so we'll want to get at least a 4th cistern in as well. Scout falls.
Well, the Batani are starting to mass up. 1 scout going down isn't the end of the world. With 5 warrior scouts, I'm wondering if Louis might also want to go for pro scout, but then he wouldn't have moved out, right? So this is just a harassment force at the moment. Now also Sofa coming in. I doubt that Louis will be able to get a lot done, though, as he has invested a lot into his own economy behind this, with the cattle, with the second pit mine. I think the window to punish the second TC from MarineLorD has pretty much closed at this point in time, just due to the economy investment on Louis' side as well.
The 4 warrior scouts decide to take the fight against the Limitanese, warriors without any worry that much. They're able to re-heal the health, as the others are not.
Now we are getting the mercenary contract as well. It's going to be Longbowman from MarineLorD.
Again, Louis just utilizing that micro, pulling back the lower health warrior scouts as they take the damage, and just continuing to cause this harassment, cause this annoyance, and forcing MarineLorD to invest a little bit more into that military.
Archer's now also coming in from Louis, so he's
playing this a lot more into this feudal age than you'd expect the Mali to typically play. Usually you just see them focus in on the cows, focus in on getting castle faster, but it looks like Louis does not want MarineLorD to play his game, doesn't want to allow him to chill and boom on up.
And the longbow is now going to be in queue here. So should be coming out rather soon, already on Cistern level 5, so production speed is going to be crazy.
Yes, it will be. I mean, water level 5 and 2 TCs. Obviously, villager count lead is only up to 9, but at the same time, the cows, there's only 11 cows on the other side, so both have their economies, benefiting in some way, but it does feel like Byzantine are really about to start taking off.
We're up to 12 cattle at this point in time. MarineLorD already 10 villagers ahead. Big massive Limitani upgrades also coming in. This is, even with the archers that Louis has now, very, very tough to aggress onto.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 archers against that mini, especially with the shield wall, it's just, the longbows are going to snipe out the archers so much more effectively, and all of a sudden Louis is going to blink and only have his cav mass against a bunch of spears.
It's investing more and more into the sofas here. This is like a semi French play, sort of, because, yeah, I mean, armored units, you get the archers in there as well against the spearmen. MarineLorD, he's respecting, he's got a sizable amount of Donzos behind this. Still has to be very careful.
He was thinking about a little bit of a dive there, but the whole army is still just posturing right there for Louis. Looks like Louis is starting to prep for Castle Age, though. Just deleted that lumber camp to make room for that Grand Fulani Corral. Dropped another cattle ranch. He is up to 15 cows and will be at 20, I'm sure, by the time the Grand Fulani's finished.
MarineLorD now having enough resources for the second batch of longbowmen on his side. Louis is getting close to working on that age up MarineLorD similarly, though.
Yeah,
he is only on berries, though. Yeah, he is only on berries, though, so food income isn't as rapid. He did also just move out to the deer, so should be getting a nice boost to his own economy here fairly soon. But the Fulani is almost complete. Or at least the cattle are almost complete.
Yep, MarineLorD dropping a few outposts, giving himself some vision, giving himself some safety. Getting some upgrades into the mix as well, as he's got 900 gold, can afford to utilize that gold on a few upgrades, as that won't delay his castle age from being dropped. Speaking of castle, Grand Fulani on the way.
There we go. This is not a half Lani or an empty Lani. This is almost Fulani, soon to be Fulani. So it will be a lot of food.
Too far away at all. 18 cows in the cattle ranches already, but MarineLorD dropping the Golden Horn Tower.
H-up coming in on both sides. Now MarineLorD, he's already got a sizable villager lead at this point very early on. And not just that, the Golden Horn Tower is also going to produce units rather quickly. So he's going to be able to keep up with the bonus food income from the Malians for sure.
And this is one where it really feels like Louis needs to have a timing that focuses when MarineLorD struggles on the food, struggling on that production. But the olive groves are already starting to be transitioned into. We're seeing the house upgrade give him some extra vision. And oof, I mean, that's where I feel like MarineLorD's it's already, you know, prepping for any of the weaknesses that Louis could maybe try to take advantage of here in this early castle.
Yeah, and take a look at the Grand Winery, just how quickly it's going to be producing these prelates, or rather the monks there. Actually, it's not in range of one of the cisterns, so okay, never mind. It's fine, it's fine. 30 seconds. But if this was in range of a cistern, it's perfectly positioned outside the range of any cistern. But if it was inside the range of a cistern, those would only take 15 seconds. It's so close to being in range. Just one tile, MarineLorD. One tile. You could have already had 2 monks out.
It's so close. Louis, though, he's trying to find somewhere to do some damage and finding a spot finally. 1 villager kill on the gold.
Make that 2. Make that 3.
Make that 2, 3, maybe 4. No, not quite 4. Didn't want to dive past onto the olive groves, but will circle back onto the deer that he spotted out earlier. Woodline getting idled as well. MarineLorD being proactive with other villagers, but a little too proactive as he is leaving those villagers out in the middle of nowhere. Sofa just chasing them down, getting into the mix, making sure that they get attacks on all of these. And oh my damage!
Great hit. That was such a great raid there. 10 villagers going down. MarineLorD is still ahead by 14 villagers. Just goes to show how big the difference was there earlier in the economy. But now Louis being able to even that out a good bit. And the archer mass is scaling up behind this. Poison arrows surely will soon be coming in as well. And the military looking strong.
Yeah, MarineLorD having to move out, and this is always where 2TC starts to get a little bit risky. You can see how condensed Louis' economy is, other than really pit mines out and about, whereas MarineLorD, he's having that many villagers. The villagers need to move out, and we've already seen that starting to get taken advantage of. Gold gets denied, now he has to move out to the big 8K, but the only way to defend that is posture his whole entire army in front over there. You can see Louis spotted it out earlier, already plans to go and punish it.
All of this was without imported armors. That's only just now coming in. But once again, more harassment coming in. Yet again, little delay there on the cisterns yet again. I believe MarineLorD should still be on cistern level 5 in the main economy. And yet again finds the villagers on the gold out here as well. More raiding opportunities spotted. And on the gold he is again. He's just pulling MarineLorD apart right now.
I mean, this almost feels like MarineLorD's just getting out-microed, out-beat. Is there a little bit of fatigue? Is this longer series starting to get to MarineLorD? Who knows? But Louis is making sure that he is not giving this game over to MarineLorD. It looked so good for a second. I mean, you saw the economic numbers. You saw Cistern level 5, but then you blink, and Louis having huge raids, has a military lead, and villager deficit isn't that bad for how long MarineLorD's had 2TCs for.
Yeah, a military lead, that is honestly quite scary when you're the Byzantines, where you're supposed to have more military units thanks to the olive oil. Some longbows also getting caught out here. Does mean that MarineLorD is getting a glimpse, though, of the army size that Louis is playing with here. And yet again, Louis still has the second group of those sofas at the top side, just looking for another raid.
Yep, poison archers being researched as we speak, about halfway up, and there's 35 archers out for Louis. There's 24 sofa. His army is not something to joke around about. Wants to wait for poison archers for this fight, most likely. Might be forced on it a little bit earlier. MarineLorD stepping up. MarineLorD diving in with the cataphracts. Good dodge there by Louis.
But the raid's coming in at the same time into the woodline by Louis. Sofa's moving in. MarineLorD reacts. There's a couple of Limitani there in order to protect that, and he does have the painted shield upgrade, so the Limitani are moving with additional movement speed.
Yeah, you can tell he's just trying to wait for poison arrows to take this. He's about to turn, doesn't have his whole unit mass here, has a lot of those sofa raiding like we were talking about. A few ran on pass, might be killing some reinforcing units. Poison archers about to finish, but half as many archers as what he had beforehand. Look at this circle, though. Right back onto the gold again. Will not allow MarineLorD to breathe. And his economy's untouched during all this, so military
More
numbers
raids!
still going in his favor. The raids, he's everywhere.
He is not letting MarineLorD breathe at all. It's just non-stop aggression here from Louis. He's absolutely everywhere.
He is really everywhere. 31 sofa. No walls up for MarineLorD. That is the key to stopping raids. And I mean, he's not thinking about it. He's trying to just mass more and more military, hoping that the 2 TCs just continue to work. Louis posturing forward with his army, wants to deny that next bit of gold, next bit of positioning.
33 sofa out on the field. MarineLorD still keeping up in the archer count though. loueMT still in great mass available, and with the painted shields upgrade, they're moving at lightning speed. 1.44 tiles per second movement speed definitely going to be needed here. Cataphract's also just a great meat shield at the front side. Means that Louis, he can't just A-move up against the military, else he will only be hitting those cataphracts.
Yeah, poison at least does a little bit of extra damage to it, but they're so tanky. Sofa though. Oh my gosh,
Cataphract's running past.
Through. Not too many archers left. Sofa deciding to take the fight. Not too, I mean, a single digit here as well.
The loueMT, I mean, they're almost gone. And now the longbows, they're left alone.
The sofa just did too much damage. The cataphract's left alone as well. MarineLorD going for a last chance Wololo. Louis dodges out just in time, but a huge win, a huge fight for him. And if we thought the raids were bad earlier, they're about to get a lot worse.
Oh my god, this game right now. MarineLorD, he's got a ton of gold in the bank, but gold is not what he needs. Market is coming in. He knows he needs to even out his economy a little bit more. He needs more food. He needs to get more troops out on the field, as Louis is sitting at 2,000 food per minute here
just
the entire time.
The Golden Horn Tower down. Oh, he decided not to do it. Quite a lot of health on it, but just still, this shows you what type of mass Louis has. He knows he can take advantages, taking out yet another outpost. Army for MarineLorD is right there at the doorstep, though.
Louis going for the burn yet again. Gets it as well. More loueMT here at the front line yet again, but it's just so overwhelming. The sofa mass, still over 30 sofa.
MarineLorD has to hold this. Look at his olives grow. This is the heart of his economy. If he loses this fight, he loses the game. It puts Louis on match point, potential game decider next game, and he is looking to close this off. The stream of yellow across the map. It's sofa. It's sofa. It's more sofa coming, and he is inside of the economy. He is full denying this 2 TC play that MarineLorD had, and MarineLorD throws in the towel. Louis is on to match point.
If this was a best of 7, we would already have our victor, but it's not. It's a best of 9. And after this game, man, Louis, he's got to be feeling the heat right now. He's got to be feeling on the edge of the seat, because he is now on match point. MarineLorD, he just lost a game that I want to say that, honestly, it was so greedy. It was so greedy going for the 2 TC play, right? But looking at the economy count in the end, it feels like it was necessary, right? Because he only just barely kept up with the overall economy count, counting in the cattle there. But maybe then again, like, you think about Byzantines, how they're still able to keep up with 2 TC economy when they're only on single TC. Maybe if he went for only that single TC, he could have dealt with the raids, get an earlier age up. These are like the kind of differences here in these games. And Gorgeous is such an open map, very difficult to wall. It's a tough one, but Louis just absolutely amazing, coming in there with the raids time and time again, finding out these little positions there. And MarineLorD, he's got a nice military, but it's slow. The longbows moving very, very slowly, not easy to maneuver around with them. But Louis, these raids, they've been just A tier, S tier, as the tournament implies.
Yeah, I mean, that was just one where, as the game continued to go on, Louis he just played him like a fiddle over there. He pushed and pulled those slow infantry units around with his sofa and just continued to raid. As the game goes longer with 2 TC, you just got to move further and further out on the map. And this is a map that you can get punished heavily if you don't wall up, if you don't reinforce those locations, and a little measly outpost was not doing it. Louis, just such a good job with the sofa mass.
And this next map is going to be extra scary as well, because it is Louis on a hybrid map, Scandinavia, with the Ayubids. And we've seen Louis cook with the Ayubids before on these hybrid maps. Bazaar Wing, that's been the name of the game previously, and I could imagine it coming in again here up against the HRE from MarineLorD.
It's just so strong. If you think about some of the tickets you can get, either military tickets, obviously really good. It allows you to get some map control, allows you to push forward. But also, if you get any wood tickets, you're able to drop double, triple dock in the blink of an eye, start pushing out military ships, start pushing out fishing boats if you want, just kind of whatever you desire. A lot of times we'll see Scandinavia, it's kind of like each player chooses one side and they both reinforce on that one side and then, you know, drop some sneaky docks. But the Ayubids, if he gets the right tickets, could potentially, you know, deny and take it at the same time.
It's a Gamba wing. It just fits in together, right? But we're gonna have to wait and see exactly what he goes for. Could be that maybe we're not seeing the Bazaar Wing. Could be that Louis is just, you know, trying to get into MarineLorD's head as well. He's shown it before, and now that MarineLorD might expect it, he's gonna just change it up, go for a different strategy altogether. These are the kind of things that you gotta expect with loueMT.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to definitely be an exciting one. And the good thing is for Louis, he's up 4-3, so the Gamba Wing, if he decides to do it, doesn't feel as bad. It's, you know, go big or go home, but it's not even go home. It's go to the final game, go to the game decider.
That's right. Game decider could be here. We could be getting a set that goes all the way to 9 games in the grand final. Or we could get cut short after 8 games. It all depends on this next one, as we are going to be moving over to Scandinavia here in the next one. A big hybrid map. We got 2 rivers on both sides, and yeah, players are going to want to gather up control on them in order to expand their fishing economy out there. At the same time, though, there's still the land portion you can never forget about. And sure, water is nice, but if your base is dead, then water isn't going to help you that much.
Yeah, indeed, that is definitely the case. It is the most, I guess, the most true hybrid map in the picks here for this best of 9. As you look at the other ones, and there's only these little small ponds with no deep sea fish, all shoreline fish for those. Meanwhile, Scandinavia, you actually got a little bit of some deep sea fish to take over and gather.
Right, deep sea fish, just a goated resource source there to have for sure. Tons of income there, and regenerating, meaning that you can stay out there indefinitely to get those resources in. HRE, though, you can never underestimate them here up against the Ayubids. HRE, sure, had a slight nerf, and so far they haven't been able to win up against the Knights Templar. But Knights Templar is just a different breed on these water maps, honestly. So this one is a lot more favorable of a matchup here for the HRE.
We also saw the mine work play from MarineLorD on this last choice. I wonder if he learned from the mistake. I feel like it's almost always a mistake when I see mine work. Obviously, if it plays out, it's cool, but I feel like the chapel is always the route to take. It's just such a strong landmark, S-tier landmark, one of the strongest ones for so long. But enough of that. The potential game decider here, loueMT is up 4-3, playing the Ayubids on Scandinavia versus MarineLorD's Holy Roman Empire.
This is match point now here, and man, this set has been giving us everything so far that we've been wanting in this one, and I'm all here for it. Dabson, this final, it's absolutely great. I'm enjoying this one thoroughly between these two. Honestly, I'm just so happy that we're getting such an even set here in the grand finals, because honestly this could have gone the way of previous finals, where we did have the occasional wipe on the one side. This one being even, it just makes me happy, and it also just speaks to the competitiveness of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene.
Yeah, super exciting series we're having. The grand finals, 4-3. Both players opting for similar openings here. Looks like both want to go with the quicker feudal age. MarineLorD.
Speaking of the competitiveness of the scene, though, one player is getting a couple more sheep here than the other.
Yeah, and while if you're able to get onto the fish, it doesn't matter as much. That's a big if you're able to get onto the fish. It also means anytime you are idled out. I mean, it's just always nice having sheep under your town center. And Louis, you could see with that vision he has, he's got a lot more sheep to gather if he wants. Oh, MarineLorD does find a little packet of 3, but...
Oh, this was so necessary.
Yeah, I mean, such a good opening for loueMT. There's another 3 for MarineLorD to be able to grab. It is a mine work play again, though.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man, is what I feel like right now looking at this. But MarineLorD looks like he really believes in the mine work play this time around again. Typically, we see the Archon Chapel on these hybrid maps just giving you that very, very quick economy uptick there on your villagers as you're able to inspire a lot of them very quickly. But there it is. Bazaar Wing, Louis, he's not switching things up, and MarineLorD scouts this one out very early on.
Yeah, I mean, we all knew it was going to be the Bazaar Wing once we saw the Fast Feudal, or at least that's what the feeling I had from it. And the big thing is, what are the first tickets that he gets in his rotation? Is it going to be something beneficial, or is it going to be, you know, all stone and you're like, what do I do with
traders.
this now? Yeah, traders wouldn't be the greatest as well. Very, very short market location drop off. I wonder... yeah, it wouldn't be worth even trying to send it across the map. It still wouldn't even be that great of an income stream. But, you know, I guess traders and stone would probably be the least. I guess one thing is stone, you can get dock emplacement really quickly if you needed it or wanted it, although that's not great for securing your fishing. But...
It's nice for getting control on water in general, just dropping a dock on your opponent's side, getting a very quick emplacement in there. Not something that your opponent can immediately react to. They're going to need multiple ships in order to take that dock down with the emplacement, or even some units on land on their side. A little scout fight here in the middle. Louis also scouting out the age up from MarineLorD, so is going to be wise to that. Double Broadex now coming in. Bazaar will be finishing off shortly as well.
And look at what Louis has already done. Dock on both sides of the river over here, both sides of the lakes. So he's got one on the north, one on the south.
Take the Bazaar Wing. This is the moment now. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be swordsman. We do have some Bedouin swordsmen. No stone though.
We got wood, and I think wood is highly, highly valuable when you're trying to fight over water. You trade in a little bit of some gold into quick either fishing boats early on or a quick galley in queue like we're seeing already as well.
Yeah, and MarineLorD, he doesn't actually have vision on that. He doesn't know that there's a dock from Louis on the other side, or rather on his side as well. So he's currently still investing into fishing ships that are soon to be idled out.
Yeah, really, really good start here. Exciting start from Louis, like we were talking about with the Bazaar Wing. Villager just being harassed and annoyed by the scout. And I think MarineLorD's doing the same over to Louis. Louis double docking now his side. He knows which pond MarineLorD went for. He knows which pond he has. And he's going to heavily invest into the fishing.
Yeah, the galley's on the left side, not the right-hand side.
Well, he knows that he's going to be able to secure the water on his side for a while, I guess.
Yeah. This means that at least MarineLorD for the time being isn't in any immediate trouble here, and we're seeing archer production coming in for him. We'll be moving across the map.
Had to have scouted out those swordsmen, realized that, you know, he needed to have a counteracting unit to those swordsmen. And
how fast are the swordsmen? I think it's 1.25, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 1.25, so the archers can actually outrun them or kite them effectively. Archership is getting spotted though.
Swordsmen though, they're gonna want to just tuck tail and turn around and maybe hope that the next ticket allows some skirmishers, or more important, Louis already getting some horsemen out. And so the thing about this military comp that Louis has compared to MarineLorD, if he wins a fight, he can go burn some docks. He can also outmaneuver with the speed that the horsemen have. Like you mentioned,
we gotta look at the Bazaar again. I think it's about to refresh.
I think we got another minute.
It's still half a minute. Yeah, okay. Still gonna be a little bit.
Scout doing a great job for MarineLorD. Spots out the first horseman that got out of the stables. So moves back home with his archers.
Galley now also coming in for MarineLorD on his side, just as a Dhow has been produced. Fishing ship getting pulled back in time, and there's the galley able to defend now.
Yep, galley in defense. Still some idle time on the fishing. Meanwhile, Louis is able to have all his fishing free and clear and has a galley ready to defend. 3 docks on his side as well.
Yeah, he's done that
extended
before.
lines also.
Yeah, he's just very quickly investing heavily into water, and this is going to be able to allow him to just mast up a lot of these very food expensive horsemen.
Ooh, next tickets come in, and he's got a full array. He's got the skirmishers. He's got another thing of wood. And then he's also got stone, and he has food. So if he wanted to drop a more aggressive dock, he could get an arrow slits in placement. More importantly, though, he's got more wood for more fishing boats and more ships if he wants. Ooh. Nothing in queue as of now over in that dock on MarineLorD's side. The spears have come out, and that's where the skirmishers now will be able to counteract every unit that MarineLorD has out on the map. So the skirmishers are going to be a great addition if he ends up choosing them.
Yeah, skirmishers going to work wonders here, but archers in mask are still able to take great trades up against them. The skirmishers only have 1 ranged armor, not like javelin throw, so archers in mask, especially from HRE with the bonus movement speed, can definitely fight up against them.
Raid. A little bit of an attempted raid.
It's a villager.
1 villager should fall. Oh, 1 more attack. Yep. Villager falls down. Archer should get taken out as well.
Yeah, horseman bonus damage just being great there up against them. Dock, though, is at the very least getting denied, so MarineLorD will also be able to expand out on water a little bit more comfortably. But we do just see the payoff here from this massive water economy from Louis at the moment. He's at over 600 or close to 600 food per minute, now over 600 food per minute. He is able to just pump out these horsemen non-stop now.
Yeah, and this is where it gets really, really scary, especially considering MarineLorD's massive archer ball that he has. He's only got 2-3 spears out onto the map. And there the skirmishers go, so if Louis is able to snipe out those few spears, the horsemen just get to go full circle like we've seen a few times today already.
Yeah. Oh, there was a nice little trade out there with the Desert Raider from MarineLorD. Did do some good damage over there. Is trying to find some damage inside of the base from Louis, but is going to see, okay, there are still units remaining there. God is getting sent forward, sees the outpost there as well. It's not really a position that he can attack on at the moment. Still messing up more and more archers. We're seeing siege engineering also getting queued up now. But this is the point, right? Like we saw this happen in the set against Vortex as well, where Vortex, he got the misread that Louis was going for a castle age play, when in actuality he was just using the gold from his for his Bazaar wing. So MarineLorD, he sees the outpost, he sees the amount of villagers and gold, and now he thinks, okay, my opponent's investing into Castle Age up. I can start hitting him with a ram. That's just not possible.
I love what Lou is doing here with these few horsemen. Oh, triple stone.
That's a bad one.
That's not the greatest.
He's getting a placement for it. He's making the most of
Louis,
it.
just with these 3 horsemen, has been able to do a lot of damage into archers, has been able to just delay the trickle across and cause a lot of annoyance, but that's where you can see Louis has to react with the whole entire villager mass there and maybe change locations. I'm not sure where he's moving those villagers over to.
Yeah. MarineLorD has done a great job behind this, I want to say. Like a great job of keeping up on the food income there on the waterfront side. So not slouching there at all, keeping up in the economy department there, making more and more of these fishing ships. Ooh, you gotta be so careful there. Those are a lot of horsemen. We're seeing more and more spearmen coming in. MarineLorD might need some spearmen at home, though, to defend up against any potential raids. He is rushing up an additional barracks there next to the gold vein, but might need to pull villagers back at least for a little bit up against this army.
Yeah, he got a few reinforcing spears there. Feels a little bit more comfortable to move forward. But, I mean, there's going to be no units coming to help this mass that's forward now. This horseman mass has to be respected, or MarineLorD has to push forward. Looks like MarineLorD is starting to push forward. Wood line needs to be pulled back from Louis.
Some
One villager
villagers going
two villagers
down.
down, 3 villagers down.
Behind this.
Reinforcement wing just got queued up.
Yeah, we are seeing the Castle Age up follow-up now from loueMT. MarineLorD, a good couple of economic units ahead. Doesn't have any armored units, though. No horsemen, so diving the base is going to be difficult for him. He does have siege engineering, so could be getting a ram in, if he so desired.
I'd love to see Louis just use these horsemen, run over to the dock, try to do... I guess there's some galleys out, probably Roman, but try to do some torch and just... Again, these horsemen are all about delaying, stalling MarineLorD from this all-in that is sure to happen here soon. 1 minute and 20 seconds till reinforcement wing. And the horsemen just coming full circle again.
Yeah, just trying to delay MarineLorD here as much as possible. We're seeing more and more spearmen coming out, though. A lot of firepower from him. And it looks like he is getting ready, just about ready to maybe commit to a dive here. There it is, Rams coming in. His own H-up is not far behind this, though.
It always feels weird when you go for an age up while you're all-inning. I feel like it's one that you should either send it to the all-in or, you know, just delayed the all-in for the age up and upgrades, but
oh, he's going for the docks.
Oh, the
That's
water.
good.
Great idea. Enough archers probably to just shoot down the galleys. I think there's 2 galleys that were over there. Only one actually now that I see out on the potential map. Yeah, there you go, far side. So docks will start getting taken down rather quickly, but that's where the whole entire army mass from MarineLorD is over there. So what will be Louis' counterplay?
Is now gonna be coming in. Archers moving forward against that. Spread formation coming in. Ooh, still some good arrow connections.
Shot there, yeah.
Demo
Good
ship
arrow
on its
connection.
way. Gets cancelled.
Immediate upgrades coming in for Louis.
Louis also pushing forward, but reinforcement from MarineLorD. There are plenty of them around there.
Ooh, this time, he's not just moving forward with the horsemen. He has the rest of his army here, and MarineLorD's very slow army. I guess it's not as slow being HRE. They got a little bit of pep to their step comparative to other civs, but was far side and could have been potentially punished. Instead, though, Louis has to pull back and is pulling back.
Louis, he's gonna have to get his next stock up fairly soon, because right now he's only at 150 food per minute. Oh no, this timing though. That is very dangerous here for loueMT. Earl's also moving out, just getting ready for the age up to immediately pick up some of these relics. And there we go, age up comes in, relic getting picked up immediately. More prelates moving out. Is he going to be able to defend this, though? Villagers moving out to get another dock in. As long as there aren't any more docks in Louis, he's got no food income at all at the moment.
Yeah, he should be fine. Obviously, there'll be a huge drop-off once that dock gets finished. Villagers will be able to burn. He honestly needs to use 1 villager to start build. I guess the ram will kill it in time, but geez, that feels so bad to not have any food income. Meanwhile, you see MarineLorD's fishing is untouched, nice and clean.
Although gets escaped,
so
that was
close.
really close though, yeah. More upgrades coming in behind this. MarineLorD just waiting for the archer upgrade to finish. +2 pierce damage already finished for him now as well. Louis, he definitely doesn't have as big of an army. And now with the veterancy upgrades approaching, MarineLorD feels confident enough to be able to push out of his base. Will be able to remass prowls, will be able to get those relics under his control. 0 food per minute. He needs to rush these docks up as soon as possible. And there we go. Big drop-off now about to happen. We're going from 0 food per minute now up to...
That was less than I expect. Come on.
I don't think they dropped off Debson.
They're standing. They're sitting there watching.
They're just waiting. He's
Oh my
busy
gosh.
microing.
That's literally, that's like 2,000 food.
He's not moving yet. Fights going on in the middle. Emplacements are going to be enough here to force MarineLorD back for the time being. Oh, he's got to realize this. There we go. There's the food. There's the food.
1250 food per minute after the drop-off. Just a huge drop-off. Needed to happen so much earlier. But now, Louis, it just feels like he's so far behind. Look at the military. 44 compared to 71. HRE also slowly trying to secure up these relics. It's taking time, but he's starting to slowly make some potential progress in the relic deliveries.
Yeah, and the relic gets not the relic, but the raid gets spotted there by the scout from MarineLorD, sees the units coming around there, is going to be able to send some spearmen back as reinforcements in order to protect himself there in his space. Actually, he's not even doing that. He's just not really respecting this move out there. Woodline just about expired. Could move to a stealth forest, could move to another woodline. Stealth forest probably the safest option here for him for the time being, but he does actually move out to the other woodline there in the back. Still big infantry mass here in the middle, moving closer to Louis' space. Louis, who does not have that many military units out at the moment, does have double outpost in placement, but still villagers are going to get sniped here.
Yep, a few villagers fall, a few archers fall to take out the villagers. I'm sure MarineLorD is fine and happy with that trade. Horsemen taking out yet another prelate and then run on away. So doing a great job with these desert raiders, with these horsemen, but it just still feels like MarineLorD is eking out these trades. Slow win, small win here, small win there, and all of a sudden it turns out to be a huge lead that he has.
We're now seeing a transition into men-at-arms coming in as well for MarineLorD. And we do know the HRE men-at-arms, right? Like with the +6, with the +2 damage up against heavy units, they're going to be quite competitive, even up against knights or camel lances for this one. So a very reasonable front line here from MarineLorD if he can afford it. Third relic now also making its way over to his side. We don't have a single dervish yet from Louis, and actually we are getting a sprinkled in, not just nice up against men-at-arms potentially, but also against this big ball of spearmen on MarineLorD's side.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where we haven't seen Springles in a while, but if he just masses up a good amount of Springles, they do well against the infantry mass that we're seeing from MarineLorD. More upgrades coming on through from MarineLorD's side. He is up to 2 relics. 3 relics now, bringing back the 4th relic. And yes, Louis again. 0 food per minute because I guess the fishing boats have a drop-off that they're saving up again.
Yeah, when the drop-off just takes longer than a minute, then you do see the bar just going all the way down to 0 there for a little bit. MarineLorD still making more men-at-arms. We're now seeing a farm transition. The upgrade is coming in on those monasteries to get the farms around them. 4th relic making its way back. The archers from the HRE with the bonus movement speed able to kite quite effectively here as well. Able to run away from this front line from Louis. Spots out the sprinkles as well. So we'll know that maybe he should potentially add in some of his own horsemen. We are getting the upgrades on these men-at-arms, so they're going to be quite strong up against the knights from Louis.
Yeah, MarineLorD also has double sprinkled emplacements on those outposts. Just put a relic inside of there as well. So very hard to pressure those locations of the HRE, especially with emergency repairs. And farm transition happening for MarineLorD, but he's not really the one who's, I guess he's struggling on food himself. This is where you have so many fishing boats and they're saturating all these deep sea fish and over-gathering from there and just not spreading out as they should be.
Yeah. Bedouin swordsman getting sniped out now by the archer ball. And the first Manganique is coming in. Actually, no Manganique, that's Mangonels on MarineLorD's side that are actually coming in first.
And Louis, he wants to take this fight, thinks he has the numbers, realizes that he doesn't have the numbers.
Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. And this one, Louis realized this might not work. Falls back for the time being, just masses up more and more camel lances behind this.
And, I mean, Camel Lancers feels like an odd choice against 30 spears that MarineLorD already has, but to each his own over here. MarineLorD sitting nice and happy, 4 relics secured for himself. Louis still gets these trades throughout the rest of the game, but it's one that it feels like the Bazaar Wing's all about the earlier umph to it and didn't quite get on the positioning point he needed.
Not now also moving out to Deer. This is going to give him a nice little explosive boost there when it comes to the food income. The archers have to be quite careful here. Don't want to be out of position too much. Now with the double Mangonel play, does mean that his army is going to be a little bit slower when it comes to maneuvering around, but in these big fights, when the Mangonels are present, he's going to be having a nice backline when it comes to damage. But double raiding groups once again from Louis, as we saw in the previous game. This is where it starts becoming difficult for MarineLorD. This is where he's done it before and he might do it again.
Yeah, I mean, MarineLorD.
Dog vision.
He's getting this vision of the Camel Lancers, but the double raiding parties, it worked for Louis in the previous games, but it's a little bit harder to maneuver with 2 raiding parties when you have, half the map that's taken up by water, half the map that's out of the way, and MarineLorD dropping Palace of Swabia.
Villagers working on that, and he's almost got enough. He's got enough resources for at least one elite upgrade there. Elite on the archers, elite on the men-at-arms, or elite on the spearmen. One of them is going to be the choice. Yeah, I think elite on the archers, just with the mass that he has on them, especially with the mine work that he has, immediately going to be able to get that +1 pierce damage and pierce armor in very quickly. That's got to be his bread and butter for this next fight.
Yep. Ram trying to move forward again, has to turn right back around. Imperial Age is finished. Elite archers on the way. I think elite spears as well. Rams being able to actually start hitting the tower. Emergency repair utilized. Should just change focus over to the other tower with the trebuchet with the other ram. But instead yeah, there we go.
Moving over, but now MarineLorD, he's got enough time now. The upgrades are coming in for him. Louis very far away from his own Imperial Age, and he won't be able to rush it up should he decide to go for it. Mangonels are moving quite far forward. There's a little raid happening there on the sideline as well.
2 trebuchets, a lot more efficient at taking out these outposts with the kind of nullifying the effect of emergency repair. But MarineLorD has his army, has the upgrades through in the next couple seconds. He's about to be ready to take this fight. Double Mangonels moving forward. Horsemen almost on top of him. Camel Lancers almost on top of him as well. First shot doesn't really connect too great into the ranged mass. Springald's firing down this whole time as well. And overall, fight looking a lot more even than expected, but as time continues to go on, MarineLorD has those elite upgrades. Mangonel taken down on the side of Louis, and MarineLorD, he's kiting back, but he's slowly winning this fight.
Yeah, just trading out so much more efficiently here. Destruction value at the moment is just way higher for MarineLorD. All the Camel Lancers have gone down. Louis trading out these very expensive Camel Lancers for very cheap spearmen. Horsemen trying to find the attack on these Mangonels, but against the elite archers with all pierce damage upgrades, they're just no match for them. And now Culture Wing advancement is coming for Louis. No other choice there. He cannot delay it much longer. He needs it in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer to kind of this point where it is all or nothing. Louis, he pulls the villagers back. Maybe just in time, but not quite enough. They are spotted out. The archers spread, and they are ready to do some damage, chasing down some villagers. Louis gonna try to move his army over to defend this, but does not have enough of an army to defend this right now.
And now mass men-at-arms also coming in behind. There's a lot more have just been queued up. Dogplay at the very least is getting denied by the one down there. Louis also trying to go for some counter raids, but at this point in time it just doesn't matter if MarineLorD loses villagers as he is on Swabia. Villagers getting pulled in order to try and snipe out the Mangonels. Is going to be successful in doing so. MarineLorD now kiting back towards the Mangonels though, and does mean that all of these villagers here are actually going to go down. And that's GG.
And the series is going the full distance. You wanted a game number 9. That is right. A game number 9 is exactly what we get.
These players right now here are writing EGC TV history. A game number 9 in the grand finals. That is what we want to see. And these games so far have all been incredibly close, incredibly action-packed. And that is what we're here for. Look at the micro. It is now, what is it, 6 a.m. in China? Louis still at 2:50. 8 p.m. MarineLorD, he's sitting in his chair. At this point in time, he's lying in his chair, still microing with 344 actions per minute.
Yeah, what a wild set of games we have had so far. I mean, crazy back and forth. Anytime it feels like one person might be able to set, give a little bit of a gap, get a lead on their opponent, it's just the other one ties it right back up.
Oh man, what is this last matchup of the day that we're getting here? French from loueMT up against the Abbasid from MarineLorD. And Abba, that's like the anti-French. Abbasid is the anti-French civilization here. I'm wondering how it's gonna work out though on this new version of Frisian Marshes. But yeah, this is a classic matchup between them. I am looking forward to that.
Yeah, typically it's you laugh when you read the Civ descriptions. It's like French, heavy cav Civ, lots of cav. And then Abba, it's like anti-cav Civ, really good against killing cav. So, with the Civ descriptions, it sounds like, it's tilted towards MarineLorD's favor, but let's see if that will prove to actually be the case.
Aye. I hear music? Where's that coming from?
I'm sure Cal's playing this. It's League of Legends music, I'm pretty sure.
I'm never sure. Do I have a tab open? Is Cal playing pranks on me? What is going on here right now?
I literally thought the same thing for a second. I was like, yo, I have a second tab open that just came on mute for some reason or something. But no, it's just a little bit of this hype music. We are getting ready for this game number 9. Players are getting ready for this game number 9. It's been a long day. It's been a fun day. It's been a hype day.
I only know the song from the meme compilations. I'm not gonna go into the meme because that could get you cancelled.
Yeah, you can see a couple people in the chat. MSI has been playing this all day this week. There's been a ton of games, league games every single day. But what a day, exciting day. And it is about to all come to a conclusion at Frisian Marshes with French versus Abbasid.
Man, Frisian Marshes and the classic matchup. The Abbasid can be kind of disgusting at times when they're booming up. They're paying so little for their villagers, and the economy can get kind of crazy. But French, loueMT in his element, that is gonna be something to look forward to.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those matchups too, though, that it is, I would say, Abba favorite, but there's some times where I've seen French absolutely wipe the floor. Sometimes early trades, just something can just go a little bit wrong, and then knights can run rampant. So you never can count out these civilization matchups. It might seem tilted, but this is grand finals. You never know what's going to come out when all the nerves are on the line.
Players right now, their nerves are on edge. They're taking their time. The lobby is not being created yet. They gotta calm down. They gotta really open up the notebook, look at, okay, what's my strategy here? Really take their time of thinking about this last game, because this is the last game, not just of this set, but of this entire tournament that we're about to witness.
EGC Masters Summer gonna be coming to a close. Will it be MarineLorD, the favorite, what some people will say the GOAT, or will it be Louis, the new up-and-comer, but not really new up-and-comer? He's about to be making a name for himself here, potentially taking down MarineLorD.
That's right, best of 9, game number 9. Our players have now just started. We're waiting to get into the game as soon as possible here now. We've got our countdown going. Man, something to take into account when we're seeing Abbasid up against the French. We're going to be seeing spearmen, tons and tons of spearmen, and the Abbasid, they get the greatest spearmen in the game. A lot more range on them than any other civilization gets on their spear. It's sort of like not mounted Sipahi. It's sort of like balanced Sipahi, almost, you could say.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those, it's quite an expensive upgrade to get Phalanx, but once the Abba does have a massive spears or even a little more than a few, it's so deceiving. A lot of times you're like, oh, I'm out, and then all of a sudden that one little extra poke gets it and can take down, the lower health knight, can make sure that chivalry doesn't come into effect and heal those knights back to a whole.
Yeah, chivalry also just being incredibly viable. Just like once you get to the certain knight mass that you have and just able to run around, continuously raid, you never have to go back and heal up with monks or anything like that. You can just run around, have them attacking the entire time, get the healing in, and you'll be looking fine there in that regard. And just always being able to duck and dive with your knights, being mobile out on the map, that's what you want to be. But on this map, Frisian Marshes, both players spawning in a corner, so you're very limited when it comes to your raiding approach. Unless, of course, a player runs out of food. In that case, they'll have to move out onto the map. But realistically, we've got the opposite. If there's an economy wing coming in at any point in this game, the farms are so cheap, they'll just start making farms instead of going out onto the map.
Yeah, and actually now I was looking at the civs that we had left over for each of the players, and I feel like Louis was kind of cornered into having to pick French comparative to the other civs he had available. I mean, he can opt for Delhi on Frisian Marshes if he wants. I'm not sure how beneficial that would be for this game number 9 though.
Yeah, I mean, at this point as well, the players, they have to be super, super cautious here. Any wrong move could cost you the game, and this is the last one. This is the one that counts for everything. Everything that they've done so far in this tournament is leading up to this. And, I mean, it's no small amount of money that they're playing for here, right? Place number 1 makes, 50% more compared to spot number 2 when it comes to the prize pool distribution. So it's a lot of money, multiple $1,000s here that they're playing for now in this very last game.
Yeah, crazy to think that one game, it all comes down to so much money for one game. If you kind of just, take out the rest of the tournament, it's just a one-game show match for multiple thousands of dollars, just like you said. Will it be Louis? Will it be MarineLorD? We've seen great play from both sides. It's not like either of these players have been making mistakes. They've both just been playing just top-tier gameplay. Just these small decisions can prove to be the reason why they take down their opponent or throw it all away.
That's right, and now 1.5 minutes left here on the timer. The nerves, they're starting to get really, they're going through the roof here in this one, and I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited for this one. This is going to be it. The last game of this set, the last game of this tournament. But fellas, there's still so much more to come, but we're living in the now. And this is coming next up right here on EGC TV. So right now, you still have 1 minute left. So now is the moment in time for you to get your refreshments, get some snacks, get ready, because we're diving in deep in just a little bit. And if you want to make sure that you're not getting any interruptions during this game, you better whip that credit card out right now. You'll be like, Mom, get the credit card. I gotta watch EGC right here. Because that way, you won't get these nasty ads interrupting your experience here on EGC TV if you get that sub going here right now.
Yeah, I mean, how Twitch is. Somehow they always manage to have the ads come in right into the middle of the fight, right at the game deciding point. So you can't let that happen, and that's the best way around it.
That's right, and not just are you going to be getting rid of the ads, but you're also going to be supporting EGC TV. Honestly, you're just hitting so many boxes with a single purchase there. That's great value. That's great value right there. But enough talking. It is time for action. We're thirsty for war, and we are jumping into the last game of the EGC Masters Summer Tournament right now. And what is this that we're seeing? We're seeing Team Elephant's loueMT starting off with the war crime, making a barracks as the French in Dark Age. This is an enlightened horizon, but we're seeing it all the while. And MarineLorD, what is he doing? He's opening up with a dog play. All right. Things are happening very early on in this set.
I mean, it seems like the spear opening is going to be a smart opening. Did he just
He did not.
miss this? Oh my gosh. I mean,
All right.
The spear's moving across. He'll scout it out in no time. This is crazy.
This makes sense, right? Like, we've seen this before with the Abbasid. I think B was like one of the first players that really like went out onto the docks here on Frisian marshes early on. What we're not seeing often, though, is the French immediately opening up with a Dark Age barracks. And Louis, actually, look at that. He's not even going for the base from MarineLorD. He is looking to punish that dock immediately.
Yeah, he scouts out the dock. Villager will have to run on away, which, you know, that shoreline fish he was gathering from, that's more walking time that he's going to have to deal with. Boat can always just do this in and out, but these are resources that MarineLorD sacrificing feudal age timing to invest into fishing boats. And now
he's respecting.
Yep, no more fishing boats. Has to end up. So, what? Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's got to get the gold in quickly. He's going to lose some health there. Yeah, he's going to lose some health there on the villagers, but most importantly is that he is going to be able to get enough gold. Oh, Spearman has to be so careful. So careful. You don't want to lose that one. Could have garrisoned for that one.
There's also a second second spearman over onto the dock, but MarineLorD will have enough gold for the age up. The thing is usually as Abba, you don't just want the gold for the age up. If you're going eco, you want the extra 75 for Fertile Crescent. You always want the 75 for fresh foodstuffs. Shivs get pulled, villagers turn with those shivs, and they realize, nah, we can't sacrifice this. We can't get any more gold in. The third spear has arrived at the dock, and now just torches going to be there for the rest until feudal age.
Yeah. Spearman now working on that dock. So this one fishing ship, it needs like 4 drop-offs in order to pay off for itself and the dock. But then you also, of course, have the villager walking time, building time and whatnot, playing a role there as well. So Louis, he's gotten a great start into this game at this point in time, like already having Spearman on, and everything else seems to be roughly even between the two here. Now more villagers moving out to the wood again. So MarineLorD probably not giving up on this dock play here in the long run. He wants to get these 3 military units out from the military wing and regain control over these ponds.
Yeah, the thing is now, though, is like you'd think that the age up timing would be delayed from the spears, but, you know, Abba still has to wait for their age up and had the dock that they invested into. So with the spear play, Louis is still going to have an age up timing that's right on point with his opponent.
Oh, MarineLorD, did he try to sneak a villager out? He did. One villager got one to sneak out there, but got spotted out by Louis' scout. And yeah, Louis, being a kind guy, though, did hit that villager with his scouts, or alerted him, hey, I'm seeing you, I'm seeing you. Could have waited and just let that villager move out and just then killed him with a spearman.
Yeah, fishing boats being queued up for MarineLorD now, so he's thinking that he's going to be able to retake this pond rather quickly, but honestly, if that boat pops on out and then the dock goes down, the fishing boats can just get torched down really easily with the spears that are remaining there. They don't have anywhere to go.
Sometimes you can put the fishing ship inside of the middle and it's just out of range from torches on any side. So yeah, it makes sense for MarineLorD to just get these the second fishing ship in. With the military wing, he's just going to be able to take control over this one again.
All right, and dock does end up going down. Let's see if MarineLorD gets one more. Nope, doesn't get another drop off. And Louis, he doesn't even worry about attempting to torch down those fishing boats. Just turns and runs on home right as the military wing units are about to pop out.
We go, military wing units coming up next. Louis probably also... That's a lot of villagers. And what, is he going for his own dock, or is he just trying to rush up an archery range next? Just getting replaced here. No archery range yet. Needs a little bit more wood. Also lots of economy upgrades coming up behind this. And there it is, archery range now coming in for Louis. He's going to be spamming out archers from the looks of it.
Yep. Another dock planning on being dropped for MarineLorD, so even more of some wood investment going into those waters, going into the pond.
Yeah, and losing out on the dock there in the end, it didn't cost MarineLorD that much. It's only 75 wood for the Abbasid to put up these docks there. Fresh foodstuffs now also coming in for MarineLorD, so we'll be getting that nice little discount on his villagers. We'll soon be able to reach Golden Age Tier 1. That's going to be a nice 15% bonus income for him there as well, rather bonus gather rate on his villagers.
Yeah, on the opposite end, Louis goes ahead. He gets double broadaxe. He gets wheelbarrow. He is prime time ready to go with this knight archer combo that French know and love so well. I'd rather see him honestly move out to the shoreline fish instead of these deer, but to each his own. Just a few more steps to get over there.
MarineLorD does have the scout over on the side of Louis, so he will see those archers move out in time. Actually, he starts to move back now. So be careful, he will definitely want to spot these archers out though. There we go, Golden Age just now coming in, so plus 15% gather rate for MarineLorD. And if he's able to see these archers, I mean right now he's just still making a lot of spearmen. He's got 7 spearmen out of the field, which makes sense because you're expecting the knights from the French, but Louis so far only really massing up these archers.
Yep, and there we go, he does scout out the archers pretty well. I don't know if Louis dropped a dock or if that's a mill. It is a dock himself, so he is trying to match this little bit of extra eco play that MarineLorD is doing as well. However, his docks are going to be the full price comparative to MarineLorD, who, as you can see, is starting to spam these on the few different ponds.
Yeah. Louis, though, on the other hand side, is going to be saving up some resource on his economy upgrades and also on his other economy buildings, lumber camps, mills, etc., etc. He's not going to have to spend the full 50 wood there. First knight now hitting the field for Louis.
And Louis is about to have that number of archers that you can one-shot spears with, so kind of makes you feel a little bit more effective when you're starting to move on forward. Going ahead and start to one-shot some spears, allow those knights to just be that unit that idles out your opponent's military.
Spearmen are going to try and deny this dock here. MarineLorD, though, does move out in that direction. He's going to be able to protect that villager and get another dock up on these ponds. Archer number is still rising more and more for Louis, though. MarineLorD, he probably doesn't know just how much Louis is investing into the archers now at this point in time. He could find himself in trouble here.
Yeah, archer count is very, very healthy for Louis. He's starting to move across, like we said, with those 9, as well as a knight leading the way.
Right now, there's the scout. He's just not getting the information on what Louis is doing inside of his base. There's more and more of these fishing ships coming in. We are seeing boot camp coming in. That's going to be a really nice upgrade for MarineLorD. Means these spearmen are going to be able to survive an additional archer shot. The archers as well are going to be able to survive 2 additional archer shots there. He now sees the archer mass that's coming his way. Villagers are going to have to evacuate. Doesn't have wheelbarrow yet, so these villagers, at least one, should have gone down there. Louis not committing to that one, though.
Yeah, there is a cutoff, though, now of the military, so if Louis is able to scout out where MarineLorD's military is, he can really take advantage of this. Archers are going to be able to kind of clean up this whole mass that has moved on out because of the few knights that are there with him.
Yeah, this is difficult now. Maybe MarineLorD could get an archer ship on one of the further down docks and just run all the way to it. Right now, fishing ships, they're just going to garrison inside of these docks, so we'll be safe for the time being. But this is awkward for MarineLorD to try and keep his army alive here, because this is such a large military force for him. He can't really afford to lose it. This is such an important game for him. He has got to give it everything he's got to get these units back home.
Yeah, and it's a very, very slow-moving army. It's, it's just spears and archers, and Louis is doing a great job tracking it down, a great job circling around. There's still no galley queued up from one of these docks. Every single time those archers get close from Louis, they just get a little bit more damage. Meanwhile, MarineLorD, he can't afford to kite. He can't afford to stop moving. And oh my gosh, Louis got his reinforcements about to kind of cut this off almost.
There are now some horsemen coming in as well. This could be the reinforcements that MarineLorD needed here. With the horsemen, he's got a couple more counter units out in the field, and he's able to get it out of there. That was so close.
What Great maneuverability there by MarineLorD. It could have easily cost him the game right there. Able to keep those units healthy, alive, circle back around and out, and not even take any, fishing boat damage or anything of the sort. More knights, more archers coming out. Louis could opt to make a few spears now that he spots the horsemen, but doesn't yet have any in queue.
Behind this, we are getting the first camel archer in, so we'll get that camel unease up against those knights, minus 20% damage on them. That's going to be quite nice for him. Louis behind this, also actively gathering on the deer, so has some good food income there going for him. Means that he's able to keep up with MarineLorD, who is on all of these pawns, though. Income overall actually looking slightly favored at the moment for Louis. All of the economy upgrades that he's gotten in so far.
Villagers yet again. Oh, I was about to say gonna be able to escape, but one gets left behind, so a villager has been taken out from that archer mass, and it looks like Louis is about to start trying to burn that first initial dock.
Yeah. Fishing ship still active here for the most part. More and more horsemen have come out so far, up to 5 at the moment. More production buildings coming in as well. We're only getting pierce armor in at the moment for MarineLorD. He doesn't have enough gold for the pierce damage upgrade as well. Like one fishing ship might be going down here. That's going to be taking around 30 food down with it, unfortunately.
And it does fall. A little bit of an oversight. Horseman trying to circle, maybe trying to kill some reinforcing units here in a second for MarineLorD. But Louis, I mean, he has that mass. If the numbers are even for French, it always feels good because he's got value. He has knights compared to spears and archers of the other side.
MarineLorD somehow got enough gold in to be able to afford the pierce damage upgrade. Some horsemen splitting off, trying to find some damage on the reinforcement units here from Louis. Knights are going to be there, though, to intercept. We'll be able to pick off 1 or 2 archers here and there. MarineLorD, he's going to try his best now in order to maybe go back out onto gold. He somehow managed to get enough gold for the pierce damage upgrade, but there's not really any major upgrades at the moment. I want to say that he's missing. He just needs more army mass, but we do see a move out back onto gold because eventually you do want to have that gold creeping in for you to go for that castle age transition at some point in time.
And those horsemen, they're running around, but they're slowly taking damage, albeit either from outposts or, more importantly, the knights, when they get a little bit of a gap, they're able to get some distance and then do a charge, and, that'll really add up on those horsemen.
Indeed, right now the horsemen's still giving the wraparound.
Here's another. One of the horsemen falls.
Yeah. I'm just doing so much better with them. We're about to get Golden Age Tier 2 in. That's going to increase the, I want to say speed of upgrades that are going to be coming in from MarineLorD. So if we get a Castle Age transition, he's going to be able to get the upgrades in a little bit quicker. But Louis, though, looks like he's going to be the first one to click the Age Up button.
Yeah, starting to burn down another dock. This will really be distracting for MarineLorD, but I think MarineLorD, he knows something's up. He doesn't see that giant military mass posturing in the front of his base, and that's exactly why Louis is going up to castle in the next food drop-off or two. And the big thing there, we didn't see it because of the vision, but MarineLorD, he doesn't have a scout with that army. He's scared to step into that stealth forest.
There he is. Phalanx coming in behind this now for him. So he's going to have a nice bonus attack range on his spears. Royal Institute. Louis, he wants to go for it. He wants to end the game.
Yep, the timing attack in the game with the Royal Institute upgrades. I love this play. MarineLorD, as Abba, it takes time for you to age up. And that's time that he may not have with a Royal Institute upgrade.
This is going to be so tight. This age up is getting rushed up behind this as well. Louis, though, he might potentially want to wait at the very least for biology to come in. That's going to be an additional 1.5 minutes. But before that, he can already prowl around and just pounce on anything outside of the base for MarineLorD with the veterancy on the archers, on the knights. Age up now has come in. MarineLorD, he is pushing forward. He sees the army mass. Spearmen are going to fall back. The knights, maybe they're diving a little bit too close here. One of them gets surrounded, doesn't go down immediately.
Yeah, we talked about that stealth forest, and all of a sudden Louis is the one who gets taken advantage of in the stealth forest, as loses quite a bit of health on those knights, but nothing too long term. Villagers build an outpost, have to run on away instead. So close. Knight upgrade's about to finish at least. That's first big veteran upgrade, but the second one he needs is the archers. That's the more important one. He has 51 archers out on his side, and meanwhile Culture Wing just being clicked a minute 38 until the age up finishes.
Yeah, it's still gonna be a while out, and MarineLorD, he now has to bide his time. Everything, it just feels like this is gonna take an eternity for the age up to come in, and by the time the age up comes in, Bloodlines will finish.
It's like the same exact time as each other. Bloodlines minute 15, Culture Ring minute 15, and you can't forget MarineLorD's gonna have to wait for his upgrades as well. So the timing is impeccable for Louis. He has this brief few seconds difference that he can really kind of take advantage of. But look at the numbers. Just the sheer numbers that MarineLorD has is so scary.
It is an insane amount of units right now, and MarineLorD, he does have the military wing, he does have the potential for composite bows, and composite bows is such a great upgrade, probably the most important upgrade that you can have on archers in the game, or rather the most impactful one for your archers. Just 33% increased attack speed, small raids coming in from MarineLorD. Knights there to repel that though. Oh my god, this is getting so ridiculously close. MarineLorD, he's just sitting inside of his base right now. He does not dare to move out before these upgrades come in.
Yeah, upgrades are about to come through for Louis, though. Next set of ranged armor just got clicked. Yeah.
It's got Pierce Armor level 2 as well.
Yep, and he's just going for the full dive on the base now. He says it's time. Royal Bloodline's about to finish right now. Age up for Culture Wing finishes right now. MarineLorD forced to take the fight. Knights are taking the fight, and upgrades get clicked on up. But will MarineLorD have a mass? This is the game-deciding fight right here. There's so many units. Knights don't want to dive onto the spears, but they have to right now. They can afford to do so. Louis, he's winning these earlier sides of the fight with all of these veteran upgrades, but could really use sniping out that camel. Camel on his debuff is so crucial in these fights.
MarineLorD, he's also getting a Camel Rider in behind this. There's only a couple of spearmen left. Still 13 knights remaining. They've been sniped out. MarineLorD, he's done a great job sniping out the archers as well, though, on the side from Louis. Can he hold on, though? Can he hold on? This feels oh so dangerous right now. Villagers getting sacrificed at the front line as well. All the archers have been taken down by Louis, but there's still knights remaining. Camel Rider, it feels like an eternity for that one to come in. Veterancy has just finished up on these archers, but with Pierce Armor level 2 already on these knights, these archers don't do that much damage yet. Composite bows also finished up behind this. Can MarineLorD keep this up, though? The Camel Rider is about to come out. This could still be the turnaround here. Does he hold on? It looks like he's holding on.
It looks like he will hold on, but now the economies, they're basically dead. Even the armies, they've basically been reset. Who has the upper hand? Who has the advantage? Shoreline Fish have to start to be running low at this point, so that early dock expansion for MarineLorD, it paid off. It did well, but now we're at the point where it's the Castle Age standoff.
It is the Castle Age standoff after all, and French behind this. We gotta, never forget that this is a French that has been pretty much unharassed for the most part of this game, so there is an inherent villager advantage, and these fishing ships, they're gonna eventually expire as the shoreline expires as well. MarineLorD will have to start deleting them at some point. Pierce damage level 2 is now being researched for MarineLorD as well. He still has a solid army count. Granted, a lot of it is just in the form of archers. But he is stabilized, and he is still in this game.
Yeah, majority of those fish we just saw were on the last shoreline fish, so it is almost that time where MarineLorD is going to have to go out onto some other food. Go onto some of those berry patches. There's abundance of them left, but that means you're moving outside of your base against the French.
Camel Riders coming in. Definitely going to be needed, but they don't have Pierce Armor. Pierce damage level 2 is now coming in. for MarineLorD. More spearmen on the way. And with composite bows, they're going to be able to very quickly deal with the archer mass here from Louis. MarineLorD also just microing so well, having 2 control groups of archers individually targeting them down. Great engagement taken here.
Yeah, there were so few spears, so Louis thought he could take the fight, but the big problem is, you just mentioned it multiple times, composite bows is so effective. It's that, you know, you can almost go with that full archer ball and not have to worry about any of the counter units because of how strong that can get.
More and more knights being messed up behind us, though, and these aren't your average knights. These are royal bloodline knights. Needs to find some way back into this game. Honestly, MarineLorD at this point in time, he's been looking really solid. Food economy, or rather economy overall, still looking really even. Louis, though, he does not have a guild hall ticking behind this. How can you really find raids at the moment, though? MarineLorD's economy, for the most part, it's very far in the back always, or at least behind the military. Either back in the base or behind the military.
There's only so much time that your economy can stay in the back corner. There eventually gets to be this point where you have to move out. You're forced to move out, and that can always be the turning point. MarineLorD, he was wanting to move forward with his military, wanting to try to maybe secure up this relic, deny a sacred site, as that is where it's starting to get time to prep for this late game.
These archers from MarineLorD, they're just so strong with the composite bows, but you can never underestimate the knights with the royal bloodlines. But French, they are the, or rather Abbasid, they are the anti-knight civilization. They do have
dive on the backside.
It looks like it.
Commit.
Knights are going to find villagers on the goal potentially. Nope. Just hanging around.
The army is actually severely out of position. He could have gone for a backline dive on the wood line.
There's one knight. There's one knight in the wood line, about to move into wood line. Villagers on the wood already evacuating, though.
Oh, and it's instead the villagers on the berries.
It was just an archer, though.
Been evacuated too. Knights are running on away.
Barely taking any damage.
Around, though. We'll be able to scout out this play, and ooh, that one knight will find some information is really the key. Does not even kill that villager, I don't think.
He didn't kill that villager.
But found the crucial information that he needed, and to go along with the composite bows, MarineLorD's also investing into crossbows and spears, so we'll have that counter to the knights as well.
Yeah, it just feels like it needs much more spearmen. There they are. There's the reinforcement. Camel riders here as well. Archers. We are seeing individual micro. Once again, 2 control groups attacking the archers from Louis. He's taking them down. He's winning the fights. The spearmen with the bonus range able to stick onto the knights. Who's this fight in favor of at the moment? It feels like MarineLorD is taking it. And Louis is being pushed back again.
MarineLorD winning yet another fight, and this is where Abba is starting to show that counter cav. Even though Royal Bloodlines is there, even though those Royal Knights are super scary, MarineLorD able to hold the push, and economy behind it is staying strong.
Oh man, the income between the two, it's still so dead even, but the military mass out in the field, MarineLorD, he's got so much more mass. And still, the value is relatively even between the two. He's even taking these small little berry bushes next to the ponds there. It's all or nothing in this one.
Yeah. MarineLorD posturing right in the middle sacred site, not allowing Louis to have that. Louis still trying to kite, trying to take down some units here and there, but just these trades are not going his way. The archer ball for MarineLorD is too big. I think Louis is just going to have to dive past it with his knights like you're seeing here now.
And MarineLorD behind us, he is keeping some spearmen back, but we might be seeing some raids here. Oh, he's splitting them off, the knights. Does Louis... He's not looking. Only the one knight. That's only going to cost idle time. Isn't going to kill a massive amount of villagers. And there are spearmen to protect. Isn't going to kill any villagers.
And that's the second time we've seen something like that. It easily could have gone so differently. Louis, though, reacting to the push on the other side. He's already evacuated with the mass amount of villagers. He's losing the few fishing boats he had. He's moved forward with a lot of villagers as well over here.
Yeah, he's
But all
on the
this
deer
is
there.
delaying.
Oh, he's on the deer with so many villagers there in the middle of the map. Villagers are gonna have to evacuate. Actually, not that many, just 5 villagers, but still oh, never mind. There they are. 17 villagers, 20% of the economy from Louis out here.
That is quite a bit of villagers on that food, and there's docks further into the base of MarineLorD, so he should be able to scout it out.
He sees them. There they are. Is he gonna commit to this fight? Doesn't quite look like it. Looks like the villagers are going to be able to sneak out alive.
And there's the reinforcing mass from MarineLorD, the second group from MarineLorD. Louis didn't want to take the fight against one mass and then sees the second and definitely doesn't want to take this fight. Just trickling units every time he's running away. He loses 1, 2, 3 units here and there. Feels like he has to take this fight now.
It's just too many spearmen to easily snipe them out at this point as well, right? Like, you're never going to be able to finish off all these spearmen by the time the fight really starts heating up. And when you do it, when you snipe them out, the archers from your opponent are also going to get some shots on yours. To 22 crossbows now as well. We see this fight happening now. Louis, the knights, they want to commit. They want to take this fight. They do still have royal bloodlines here. 310 health on them. The composite bow archers are going to try and do their best. We've got some crossbows in there as well. I don't think all the crossbows are here, though. Louis, I think right now, in this point, he does have the mass advantage. Definitely has the army value lead, though.
Yeah, that actually wasn't as bad of a fight as what I thought for Louis. He was able to kind of hold that initial push, just continue to kite this out, keep the knights alive, healing back up, soaking damage, and MarineLorD is being forced to make a huge farm transition here that Louis is doing the same.
Yeah, both these players, I mean, they're giving it their all in this one, right? Like, you can really tell at this point that this game is being fought over teeth and nail. Oh, man. The archers once again trading out, but composite bows just making these inefficient trades here for Louis. He does have the archer lead, though, but crossbows also buffering out the count. Not to forget, bootcamp upgrade making the infantry much more sturdy here from MarineLorD. Spearman count might be starting to thin out a little bit, though.
Spearman count looking rather low, at least what's here on the front side. I feel like he's got some hiding somewhere, as that doesn't look like 20 spearmen out there on the front. Looks more like 6 or 7. But Louis still hasn't taken the fight yet. He's constantly been down 10, 15 military units, but we're seeing that number be the closest it has in quite a while.
And Louis got a sizable economic lead behind this. French TC just producing so many villagers, and Louis also has gotten some worker kills in behind this. At one point, he must have killed an additional 11 workers that we didn't see, so that must have been a huge villager raid in between. MarineLorD still trying his best to produce here as well. The farm's now really helping him out.
MarineLorD did delete all his fishing boats, so I don't know if we were counting.
Oh yeah, never mind. That was it. That was
it. We knew that timing was coming, though, and yes, it's now a single-digit lead for MarineLorD in the military count. This might just be Louis' game. He has value. He has those knights, which with only 10, 15 spears are so much more effective. That archer number for MarineLorD is finally starting to fall, it feels like, and oh no, farms had to be evacuated. One knight was split off and does so much in the long term.
Yeah, so much economy damage there with all these villagers idled. Louis, he doesn't need a guild hall at this point in time, as he's got the gold already in the bank. 4,000 gold for him. He could make so many knights. Just the food is what he's lacking right now. But is he doing it? It feels like it, maybe. Army value now 3,000 ahead, and this army from MarineLorD just cannot keep up.
The numbers are dead even, and I said it earlier, I'll say it again. If the numbers are dead even for French, they are sitting happy. They are good to take fights from here because of those knights.
Trading out with the archers, though. MarineLorD is taking good trades there. He's also constantly reinforcing the spearman mass that he's losing on these engagements, kiting back and forth. He's doing such a great job with the kiting here, time and time again, keeping the camel lancers alive, or the camel riders here at the very least, for the debuff there on the knights. Still trading out with the ranged units, but Louis, he's reinforcing time and time again. So many more knights coming in behind as well. Double Sacred Scythe locked in. Louis has gotten 3-2 relic in the split here. And MarineLorD just can't really keep up with the economy. Golden Age is helping him out quite a good bit here when it comes to evening out at least the income per minute. But even that, Louis does have a good lead on.
And in the double Sacred Site, it not only gives, you know, the gold income for Louis, it's also just that ticking thing in the back of the mind that MarineLorD has to worry about. All of a sudden, if you're not paying attention to it, well, you don't know if there's a bunch of outposts over there, a couple keeps and whatnot. Speaking of keeps, I'm hoping Louis has a keep inside of his production buildings, giving him some discount. I saw
yeah, there is a keep. There it is. So getting very, very cheap knights on. Once again, this knight has now made its way through. Camel Rider is there, though, to try and help out. Spearman getting sent over as well. And with textiles, no villager went down there.
Yeah, and I think this is one where after seeing what damage this is getting from Louis, he's just constantly going to split 1-2 knights across, continually try to cause some idle time, continually just do damage in the backside of MarineLorD's base while the armies keep posturing forward.
Oh, man. The archer count, it's starting to get a little bit absurd here at the moment for Louis, up to almost 60 archers now. MarineLorD only on 30, does have composite bows, does have the boot camp, does have an additional 20 crossbows. Is this going to be enough, though? Is this going to be enough? The spearmen are going to get killed very, very quickly here in these engagements. Still kiting back and forth, killing as many knights as possible here with the crossbows. Time and time again, actually getting really good trades here. Destruction value is such a big lead for MarineLorD, but it doesn't matter if the destruction value is ahead if your opponent can afford it.
Louis, look at the lead. He finally took the lead in the military. First time in quite some time, he's up double-digit units, and that number is climbing way faster.
MarineLorD trying to reinforce in the archer count. Behind this, still raids going on in the economy. Not something that MarineLorD can really react to at the moment, as he needs all of his units at the front side. He's not able to really invest into anything else right now. We're now seeing knights coming in from as well. A panic keep coming in the back. Knights not going to be able to deny that, so keep will secure these villagers there. Still, a lot of them did go down. 30 villagers so far, or 30 economy units have lost their lives in this game. Louis, 30 villagers ahead right now.
Yeah, and Sacred Site is ticking behind this. The big question is will he start reinforcing this? There's already a keep on the middle one. Could easily drop the Red Palace. Yeah,
he's going for it.
Idea. And that stealth force, it is such a strong positioning point. He's got enough for Imperial Age. He's dropping the Red Palace on it. Oh my gosh. Louis is calling this game. If he goes up to Imp, this military mass that he's had gets a few elite. I mean, he's not going to have a problem getting elite upgrades with how much gold he has. And
yeah, he's got enough saved up.
Elite archers, elite royal knights is an absolute game ender right now.
And guess what? He's already got elite upgrades, or rather university upgrade, at least on the knights. Incendiary is going to be next. Biology already in, so just elite knights, and that's going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to raiding.
37. This thing is going to go up in the blink of an eye. And after it finishes, it's in that stealth force, so it's just going to start annihilating anything that gets close to that range, anything that gets close to that middle map.
Now some walls coming in from MarineLorD, but it feels like there's no way out anymore at this point in the game, right? He sees it, he spots it, the Red Palace going up. He's aging up now with his own economic wing behind this. But it's a 6-minute timer behind this for MarineLorD that is ticking down. He's got the military count. Both players almost completely pop cap, 200 out of 200. But Louis, he's got the defender's advantage. He's got the army count. He's got the value out on the field. MarineLorD not out yet, though. Not out yet. He's not giving up.
And more importantly, Louis has the upgrades in queue earlier, so Tithe Barns, all these elite upgrades. He's going to force MarineLorD back, continue to do more damage, and make sure MarineLorD isn't going to be able to stay pop-capped like he is, and as well as have an efficient army as he does.
Elite Knights now coming in as well. Louis able to click all of these very expensive upgrades and still have gold left in the bank after all.
It's also 5 minutes. 5 minutes for MarineLorD to come and take a sacred site. We have a keep on one, and we have a Red Palace on another.
MarineLorD economic wing about to finish up. He did have the culture wing earlier, so at the very least his upgrades are going to be a good bit cheaper. And there it is, incendiary arrows now on the way for Louis. We're seeing a cannon coming in as well. He's getting ready for this last big engagement in this game. MarineLorD wants to wait for the upgrades, has to wait for the upgrades. This is just not a fight that he could win at the moment.
In time that he may not have, the best way to hold your sacred sites is to continue to attack, and that's exactly what Louis is doing. He has his elite knights, he splits them off from the pack, and just does a little bait and switch game. Makes MarineLorD react to his knights, pulls on back, and I mean, he is just still just chilling, posturing, ready to hold, ready to defend. Just gonna start sieging down some keeps, and that's the last gold that MarineLorD has for himself.
Yeah, Bombard working overtime there. One archer making sure that woodline isn't being used for the time being. Behind this, MarineLorD, I want to say, like, with the amount of archers out there, camel support would be coming in clutch for MarineLorD potentially. +2 armor on all of these units could be helping him out a ton. All the elite upgrades are coming in, but he doesn't have any university upgrades in yet for him. Probably doesn't have a university as well, just doesn't have the wood income for it.
Villagers pulled over to start healing up that keep. Outpost still alive for loueMT. Mangonel's moving forward. Get a decent set of shots onto the backside of the archers for loueMT. 3 minutes and 22 seconds on the sacred site, but this fight, it's not for the sacred site. It's just for an 8k gold vein. So even if the fight doesn't go Louis' way, he has another keep to fall back to. Trebuchet trying to move forward. Mangonel's trying to move forward. Cannon is still alive, and the knights, they want to get on top of the siege. They want to just make sure that MarineLorD cannot continue to try to siege down the keeps, continue to siege down these defenses.
Cannon taking out one of the mangonels here. These are heavy losses. MarineLorD, he just doesn't have a lot of wood income right now. Remassing these archers also not realistic for him. He's making hand cannons with what gold? More spearmen coming on forward, but it's just such a big archer count. MarineLorD, he cannot afford incendiaries at this point in time. And the archers from Louis, they're collapsing on the army. MarineLorD, he's losing all of his military army value. Now 2-1 in favor of Louis. The mangonels are getting sniped. More knights coming on forward. All the resources, all the gold has been spent by Louis on the military. Now more cannons coming in. The keep is not going to be able to hold. The gold has run out for MarineLorD. Louis, he's doing it.
The siege is gone. Louis is doing it indeed. He has won game number 9, and he has won the EGC Masters Summer.
He has done it. loueMT is our victor here in this S-tier tournament. He has dethroned MarineLorD in an epic set all the way to game number 9. And he is now our current S-tier champion.
What a game. What a final finisher there. I mean, that was such a hype back and forth. French takes down Abbasid and just sticks on the knights. Thought we were going to have that timing attack in castle to potentially finish it. It was a crazy trade. MarineLorD held, but Louis just had too much continually untouched eco boom behind it. What great micro, what great play from him.
Yeah, this was an absolutely incredible set performed by both players here. And loueMT, man, what a road that he had behind himself now, able to claim victory over MarineLorD. I want to say, like, probably just undisputed S-tier winner so far when it comes to tournaments. But, fellas, we are gonna get an interview. Don't you worry. This time around, surely, no technical difficulties. We are gonna have a translator available for us. It is gonna be coming up. We're setting it up right now in the back here. So just give us a little bit more time, and then we will be getting you that winner's interview with loueMT.
I mean, what an exciting day. What a hype day. It was such a fun one casting these two series that we had. And I mean, crazy sets of games that we had as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these games, they've been so amazing. And these are games that we'll be rewatching a week, a month, a year from now and just be thinking, okay, they have been amazingly played. But it is time, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you EGC TV's current champion, loueMT. All right, Louis, congratulations. I see the sun is already back out shining for you. Man, once again, just congratulations. Big victory here. How are you feeling after this one?
恭喜你，MT。你觉得这一把感觉怎么样？
很开心 ，very happy. Yeah.
I'm very happy. Yeah.
Very happy. I can definitely relate to that, man. Congratulations. This has been quite the long, drawn-out set, and you've had such a long road behind you to get to this point where you're able to win against MarineLorD. And I gotta ask you, these games, they have been incredibly tough. Were you worried in between throughout these games that you might not have what it takes? Because you certainly did at the end, but honestly, every single game was incredibly close.
他问你就是，这个今晚打得非常长嘛，然后问你有没有就中间有没有就是说一些对局你觉得比较难打？
打罗斯和神罗那几把感觉很难打，因为我手里就没有族，还有些地图启蒙眼界那张地图我压根就没准备民族。感觉很难打。
Okay. So he felt the game with the game playing against Rus and HRE was pretty hard, and also for the game on Enlightened Horizon, he didn't pick comfortable civilization for that.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough game. I mean, looking back at this tournament, looking back at your journey, it's been honestly just amazing. And I just want to quickly ask you, because you probably have a lot of practice partners, is there anybody that you really want to shout out who helped you get to this point in your journey?
他说就是在你备赛的这个过程中，有没有就是你陪你对练的玩家，你可以在这里就是喊出他的名字。
我和很多人都练过，感谢，Thank you, MarineLorD, you help me.
He says he's played with many other players, and yeah, thank you, MarineLorD, for helping me.
Oh yeah, MarineLorD definitely known as one of the players that practiced a lot with you there as well. So definitely makes sense that the player that you were ultimately able to dethrone helping you out there a lot. Once again, I mean, Louis, congratulations. You've come a long way. But I believe it is late for you right now in China, so I don't want to keep you waiting much longer. There are a lot of tournaments ahead. What are you looking forward to when it comes to the next tournaments? I know that you will be at a big next LAN in Denmark soon.
他说就这么晚了也不想再打扰你了。但是他接下来就是问你接下来就是还有其他一些比赛，你期待哪些比赛？比如说丹麦的线下赛。
对，接下来的比赛我都很期待，尤其是等 DLC 发布之后。我感觉会很开心，因为民族很多。
He's looking forward to many tournaments, many events throughout the year, especially after the new DLC.
Yeah, definitely a lot of exciting things to look forward to. Once again, Louis, congratulations, and we will be seeing a lot more from you in the future. You can definitely now go and celebrate today because you have won your first ever S-tier tournament in Age of Empires 4. Congratulations, Louis.
Thank you.
恭喜你，恭喜你！我回去可以好好庆祝一下了。
好，那我就撤退了啊。
OK， 行，拜拜。
See ya, Louis.